Who is Caedrel? Some fucking degenerate ex-league pro that failed, that is trying to push the boundaries or whatever the fuck boundaries he can find. My name is Caedrel. Mark Lamont is my real life name, and I'm just a streamer full time.
Looking back, what's your most iconic play or moment?
Yeah. Well, I got a pentakill in the finals in the Game Regi. I got a pentakill, which was really cool. I had a few like cool LEC highlights where I got like nice team fights, but I don't think I've got like a super play, you know. So
Let's keep the pentakill.
Yeah, let's keep the pentakill on from like 10 years ago.
What sacrifices have you had to make to reach where you are?
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of all blurs together. I feel like maybe in 2022 I was feeling quite burnt out, but my way of coping with burnout is just to grind through the burnout. So yeah, I kind of, sometimes I complain that I have no free time, and then 2 weeks later I'll try a new project, which is really stupid. Like at the end of last year I finished and I was like, yeah, I think making this team is going to be a bit too much. I don't know if I can like own it and coach it and keep up the streams, but I of course just did it anyway. Yeah, I think the biggest sacrifice is free time. Like I don't have weekends or I don't have days off, you know. I think there's always like something to still sort out or deal with, but yeah, well, I would say less of a conquest and more of like an exploration. Like I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Like, bro, I just started streaming in like 2020, and when I was retired from pro, like I didn't expect to be where I am now, and the team only has been around for a couple months. I'm just trying to figure it out, how to own a team. Like how do you make merch? Like I had tried to design this whole thing. I'm trying to design, I'm trying to like coach, trying to figure out how to look after the boys and like make sure they've got all their things. I feel like a dad carrying all of their equipment and stuff. I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how to make it all work, so yeah.
So, what has been the hardest loss?
Oh, there's been too many. I don't know, I've had a lot of like heartbreak, I think. Like I had to retire from casting because my time management was too bad, and like I miss casting a bit. I had to retire from pro play because even though I didn't want to, I felt like I was forced to, because I didn't want to just sit on a 9th place, 8th place team and grind for a couple of years and just like stop. And I want to be more realistic with myself, you know. I thought like, would I ever really win a title if I keep going? And as much as maybe that mindset is a bit strange to, I think if those thoughts creep in where you're like, I don't know if I can win the LCS anymore, then I think it's time to just back it up, you know. I've had a lot of like losses and like heartbreak, but I feel like a lot of them are just turning a new page, so it's fine.
Can you describe your fire?
I think the joy of being able to give people something, and it sounds like very, I don't know, people like say this a lot, I don't know if this is a thing, but like signing Baus and seeing him improve feels awesome. To see him like turn into a pro top laner in Velia, and seeing like Reckless and Nemesis help them so much is like really wholesome. Streaming and seeing people saying like they enjoy the streams and like they always tune in and it like makes their work day go faster. It's just like fun. I think when I was a pro player, my fire came from like, I'm gonna shit on these kids. And then when that fire kind of was watered out, when I realized I'm not shitting on anyone, then I think it was just like, yeah, streaming. I think streaming is like a form of escapism, not only for the people who watch, but for the streamer as well, right? Like, so I think it's like a give and a take. So I think my fire is, and my mindset just comes from making other people's days fun, and then it makes my day fun, I guess, yeah. I don't know, it's like really sweet, you know. I think it's like a group effort. Everyone's like changing each other's lives, I think. Like we're all in this together, you know. So yeah, I think the most important thing and the thing that makes us different is I think everyone's enjoying the day-to-day. You know, sometimes the day-to-day can just be like a fucking drag and it takes forever. And you know, sometimes you might hate your coworker or like dislike them, and you know, you're kind of forced to put on a smile, and there's like artificial relationships going on, but you have to do it because you kind of have to suck it up, or you don't like your boss, but you have to impress or whatever. I feel like this environment right now, there's just no hostility or dislike towards one another, so the days don't feel like they're a drag. So I think that's the most important thing, and that's probably why I enjoy it.
As a different person, like someone that is next to you, who is Caedrel? Who do you...
Some fucking degenerate ex-league pro that failed, that is trying to push the boundaries or whatever the fuck boundaries he can find. Yeah, I always thought if I'm proud of myself. I actually don't know. I think maybe when I stop like streaming and like leave the content world, then I'll probably decide if I was proud, you know. So like right now, there's nothing to be proud. Just keep going, you know.
But you can smile at us.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it, so everything's going good. Maybe like in 5 to 10 years, when everything like quiets down, I'll look back and be like, damn, that was fucking stupid. But maybe I'll be like, that was a good idea, though. You know. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
man.
much. Thank you.
Hello, lovely people of the interweb. Welcome to yet another NLC show. Today we're hitting week 2, day 1 of seeding stage. We're going to be focusing down on Group A to wrap it up at the end of today. Whoever wins moves on into a good seeding. The other ones who don't make it on the winning part, well, will go into lower bracket. At least one team from both groups. My name is Alexander Mamaya. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I was just lagging a bit. So without further ado, let's toss it to the desk so you can know who's going to be with us on the pre-show. It is Fox. It is Troubling. How are you doing?
Good.
Feeling good.
Happy to be with you here. And it's funny that you're lagging already. It's actually about to be a good day.
I was not muted. Okay, none of us were muted. This is good. This is a good start.
I don't know if this is
Fox,
a good
are you
start or
there?
a cursed start. I'm just saying.
I think you muted Fox.
No, there's still time. There's still time to ruin everything. Don't you worry about that.
So to start this one off, we had day 1 before, we had day 2, but Group A, any big surprises from Group A without going deep into what we saw? Los Ratones and Verdant getting that first place tied up. They're going to be playing against each other today. But then from the rest of the group, any big surprises to just like describe like the surface? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's 2 teams that stand out on this one, and that's Verdant and Rich Gang, right? So Verdant, they were a bit of an unknown quantity here. It was, new roster pretty much, not sure what to expect from them. And they came through and absolutely demolished in the first day. And it was very impressive stuff as well. So, yeah, I wasn't 100% certain and sold whether or not this would be a team that would be 2-0 at this point. But obviously, as you can see, they really made it happen.
Ooh, I'm gonna talk about the bigger surprise of the group. Los Ratones, first place, 2-0. Okay. The reason I'm actually mentioning that is because I wholeheartedly agree with what Foxy said. I feel like Verdant have a pretty good shot at upsetting Los Ratones. It happened only one game, last split. We don't talk about this draft at all. However, we really need a good contender to go up against Los Ratones. And I remember Shiganari said something about they had only basically had 4 screen games or something. Well, now they've had the chance to have even more, so maybe they look even better.
Double it. 8 scrims in a week.
8
Can you
scrims?
imagine that?
Wow.
Ooh, that would be big numbers. But that's really interesting. The standings out as they are. You just saw them previously, so we're gonna hit it with another day. And if possible, yeah, it would be cool to see eventually the schedule what we have for today. But for you, okay, this is for you back at home. This is your big opportunity to join in on finals. This is gonna be Leagues Disrupt. This is not only NLC's finals, okay? Scratch that out of your mind. It's not that. Experience the NLC finals and more, because you're going to be able to hear and actually witness live performances from musicians. We have other games there that you can play with us. It's gonna be League, but you can play different games of League there with us. Everybody's gonna be there. We have influencers as well. This is an experience of its own. So if you can, and if you want, you can pre-order, like pre-sign in to try and buy tickets. Last time we did this live on Nottingham, tickets sold out in 2 minutes. So you had a little QR code at the bottom where you can use your phone, and then you can actually get access to the website. It's so simple. Like, there's no excuse for you to, I don't understand technology. I don't as well. I'm old. Don't mind that. But you can use the cell phone and use the QR code. And we're gonna give you the QR code as we go along
Called
throughout
it a
the
cell
day.
phone.
Don't worry.
He actually called it a cell phone. He said, I'm old, and then he proceeded to call it a cell phone.
How do you call
are
it? Like in English? Like, how do you call it?
Yeah, that might just be a
Non-native.
language gap, to be fair.
A
Trouble.
mobile? Is it
Just a
how do you
phone
say it?
or yeah,
Just a
your
phone,
mobile.
yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm
Smartphone
I'm
usually?
Portuguese. You think this is actually smart? This is
Yeah, is it a Samsung
you
phone?
know?
Then it might be
Yeah,
smart.
you know the Samsung. You know. By the way, do you want to know what's gonna happen today? Pick up your phone and look at this schedule and the seating stage of day 2 for Group A. So Kaos will open up the Appetite versus Los Ratones. Verdant will take on the Snake Venom Crest, and then Rich Gang will fight on versus Kaos. This is a big opportunity for both teams to show up. And then we have the match of the day we were talking about, LR versus Verdant. Is Verdant the team that can actually upset what Los Ratones have built so far? And to wrap up the day, it's going to be Venom Crest versus Rich Gang. Sounds interesting.
I don't know if you're gonna pick up your phone to buy those tickets, but you're gonna put down your phone at 9 p.m. CEST to actually watch Los Ratones versus Verdant. For me personally, it has been that best of one I have been looking forward to.
Yeah,
Agree,
and
100%.
listen, I pick it up to watch at that point, and don't put it down either, because we got some Rich Gang action. I'm harping on Rich Gang still. Okay, I'm still in the Rich Gang corner for me for day 2, because look. This is a team, okay?
Did they put you there?
Huh?
Did they put you there in the
Yes,
corner?
I am. Yes, this is why they're called Rich Gang. Okay, I saw it in their name. I was like, I can shit for them. They've got money. And yeah. So listen, look, I just don't know what's kind of gone on with Rich Gang. You know, like they started off so well last split, dude. They were the surprise team. They were the surprise team in a good way. They were 4-0 coming out of seeding stage, man. The only other team who was undefeated in seeding stage, Los Ratones, right? And
You know what? You keep
it was
talking about
tragic.
Rich Gang. I'll give you an opportunity to talk about Rich Gang, but now I understand. Oh, there you are. Oh, I see you. Rich
Where
Gang at
am
the
I?
end. Everybody's going for
I am,
Crest.
yeah. Yeah. so-
Anything else?
Okay,
That's,
hold on. He's
Oh.
in the corner where Rich Gang put him, I guess, and give him a lot of money. Not. What is that Rich Gang versus Chaos prediction, Foxy?
Where am I?
Where's
Rich
your
Gang versus
allegiance?
Chaos.
Where does it lie?
Okay, so my rule was I can't vote for 2 teams twice. Except for Los Ratones, it's kind of in if you
Wow.
don't. So
Okay,
they're
okay,
the exception.
okay.
But apart from that, I had to swap it over. Listen, you guys are just cowards, man. Look at that. Look at the sheep we have here in game 2 and game 5, man.
What do you
It's
mean?
just
I
pathetic.
did Verdant versus LR. I picked
Yeah,
Verdant.
that's-
What do you mean you're calling
Yeah,
me
but
a
that's-
sheep?
Yeah, but that's just wild, dude. That's just crazy. There's limits to
You
where
know,
you
I
can
was
go
doing
with it.
prediction. I had my window
Listen.
open. I was like, what is this fragrance? It is
Listen,
Verdant.
I was about to
It
say,
is
I don't
Verdant.
know. I don't know if he's saying that you're cooked or you're cooked. Either or. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, he smells
If I
cooking,
make
that's for
this
sure.
prediction-
Or
It's
you're onto
burnt.
something. Which
I
then
swear, I'll
hands up.
never shut up for the rest of my life if I make this prediction. Do I believe it? If I make this prediction. But okay, Foxy, you were talking about Rich Gang. I might as well talk about the team because previous split, winter split, they showed up on groups 4-0. They totally dominated. Then we hit on to playoffs it was really different. And might as well show you the story and like the history of Rich Gang, what they had in the past and what they have right now. It's completely different, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's you, Trouble. That's
Yes,
you.
Foxy?
He said, what do you think, Trouble? It's mine. Oh, my name's
Yeah.
Trouble now, is it? Oh, my bad.
It's
Sorry.
fine, it's fine. So basically, like, Rich Gang have pulled a complete 180, right? If we look over in the winter performance, there were 4-0 in their group. And yeah, a lot of people are gonna be like, Group B was freaking fake. Yeah, okay, maybe it was a little bit fake, but still, they were 4-0 up. And this is what showed in winter. Later on, it wasn't a good story. However, right now, they've not started in a good foot. And with Los Ratones in your group, it's just not going to get better. And I feel like you could say that the Group B was very weak over in winter, but this group right now in spring looks way stronger than what they played in previously, and they really need to start picking up wins.
Yeah, and on the plus side for Rich Gang, like, they've played arguably their hardest matchups already in spring here, right? They played Verdant and they played Los Ratones, right, in week 1. So that's they're the two 2-0 teams. They're the two undefeated teams. Unfortunately, you had to face them in your first day. So they've got Venom Crest and Kaos coming up today. So if they do want to turn things around, then this could just be the day to do it.
Okay, but on one side you're talking about Rich Gang and how they're surprising us in a different way. On the other part, Verdant, yeah, obviously I voted for them in terms of prediction versus LR. But when you look into the stats, I know it's only 2 games. I know it's only 2 games in strengths of schedule and all that, but when you look into this, I mean, you gotta highlight it, no?
How is total number of scrims for number 1? So everyone else has had less than 4?
Yeah, that's
Or
what
is
you
it
see on the graphic.
Oh,
Let's
is
ignore
that?
that.
Nah, that's number 1 in just like Chadness. Number 1 balls coming into the NLC with only 4 scrims. I can get behind that. I can respect it. Alongside just how strong they are, specifically you can see early game, right? And just they're kind of mental. They're kind of mental in that. Like the gold difference of 15, 4.5k on average, 4.5k, almost 30 kills per game. Absolutely disgusting stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like you see a lot of 1 and 9. Obviously, 9 when you're 9th on deaths. This is the best thing you can do. They're basically second for the least deaths. Los Ratones is number 1. They are second of fastest finish time, average game duration. First is Los Ratones. However, they've got the most kills per game and also a very high gold lead at 15, which is why it makes it so exciting when that Los Ratones versus Verdant game comes through. And like we see how much Los Ratones have been screaming and everything is live. Like no one knows what Verdant has been doing behind the scenes. Have they doubled the screams? Have they not? Who knows?
I don't know. I just believe there's something in the air, and I want to believe it. You know, I want to believe it because it would be interesting as well to get something to go against LR. And it's not a David versus Goliath. It's actually like a matchup you look into and you actually see it like it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Bousby might be in trouble. Crowley might be in trouble in the bot lane. That's what I want to see. But you know what? Trouble Inc. and Foxtrot. So far, we've been really
my whole
nice.
name. I feel like I'm in trouble.
That's your government name.
I'm calling you, you know? Last time we did this in Nottingham, I mean, it was a disaster, okay? But I trust you, Trouble. I trust you. So that's why we're
just
going
me?
to
Why
test
don't you
you
trust
again.
Foxy?
Because Foxy has
point.
been on fire. That's
Oh, okay.
I
Fair.
don't need
That's
to trust
true.
him. He's there. He's
Fair.
there. He's him. But now,
All right.
it's
all
time
right.
to play a game show. And that means you back at home can play with us as well.
Oh, the music.
It's
I
a
love this so
mine
much.
Emoji edition, which means I'll present an emoji. And you're gonna tell me, "Ooh, pick me. I think this is the champion because of the emoji." I'm gonna say you're wrong, and then I can provide you another emoji until you guess it correctly. So spam the chat, and I know moderators don't like me, but it's part of life. Don't worry. With that in mind, let's toss to the first one. Let's play Who Am I? Emoji edition. Who's this?
Oh no, that's wrong.
Fox.
I'll say it anyway. Is it Briar?
How?
Yeah, she's got
Hey.
something like that on her back, innit?
Yeah, it's not right, Trouble. I know you're
Okay.
thinking about a lot of things, but but none of them are
Oh, wait.
correct. But I'm gonna give it to you. Yeah.
Wait, you need to give a second emoji, no? Because you got one wrong.
Yes, we're going for the second emoji.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity because now
I
you're
almost
gonna be
got
confused.
I almost got scammed. What's that?
Yes, yes, trouble.
Is it Yorick?
Explain to me the boomerang on the Onyx kit.
Well, it's kind of like his ghost, right? When he hits his ability, they sort of like jump. So it kind of looks like a boomerang ability, but it's not really.
The cool fact about the boomerang
They
is
never
that it
come
comes
back.
back.
They
So
never come back,
if a
yeah.
zombie goes in, slaps, and comes back, hey boss, I actually slapped him. Like that would be really funny. But it's not
No, it doesn't
reality.
come back true.
Last one
Yeah.
will give you 100% the whole idea of this champion production.
What on earth
I
is
love
that,
you.
bro?
I love you. I love you. It's so good.
What am I looking at, dude?
Casters, I know you're watching. I know you're listening. If you want to take a guess, I think Jamada's got this one. I think Jamada knows this one.
Nah, bro. There's no way.
Ox drop it, trouble
What?
link. I made this harder. Yeah, but this actually makes sense when you see it at the end. Nobody
Okay.
takes a guess. Let's jump into it. It is action. He revives,
okay.
he throws in a boomerang, and he spins around
Yeah,
like
you're
a
right.
tornado.
Huh?
Think outside of the box.
I
Let's go
get.
for the second one.
Yeah.
You see it, don't you, Fox? You
I
see
can.
it, don't you, Fox?
The last one's a bit cooked, but apart from that, it's cool. Yeah, I get it. It's cool. What the hell is this? Jesus!
Yes, I
I
don't
have to
think
sit
this
up and
Golden
zoom in, bro.
chalice?
It's a snake like
snake
this.
on
This
a-
is a symbol that is really used in something we use
Oh,
every day
okay.
in our lives.
Yeah, yeah. Is it? Oh, okay. Well.
Okay, okay,
Is it
okay.
Soraka? Oh, why would it be
Oh,
Soraka?
okay. I see where you're going. I see where you're going.
Yeah.
You know what this is, but it's not Soraka.
get
but
the
you know
symbol,
what
yeah.
this is. Okay, second one.
Why is there a snake
Now it's
there?
gonna help.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. What?
Okay, if this is Rumble, I'm gonna be really upset.
If this would be Rumble, I would be upset as well. So
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
something that heals.
if we don't get
and
if
it's
we
a
don't get
tank.
any by the end of today, I'm gonna take Ashraf off of
just
the emoji
fired.
game because
Yeah,
they're
he's
way
fired,
too
dude.
hard. Yeah, these are way too hard.
The last one, the
I
last
don't know.
emoji is
A shovel.
no, that's not a shovel.
Oh,
I
I
don't-
know. I know what
Okay,
it is.
okay, Fox,
It's
Fox,
Dr.
Fox.
Mundo. It's Dr. Mundo. Yeah, okay.
It's Dr. Mundo. He heals
Jeez
his
Louise.
attack and he throws in the cleaver.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Trouble
first
is
one is a
gonna hit
symbol
me.
for like hospitals and healthcare doctors, that kind of thing. So yeah.
Yes,
A
it's
doctor that's
yes.
a tank that's cleavage. I mean, to be fair,
Trouble,
honestly,
please
What
it's-
happened to the Frankenstein emoji? That perfectly describes him.
That would be easy.
Too easy.
Third
Too
one,
easy.
third one. Okay, we got one, so I'm happy. Huh? Okay, yes.
Jana.
Trouble. No.
Jana.
But that would be a
Okay.
good
That
attempt.
would be also
Second
too
one.
easy, but yeah.
Second one. What is this? What is this? What is this emoji? It's a scientist,
Cool.
and it's a storm.
Cool. The scientist in a storm.
I'm not sure how the two link right now.
Okay, give me the third one. Give me the third one.
I do. Well, is it?
Yes,
no,
yes, Fox.
It's not
It's a
C.
Wabba.
Did we all see that show, the hit show on you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I say, yeah.
Trouble.
Oriana?
No. Huh? No.
That's-
Fox.
I mean,
you know?
I said Singed, but I don't think it's Singed.
Oh, you said Singed.
it's-
No.
Is it Victor then?
It's Victor. It is Victor.
I don't get
you
this
know?
number 2 though, because he's an inventor.
Yeah, he's a
Scientist?
Yeah.
Is he a scientist though?
He's
Did
not
you see
really
the
a
show?
scientist.
Did you
Is
see the
he?
show? Moving on, fourth one.
Sorry, Rob. This is
Oh
bad.
gosh, okay.
I'm
yeah.
not gonna say Nami. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for the third emoji to show
Yeah,
up.
wait for the.
Hit me with the second
What-
one. Hit me with the
what's the-
second one. They're not gonna get it. So let's see if the second.
What?
What is that?
What?
This is not what I
Okay.
requested. This is not. Okay, I'm gonna give you a
Me
hint.
and who?
It's
Me
a
and who?
giant. It's
That's
a
Jake
giant.
and Archer, bro. You're pretty an Archer. It's a giant. Okay.
There's a lot of water, and it's a giant. Okay, you gotta get the third one. The third one. Okay, let's go. Third one. The third one is so. Come on.
Nautilus?
Nautilus!
Yeah, well done.
Trouble Link got a
Why
point.
is there a little dude with him? Is
I
that
don't
a
know. I didn't
perspective
ask for
thing
this,
or
by the
what?
way. I didn't ask for this. But
Holy
you heard me
moly.
say you got it right, Trouble. The desperation on my voice, like you got it right. No,
Hey,
no, no.
trust me, bro. It's not on us
Jeez.
to get these right.
Okay.
Trust me.
Fifth one. Come
That's
on,
five.
come on.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's five. This is sand. I'm gonna help you because this is complicated. This is sand. Think about it. Sand. League of Legends.
Thinking. Okay, Rek'Sai.
What? She's from the
Man.
void.
Nah, she's
Come
in
on.
Shurima, bruv. She lives
How?
in. She
What, she-
haunts the sand dunes, dude.
She took a cab. What?
Dude,
Moving on. Second clue.
Open a law.
Yes.
Yeah, get Necrit on this show, mate. He's gonna put you in your place.
Oh my god.
Angry.
Yeah.
Yes, Trouble. Shurima.
Renekton?
Renekton.
Nice.
Trouble Link got it again.
Well done,
2-1,
Trouble.
by the way. 2-1. Trouble Link is winning in the final
2-2.
one.
Wait,
I've got
wait.
2 so far.
I
Thank
can,
you very
I
much.
can tell you. I can tell you what his ult sounds like as well when he gets angry.
give you next-
Roar.
I'll give you
That's
an extra
great.
punches
That's
for
great.
that.
Coming up next
3-1.
game show be troubling voice acting abilities. Like
You
we
know
had
what?
with-
I
we
want
did
that. I
in-
want that.
yeah,
Last
yeah.
one to wrap it up. It's this. What?
Oh.
This. Okay. I asked for an earthquake. It's.
Ah.
Yeah, it's an earthquake.
Close.
Okay.
Second clue. Okay.
Oh,
Trouble.
Trouble's got a guess.
Talia?
No. Yeah, I kind of see where you're going. Yeah, it does
Yeah,
make
I mean, the
sense,
rocks,
but it's not.
earthquakes?
Yeah, but it's a stone being hurled, so I get your point, but it's not that one. But you're getting there.
The rock.
You want another emoji? You want another emoji?
We want
Okay,
another
give me the
emoji.
third one. Give me the third one.
Ah. It's
Yes!
Skarnar.
It's Karner. It's a 3-2 at the end of the day. Trouble Links
What?
wins by default
up with the
because she
earthquake?
got.
Yeah, what's up with the earthquake?
It's his passive.
What's his passive called? Earthquake? I don't know.
Trouble
I
Link,
don't-
you win this one for the first time. You got a game show correct. I don't know what else to say,
How
but
does
you
she
know what?
win?
Really, she
Okay.
won
I'm
the
Googling.
opportunity to be with us today.
This is the
Which
is
least
lovely.
accomplishing
Unlucky.
win I've ever gotten, man. Foxy, do you want it?
No,
I'll
you can
buy
take it,
you a
mate.
pastry next time.
Threads
Okay,
of
when we go to
vibration.
Denmark.
How
Okay,
is
hear me
that
out.
earthquake?
Trouble Link. When we get to Denmark on Leagues Disrupt, by the way, if everybody wants to go on Leagues Disrupt, it's going to be in Copenhagen.
That's the one.
When we get there, I'll buy you a pastry of your choice.
Love that.
Okay. Sure.
That's good. That's a good. Yeah.
Let's
that's
go to
fair,
the part
that's
that we're
fair.
actually good at, the analysis, please.
There you go. That's what I'm going to talk about. Los
Yes.
Thank you.
Ratones versus Kaos.
Save.
And this is a hard one.
Save.
We all know this one. How can you win this, Kaos? We have to be honest. It's going to be extremely hard. Mission impossible. Tom Cruise needs to join them. I don't know what else to say. How do we start this one?
Does Tom
Okay.
Cruise play League?
Well, listen. All right, here we go. So, how about we redefine the definition of victory and winning, and play
Okay.
these mental mind games, gymnastics, until we can come out with a scenario where Chaos actually is a winner in a certain degree or lens. Yeah, I think that it's hard to actually beat Los Ratones on the Rift here if you're Chaos. It's going to be exceptionally difficult to do. But there's a lot that the team that Chaos specifically can work on. This says such cope, by the way. To feel like they have been successful in their game versus the Rats. Because I do feel like this is going to be, with Rats in their current form especially, who've not dropped a beat since smashing everyone at EMEA Masters. It's just, dude, you've got to set your sights on something, I think, a little less lofty than actually destroying the Nexus.
Oh, I actually want to see them push Los Ratones. I don't want to. Like, obviously, this is like the David versus Goliath kind of show, with Goliath being even bigger than before. However, I feel like Chaos have the chance to pull an upset, and they have ways to do that. I feel like, okay, one way is probably not playing for them any longer, but I feel like the way Turtle was playing in week 1 when he was subbed in on that Sion, and he was finding creative flanks around certain team fights, and he was finding certain angles. Like, we've seen Baus do these things. I was very, very happily surprised to actually see Turtle pull something like this as well. Obviously, Turtle is going to be playing. He was subbing in for one game, but Value has the chance to do that through that top lane. So I feel like 1 through top lane and 2 would be hit them where it hurts, which is chaos. I feel like when you can't beat a team toe-to-toe, you just create complete chaos. And I feel like Riot and Snilla have had the exact chance to do that. I feel like every single 2v2 I've seen them take down the bot lane is pure fist fight. And I know you definitely do not want to be fist fighting versus Crowdy and Reckless. But I feel like, again, if you have the chance to upset them somewhere, I feel like that's where it is.
I think that's the angle. You can't show up into this match and believe like, hey, LR is going to win because they are LR. You have to just go with all you have. And since it's a best of 1, it's your biggest opportunity as well. And this is what we need to highlight. There you go. This is the team that's going to be playing Kaos. Oh, well, what a lovely song, by the way. And now they're not playing with Turtle on the top side. So they have their main team. And I agree with you. Bot lane could be the focus.
Yeah. Well, you've got to try and get something through there, because I feel like it's the lane if you are going to snowball through. I think getting a giga-fed ADC is a good idea, right? And the difficulty is against Los Ratones is, you know, Reckless is like deathless or something stupid like that across 2 games. And Crowley's died once. So, like, creating chaos down there, you know, it's something that's very difficult to do. Having said that, there's also a decent argument, in my opinion, to the fact that they're not used to being pushed in that way and challenged in that way. The Rats aren't, right? And so when that happens, are they going to be prepared to play the kind of game where actually they're not from such a winning standpoint, and from that perhaps Chaos can claw something through in the victory?
We have something to show the audience when we're talking about bot line for the LR and the way they've played, and maybe numbers. I do believe we have a lower third regarding Reckless and Crowley.
Ha!
93! Holy moly. Breh. Good year that. That was the year I was born. I wasn't expecting to see it on
67?
They have a KDA ratio of your year.
I thought. Hey, it looks like a birthday, 26th of the 1st, 67. So when he said that was the year I was born, I'm like, 67?
I mean,
Foxy, you're looking good.
I mean, it makes sense. It
whiter
makes
than
sense.
that.
You look very young for your age. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you did.
That's it, yeah. I'm Benjamin Button over here. You be careful, guys. You be careful. That's from my youth.
But 93, yeah. When we fist fight this team, I mean, you have to do it regardless. You have to do it. And we've been talking multiple times on how can you actually take down LR, what tactic can you use, but you get to see it every day. And the tactic is like they're exposed, like you know everything they play, how they play, and what they pick. And even other ERLs are not getting it through. So how can these guys from NLC out of a sudden making a new team take them down? We have to highlight as well how this is. The tunes today are on fire, but this is a team that is really dangerous to play against. And Baus and Velia, I think they're upgrading day by day. It's getting more complicated to fight against.
Actually, I had the pleasure, now that Odoamne has joined officially Los Ratones.
True.
I was watching a coaching session between him and Reckless on Reckless's stream. And basically, first of all, it was very, very wholesome. You guys should be tuning in. You can learn a ton. I think Odo is great with his game knowledge. But basically, Reckless was trying to find windows on the map where he can actually play more aggressive together with Velia. Odoamne, I feel like, showed him some sort of scenario where he told him you're in love with one of your teammates every game, and then you just follow them everywhere. And I think we have spotted this sort of habit with Reckless. Like, if Crowny is fed, Reckless will be with Crowny the whole game. If, like, Nemesis is playing a very strong pick, Reckless will be hovering around mid for the entire game. And basically, Odo was trying to help him sort of break that habit and teach him better back timers and ward timers so that then he can link up with Velia a little bit more and play more aggro. I feel like, if anything, that has been the weak point of Los Ratones. I feel like Velia is being left to his own devices a little bit too much. But if Reckless starts linking up with him a little bit more, I feel like Los Ratones will be absolutely unbeatable.
So, any takes regarding champions that we might get to see from Kaos that could exploit a little bit of what LR are playing? Because we're about to jump into champion select. Any second we can go in, so be ready for that. is there any champion Kaos can use? Because Turtle showed up with Cyan. I think playing Cyan versus Baus is just asking for it, because he knows that champion like no one else in League of Legends. So yeah, is there anything we can pull through? Maybe if there's an ambassador for the top side for the Baus, we can see Renekton that has been playing constantly, and Kaos are going to take the blue side as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've not seen too much aggression from the bot side, specifically from Kaos in support pick, right? And I feel like a lot of the agency of bot lane comes through your support pick, right? And so far we saw Sneer play like Braum and Tarek or something, not exactly the most aggressive bot laners. So yeah, maybe if you mix that up, that's how you can really instigate the Chaos.
For me, it's a little bit difficult because Chaos are on the blue side, and yeah, there are a couple of like S tier peaks, especially you can take on B1. But I feel like when you're going up against the Los Ratones, you probably definitely want some sort of counter pick to get control, especially through that bot side of the map. Like, you need to keep Crowny and Reckless pinned in their lane. However, if you give Crowny and Reckless red side with the plethora and types of champions that they have, particularly for Reckless as well, when he plays a lot of Enchanters, Bard, and all that, it just becomes really difficult to get that priority through the bot side of the map. Plus, let's not forget that things like Misfortune, Jhin, and Varus, Crowny will take complete control of the bot side of the map. So, Chaos, please don't show us another B1 Ezreal that other teams have been showing us, please.
Aggressiveness, they need to take that point in aggression versus the bot line specifically to try and at least fan out, because that KDA is ridiculous to look at. 93. That's something to highlight. I know it's only day one, and obviously that KDA is inflated, but this is how they have been playing. Okay,
we're staying flexible with our first pick here for Chaos. This could obviously go mid or bot lane. That could be piloted by any two of those players. So far, you know, not showing your hand too much and keeping Los Ratones guessing. It's a relatively aggressive pick as well, right? If you stick it in mid and you pair it with a good strong ganking jungler, then you know you can make some good plays. You always have priority in that mid lane as well. And if you go bot lane, it's an easy kill lane too. It's going to be the Azir for Nemesis. It's 3 games for Nemesis so far and 3 games on Azir. He certainly knows what he likes to do on that one. And the Vi again on Rats. It's a flex. Yeah, not showing a lot so far in this draft.
You know what? I would rather see Baus play the Vi, like any time, any day. Vi together with Azir just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially if you're playing against Tristana, most likely towards the mid lane. Azir is picked into the Tristana. You can push heavily as well. And with the Maokai lock-in right here, I think this solidifies that this Tristana is going to be playing in the mid lane. Okay. We're not going to talk about hovers until it gets locked in, because this could be like a very heavily tanky side of the map for Los Ratones, and then the Blitzcrank becomes completely nullified. However, again, I will stick with my opinion that this Tristana is most likely going mid to pair up together with Maokai. Could potentially be looking to punish Azir in that mid lane. As I'm saying this, a blind Cho. You know what? I love that. Ban Baus champions, play Baus champions. Keep trimming it away.
Yeah, we saw Valu's already played this once, so probably going towards that top side, but again, it is technically a flex, so obviously you can go into the mid lane. Nemesis knows that because he's played it mid lane too. Yeah, we're literally just answering the Rats draft with you know, with
more
their
flexes,
kind of champions,
please.
It's crazy, yeah. Again, we've seen Baus play Galio too. We saw Nemesis play. I mean, obviously, I don't. Well, I mean, this could be
triple
Reckless's,
flex
like
versus triple flex.
I think Azir is pretty solid in mid lane.
Azir is.
Oh yeah, okay, true.
Like,
Sorry, yeah, Azir.
Azir's probably going into that mid lane, which I would.
I mean, you're saying this. Have you seen Axemark Azir top?
Well,
Don't
do
give
you
him
think that's kind of Baus's style of champion? I mean, all it has to do is wave play quickly, and Baus will pick it. Honestly, so yeah, I mean, maybe. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting draft so far. Yeah, getting rid of the aggression down bot side, I think, is smart.
Odoamne could be the next one. Could be the next target. That would be the S tier picks in terms of support. Alistar is still there, and Reckless is comfortable playing it. We still don't know where this Galio is going to land, but we know Baus has a keen taste towards it, and especially if you're playing versus a Show Gap, that would make sense.
I feel like Los Ratones have picked their entire top side of the map here. Galio makes a lot of sense, particularly into the Cho'Gath if you want to put him there. And a lot of the Cho'Gath Tristana are flexible, but I feel like specifically seeing the Maokai, it kind of gives me the vibe that the Tristana might hover around the mid lane more. However, the vibe plus the Galio makes a lot more sense if this is a jungler plus solo laner kind of match right there, because he can follow Vi around with the ultimate later on. So I feel like what's clever here for Los Ratones is pick probably your AD carry on R4 and counter pick support to ensure that you have a pushing bot lane.
Alrighty. Crowny is going to keep up his KDA gameplay.
Yeah.
If this gets locked in. So far, it's just a
third Jhin game in a row and third Azir game in a row. If the game broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I guess so, but that's not fun. That's boring, dude. That's boring.
And what
Yeah,
you
they've
paired it up
been-
with the
What?
Alistar next?
Winning is boring? I wish I could have that in TFT, man. I wish I could get so bored.
From what I've seen on your stream travel, you
Don't even stop. Don't.
You have a lot of fun. So let's.
We're here for NLC, boys.
Violence.
All right, Ray,
Hey.
do something crazy. I mean, I'm honestly not a huge fan of this one, to be fair. Like, it's good at jumping forward, which is kind of the identity what we've got from Kaos so far. I want to see more jumping forward, Leona or something like just go bam, you know, all that's good stuff. But bro, you got so much magic damage right now for Kaos, like so much magic damage, and you're playing into Galio, right? You're playing into Galio, probably another tank for Reckless too. I don't know. I feel like you're limiting your options here by just having your Tristana as your only physical damage.
I'm so confused. How in the world will Raya play into Azir, Galio, Jhin kind of fistfights Kai'Sa in lane? It's a very short range AD carry. Jhin has the brute force in the early game. The Braum being locked in here sort of solidifies the pushing bot lane as well for Los Ratones. And I feel like Chaos really shot themselves in the foot by picking that Kai'Sa. I feel like this is not an all-in composition by Chaos. I feel like the second you see Vi plus Galio, you play something that can possibly peel and bait the Galio plus Vi ult and then play with distance. However, if Raya can find some sort of backline access while everyone is diving forward, maybe onto his teammate, sure. However, I really struggle to see how a Kai'Sa plays into Azir. Like, this has been the problem with Kai'Sa and Kalista, sorry, because they're very short range, they run into the Sun Soldiers.
Yeah, maybe it's for self-peel. Maybe it's that to survive against Vi, but I think that's it looks like it could be a little bit tricky, honestly, for Chaos to execute that against what the Rats have locked in.
The Rats are looking for 3 games in a row to get another W on their back so they can get that first seed, or at least until they face Verdant. Let's see what happens next. But Chaos might pull a surprise. Now, chat, I am truly sorry for what I'm about to do. Please cover your eyes. The casters will take over from now. Jamara, and it's middle cut. It is middle cut.
What did we do?
Well,
What did we do?
I'm not going to lie, Adrian. I feel like that was targeted at myself. And Archrum, I just want to say, chat doesn't know this, but you knew this. It was actually knitted by my mum. So the fact that you are disrespecting it is incredibly hurtful. And if anyone's typing anything in chat right now, my mum watches this, so she'll be reading that and she'll feel sad, okay? So let's not have any nastiness going on here. How are you doing, Jamada? It's been too long.
Good, good. You know, took a bit of sabbatical during the off season, and back now. Wasn't here in week 1. Did catch up on all the action. We had a lot of excellent League of Legends over the last week. This league included, but internationally especially. And I'm here. I'm ready. And we've got 2 very, I think, standard draws for the most part. We do have the Cho'Gath answer from Vayu into Baus's Galio. We will track that particular lane with a lot of interest, I'm sure, just because of how Baus likes to lane out. But for the most part, Chaos, double AD carry comp, Maokai, a lot of front line, some mixed damage as well. I expect them to try and play some front to back. So I'm curious if Rayhe might decide to play some kind of poke variation or mixed damage variation of the Kai'Sa to maybe swap things up. They were talking about the range, of course, of the Azir and Jhin to try and match that as a Baus. Looking for a little bit of early information here on this blue buff.
Oh, well, there's the Shackles there. Where is Vi? Cho'Gath has headed towards the lane, so nothing too crazy going to be going on at level 1, and if we're talking about the Chaos draft, looking over at Los Ratones, there are no surprises here. This is pretty stock standard, and I think Los Ratones have come into this game with the mindset of we don't need to do anything special, we expect to beat Chaos, we want to do it as reliably as possible.
Yeah, it's about as Los Ratones draft as it gets, right? Velia's on the Vi, on an engage option. Reckless got R5, he's on the counter engage slash, a bit more of a reactive champ. And Crowny this time around, not quite on a carry, but a slightly more assertive pick. Pretty sure I butchered that one, but legit to set up for some plays later on into the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jin is always talked about as this sort of facilitating marksman, but that 4th shot can hit hard if you get rolling on this champion.
Hey man, we all saw Rusty Sniper last week.
Yes,
right?
we did. It was 20-something kills, man. It was absolutely ridiculous.
28. It was, if memory serves me right, it was the 3rd highest individual kill game of all time in pro play. By trying to interrupt Baus's proxy here, but alas, like many top laners, isn't quite able to interrupt it. Baus should probably stick around for that next wave. Maybe he wants to reset for an item, but has a pretty good idea that Shackle wouldn't have interrupted that, but goes back to reset anyway.
Yeah, I think one thing that I really like about the introduction of this Cho'Gath into pro play, it's not at the forefront of the meta, but it is a pick that I think is seeing play. You're taking this into Baus. Like, this guy knows Cho'Gath. Everyone's talking about the Scion, but he's been playing big HP bar champions in the top lane that do a little bit too much for absolutely donkey's years. So Vayu not really going to be able to catch Baus out by surprise. And if you look at the inventories, because of that proxy, Baus has been able to go back to base, pick up that Dark Seal without expending the TP. So advantage in terms of the stats versus his lane opponent.
Yeah, lovely bit of tempo acquired. Velia able to sneak away that bottom side Skull Crab, despite not actually having that mid lane priority. We did see Baus is disconnected on the screen.
Yeah,
so...
no, this feels like a loss of tempo, Jamada.
This might be a loss of tempo.
There's been
Baus.
a significant reduction in the tempo of the little bits of information go through his internet-wise. Yeah. Hopefully that's going to be sorted soon. Haven't seen too much of this game just yet, but if a Chaos fan, congratulations, your team hasn't died 5 times.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a bloody good start. Yeah, I mean, I do think that a quiet game does realistically benefit both of these teams, right? You look towards Los Ratones for a sec, it's the Azir, it's Jin. 2 items, that's kind of your goal. You want to get towards 2 items and kind of just, kind of play off that. Maybe you're looking at if Velia gets like really ahead, then maybe you start playing with 1 item spikes, right? But the kind of agency that Maokai and Tristana can have, even early on, is quite high. So at times I feel like you might just want to kind of give them a little bit of space to do their thing, look for cross maps, that kind of deal. We'll see how Los Ratones try to play out, and if Chaos are actually offered these windows of opportunity to push the envelope a little bit.
Well, I think even if we don't see them, I think it is a really good sign that you are putting your foot forward and you are attempting to have some proactivity in this game with sort of pairs of champions that can work quite well in tandem and make a couple of picks, because I always get worried when I see 2 teams go out and there is such a disparity in the skill level between them that the lower ranked team will not necessarily fancy themselves and not try and seize any opportunities. I think with this draft, Chaos are going, yes, you guys are better than us, you've been to international events plethora of times, but we want to put ourselves out here, we want to try and do something in this game, even if it ends up being futile.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely the right kind of mentality to come into a game like this where, the odds feel really stacked against you, right? Sometimes in leagues, you do just kind of have teams that are almost expected to just run through the league. Like Los Ratones was that team last split. They more or less did do that, right? When you're
there was that game versus Nord. There was that game versus Nord, Jamada.
Versus Nord, so when you're a team like Chaos, you have kind of a struggling first split. You come in basically top-down rebuild, right? Second week of games. I mean, this format is, I'm not going to say punishing, but you've got 1 round robin best of 1 into, if you happen to have a rough, kind of honestly even first week, right? You lose both your games on day 1 like Chaos have. even going 2-2 it's not going to buy you salvation, right?
It reminds me of those Worlds groups where like a team just has a horrific day one, and then any hope of getting back into the tournament, going into the knockout stages, is all resting on like some weird, wild, magical stuff happening on day 2. And we're on game day 2 for both of these teams as we are back into game. Decent trade coming out from Vayu there.
Not too bad. Of course, the one thing, as Red did actually have to burn this flash off screen, so successful gank from Los Ratones. It doesn't look like they actually burned anything. Sniller might be in the same boat.
Oh, yeah, he's got that
cheeky.
head buff. Oh, he's flashing under the tower!
Oh!
Not quite able to get the auto off to kill Velia, but that's a little bit of the creativity. That's a little bit of the chaos that we were hoping to see from these guys.
Yeah, he had that trample fully stacked too. He just needed the auto to go off, but a little bit unfortunate there. Velia just said that initial gank didn't blow any summoner spells, but Velia looking for a little bit more. I'll get punished for it. And that's a nice job in turning that one around. The reset was also delayed a little bit, so Shkal already back out on the map on his camps. A little bit of a tempo lead. We'll see if that maybe leads to a dragon or something along those lines. The issue more being now that Kaos' bot lane has to need a reset at some point very soon.
I think when they head back to base, the inventories are going to be filled with items that aren't quite as shiny as the ones that Los Ratones are going to be picking up, and this has been a fairly consistent factor as big trade there in the mid lane. The pitcher in pitcher, Zorian taken down to almost single-digit HP, but Los Ratones have been able to consistently find leads out of their bot lane, even if they're not actively making massive plays on the map. And once we've all had a break and had a kick out, we were able to see a pretty significant CS differential already in the bottom lane, as convergence of mid-jungle duos around this Raptor camp, and Los Ratones will back away.
Just a raw smite there from Shkal. No smite Q on that one over. Zoran now for a trade.
Risky business here. He does have that level 6 though. There's a lot of burst out of the Tristana at this phase of the game. Maybe if he had the flash, he'd have got that one more auto and ulted to finish him off, but not the case. Still killless in this game as Grubs are onto the Rift.
Yeah, that trade is probably going to get Kaos all 3 of these Grubs. Velia also has to path down towards his camp, so maybe they can turn it into a Dragon for Grub situation, but Ratones are almost certainly going to be behind on tempo, as even Vayu gets to snack away on a Grub, actually. Saw that on the kill feed, so he's going to get himself the unique stack away from the minions and monsters. Secure all 3. Here we go. Dragon for the Grubs trade likely. And it doesn't seem like Kaos have any interest in trying to look for that specific cross map.
Yeah, and I quite like this from Shackle, actually. He's on the top side. He could have gone and tried to run after the bosses. Looks like that's a little bit of what he's doing here. But he recognises that spending time trying to kill this guy isn't necessarily what he's been doing, but he is still spending a lot of time in his topside jungle as the rats take down the drain.
Yeah, he was a little bit worried about his blue buff maybe, but not going to be stolen away. He might get interrupted again as Reckless is just playing bodyguard here. His Tri-Brush, nothing to really earn. It's going to be a smite from Shkal. His topside camps are respawning again.
Where is he going?
In between tier 2 and 3, mate.
7 minutes in. Of course it is. As, actually in the bot lane, Reckless having to flash away defensively. Crowny, though, with the barrier, getting the better end of that trade. But I will say, Sniller and Rhea, they have been stronger performers for Kaos, and it's looking good for them. Zorin gets the autos off, back interrupted. First blood for Kaos versus Los Ratones, answered almost immediately in the bot lane.
Good thing it's not the first patch of the year, isn't it? Really good job from Crowdy and Reckless. I'm sure we'll get a replay on how they managed to catch out Sniller. My best guess would be he was trying to hold the wave, as now this could get a little bit worse.
Shackle, don't walk forward there. Locked up, knocked up, taken down. And it's the second kill of the game for Crowny.
Surprised they're not going for the Kai'Sa here, but perhaps expecting... Oh, hello, Zoiran. Well, yeah, flash.
I feel like, Jamada, what we have witnessed in real time here is a small glimpse of hope being taken away from Kaos almost immediately. Technically first blood, but they are in a pretty significant deficit this early on.
Yeah, a lot of gold just went into Crowley's back pocket there. 2 kills and plate on top of it. He's going to make it to his first item quite quickly. He's already got the swiftness boost too, so very, very happy in his state at the moment. You can see, take a look at the minimap, Tristana's going to come and match the Galio now, but Baus doesn't really care, though the Spidey senses are tingling a little bit. And he's buffing it perfectly. He just gets to walk out with Phase Rush.
I swear, man, how many times has Phase Rush prevented death for this guy?
Too many times, I'm sure.
Too many times. Yeah, switch up in the lane assignments, though. Like, obviously, Zoran's coming up to answer that wave. Do you reckon it's going to be staying like this for a long time?
Not too sure, but I think it benefits Los Ratones right now. You have the Galio in the middle of the map. Has more access to ultimate targets. So any skirmishes around the middle of the river, Dragon Grubs, should almost always benefit Los Ratones, because they should be able to overload the one side of the map significantly easier now with this matchup.
Well, yeah. Positioning himself towards that mid lane as... Oh, he was going to get taunted here, but... I think Shackle is going to be the target. Pops the flash, gets the Nature's Grasp, but he is out of there. Phase Rush actually connecting, forcing the investment. The ultimate from Velia, but the tree is felled regardless. 4 kills, 10 minutes in for Los Ratones.
Yep, look to turn this into grubs, I think. Los Ratones, Velia should cross over towards that side of the map. They've got top side prio as well. Galio, but no. And he's going to take a little bit of a detour. He does have a whole quadrant of the bot side to pick up, so favoring that ahead of trying to even out the grubs for the time being. And it does give him an opportunity to kind of cover this bot side too. Maybe Shakal runs immediately back down there as Baus. Putting a lot of pressure on Vayu here. Kind of surprising at this point in the game. You'd expect Cho'Gath to kind of be able to just power through some of the damage with all of his sustain, but quite been the case as Zoran trading onto Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis is going to go in, pop the ultimate, and yeah. Nemesis had more damage, but neither ends up going down. Velia flashing forward in the topside jungle, and Shakal is having a really, really bad time. Trouble, what do you think of I now?
This is why I was talking about the lane assignment a second ago. Baus able to match that skirmish going on. I mean, to be fair, if he was in the top lane in this instance, just because of where Velia had flashed to, probably would have been able to have done the same thing, but nonetheless, able to help his jungler secure that kill. Carl not having the best time right now, really being bullied out as Baus didn't phase rush that time. Under the tower.
Under the tower.
Procs it now.
Yeah, sure. Oh, he's dead. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, flash knock up. Vayu gets the jump down. Baus nearly Houdini himself out of there. Vaya's not going to be able to escape. Reckless slams the ground. Picks up a kill on the Kaos ADC. And Los Ratones really turning the screws in. Well, every single situation it feels like. And Kaos, they just can't keep up.
Well, we're about 12 minutes into this game. I think it's going about as we expected so far. 3,000 gold lead. 2 dragons. So Los Ratones putting a lot of priority on the dragons this game. And they definitely could have secured those grubs earlier on. Now, Crowley is going to be forced to flash. Yeah. Still very easily could have, Q flashed him. Looks like he did have the combo up into a headbutt backwards, but belly up in the area. Doesn't look like they want the play. They know there's nothing really to be won now at this point. Good discipline.
I think that's what we've seen. I think Kaos are looking for a play themselves. Crowley with no flash under the tower. Snilla tanking it up with the Alistair ultimate and a shutdown secured onto the enemy ADC. Gotta be careful now, as whilst they are 3 men here, he's got much more of a health bar. Snilla very, very low, gets ulted onto, and I think the Vi might just clear up here. Jamada. Raya, though, with the stacks of the concussive blows, as Zoran is coming to help out. Nemesis is here as well. Only ends up being a single kill for Velia in that exchange.
It was going to get a bit awkward there. Shakal's Bramble Smash actually put Velia in auto range over here whilst he had those concussive blow stacks on, but did have both summoner spells, so I think he probably would have been alright with the amount of health he had too. Probably thought Los Ratones would get a little bit more out of that, but not a bad heist from Kaos considering how bad the start of that play looked as Zoiran.
Yeah, bro, he just doesn't have the damage to compete with Nemesis, but he's got a few more friends! A second shutdown of the game for Kaos, another one, possibly with gold distribution they're not too happy with.
Got to Stiller, but probably happy to just take the kill. See what they can move on to the rest of the map with, potentially. Rehe is in a little bit of a difficult situation. This fourth shot not going to be used because they see the members rotating down. There's that Maokai.
Really like that positioning from Shackle. Going to catch out Crowley. Here comes the root. Here comes the smash. Here comes everything else from Kaos. And my, oh my, we've got some bloodthirsty tanks on this Kaos side, but it's nice to see them making plays. They don't think they're out of this game.
Oh, not yet. And we were speaking about, just before we came into the game, you know, or I think it was during the pause actually, wasn't it? How you want to see teams, you know in your head, matchup is going to be a little bit lopsided. Make things happen. Don't be scared to throw stuff at the wall and just see what sticks, and so far Kaos have continually done that. Picks in the mid lane, picks in the bot lane. Trying to make things work where they can. Alright, still at item parity for the time being. Across the board, and that's really the thing we have to track. That dragon as well, that third dragon. That ocean dragon is going to be really important. Need to be on time for that Los Ratones. They get that third dragon, that's when you start to think in the back of your head, that ocean soul is just looming.
Yeah.
22, 23, 24 minutes in the game, and Archons on the bottom side of the map too. That couldn't get any more stressful alongside that.
And you look at the composition, you just think, this is so great at controlling those entrances, controlling Kaos's movement towards those big objectives. Snella moving towards Reckless, but quickly decides better of it, uses the ult. Get out of CC by a little bit of time, but I don't think he's got the support coming that he needs. Knockout comes through,
wow.
They're engaging onto the rest of Kaos. They've been baited in as Raya has to ultimate defensively away. Fire rampaging through this squadron, and the flash away is not in time. It's another kill for the Vi. Baus now trying to get involved in some action, getting the double taunt. Raya tagged up. Here comes Crowley with the kill, and Kaos are falling apart. Double kill for the Los Ratones ADC. Ace across the map. 16 minutes in.
Nemesis' solo kill in the side lane turns that into a full clean ace. Just an excellently played fight from Los Ratones. Kaos tried to disengage, but it just takes a little bit too long. Let's see how this 1v1 play. It's just standing on the sand soldiers.
He's not been winning those.
No.
This whole game, he's not been winning those, and finally Nemesis has the damage to actually finish him off. And we had another situation where we've had a few good plays from Kaos, building a little bit of hope, and Los Ratones turn around and say, absolutely not.
Just backhanded every opportunity. 20 seconds till the Ocean Dragon. You can tell where the priority is from both these teams. Kaos will get the Herald. Los Ratones will take the Dragon almost no doubt. Actually, they're crossing over mid. I wonder if they're happy to just try and deny any possibility of them getting an objective at all. It seems that's the case. They know they're far enough ahead at this stage in the game. Velia's massive. We spoke about how maybe Los Ratones, they want to wait till 2 items, but Velia could be that one kind of a rule break exception. Play around him when he hits 1. He's already at 2. And they're expensive items at that. They're not cheap.
Yeah.
Lies under a Triforce is trying to deny Kaos now out of this area. They know they can. Oh, Velia.
Oh yeah, it's not connecting onto anybody, but here comes the Galio for the engagement. Kaos have actually managed to buy a fair bit of time in this situation. They're just waiting for the damage to show up. Raya getting in there, Zoiran on the side, Nemesis here as well. It's turning into a full 5v5, and you know that Los Ratones are going to win those every single day of the week. Not quite an ace this time around, but 4 dead bodies is enough. Potentially not for Baus, as he was looking for even more. They have really stamped their authority on this game.
See that in the bottom left hand of your screen. Raya's face. He knows the situation they're in.
Yep.
Big fat smile. Just here to enjoy the ride now, I think, at this point. Gold lead. Turned into a 10,000 gold lead quite quickly. Not sure we're a little bit shy of that, actually. 9,000. But I'm sure this Herald will do a pretty good job of helping Los Ratones along that way. Mind you, the third dragon is still up on the map and available. So we'll see whose hands that actually ends up in. Whether Kaos maybe managed to sneak this one away or not, but taking a look at the minimap, I've just got a sneaking suspicion. Not going to be the case.
And if you're Chaos, I think to a degree you can be happy with how things went early. Nice dodge away there by Zorin. You landed a couple punches. But unfortunately, Los Ratones are just Mike Tyson. And you can try as much as you like, but eventually they're just going to hit a little bit harder. Chaos, though, have found themselves an outnumbered fight here, but Value is very quickly going to change that, as once again, Shakel is left all on his own. And once again, it'll turn even worse for the rest of his team. That's 3 kills there from Los Ratones. Baus looking for a 4th.
Oh no.
Dragon going to be easily claimed, Raya. Oh no, he's just going to get run down between the towers. Nothing that the Kaiser can do. A lot of damage being put out, but not enough. Los Ratones with another exceptional fight. They are taking this game serious. They want to win this. They want to put this to bed as fast as they can.
Yep, quick game if they can help it. 20 minutes in. 11,500 gold. Wonder if this is... No, I'm going to say... Can't remember when the meme started, but there was the elusive 20k gold difference meme. And I'm pretty sure it did start with Mr. Los Ratones, team owner himself. Could this be a game? You know, I feel like there's a fair few structures still up on the map. There's a Baron to get, an Icon to get, and plenty of kills. And it just feels like Chaos don't quite have the damage to really answer out.
Yeah, the socioeconomic situation is pretty dire for them right now.
It's not fantastic. Here's the Icon. It's just going to make things... That squeeze is going to feel a little bit worse. Once the level differences start to rear their head even further. I mean, you look at the jungle. It's about a 2.5 level lead. Carl will, I'm sure, get to a camp sooner rather than later. There you go, 11. But the Icon pick up on all the flowers. That will turn into a true 3-level lead in a moment. And again, just looking at all those XP leads just makes that feeling of hopelessness not go anywhere as hard.
No. Oh no. He's trying to play League of Legends, which was his first mistake. Still is trying to save him. Which is a mistake that he's potentially going to get punished for. Yeah, it's just very, very unpleasant right now to be one of those 5 players on the blue side of Summoner's Rift right now.
Oh boy.
Not very much you can do. Shackle now going to be the next victim. He's trying to do something. FaZe rushing away, is actually able to escape with his life, but you have to feel that's going to be a temporary reprieve.
Yep,
As Los Ratones are going to be gunning for him in a moment.
Seeing this Herald charge, but bot lane's also broken. Inhib, I think, this is probably going to take as well. Mid lane, gone. Bot lane, gone. Topside's the only place still kind of left. Well, oh my goodness, no, pan back to the top lane, pan back!
Oh, it's all getting a little bit silly.
Yep. Well, Middlecott, where do we go from here?
Well, I think Los Ratones might have more money than sense at the moment.
We are getting there. Hey, 15,000 gold, 5k more gold. They might actually end up doing it. I don't think it's unreasonable to think about.
Is there 5k worth of gold that they can get left?
I mean, minion waves, right? Jungle camps. 1.5k from Baron when that spawns in 2 minutes time. Maybe there's 2 more fights in it and then the rest of the structures. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's in there. I think they can squeeze it out.
It does feel like a slightly inorganic scenario that we're proposing, though, Jamada.
What, 2 more fights? Like a fight at Baron, maybe a fight at Sol.
Two more fights is bold, my friend.
I mean, 1 more fight is the realistic scenario.
That's what has to happen.
Yeah, that has to happen. Oh, Baus is, he's got a shutdown, so he's not helping the 20k gold kicks.
He really isn't. Well, he might be. He might be. I think he might be. Oh, he's also shackled. That's not who you were aiming for. Isn't able to escape. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was an attempt.
There was an attempt. And there have been attempts from Kaos in this game, but the ones from Los Ratones have just been that little bit better. Velia on a triple kill there. I'm not sure if Penta's in his near future, but he's going to keep fighting for it. Zoran actually healing up. Here comes Nemesis with the save. And the Vi don't even die. Los Ratones come in to week 2. Business as usual. Sub 25 minutes. Sweep Kaos away.
How often do you see that? Game before Baron even spawns up. Ridiculous game. 18,000 gold lead by the end of it. And business as usual, you know, we were expecting Los Ratones to come into the regular season hot. Anyway, Kaos did struggle a lot last week. So a bit to be expected. Still good to see some positive plays coming out, especially like right before that gold lead ballooned out, kind of around the 12-ish minute mark. Still looking for picks, still trying to take things back and claw things back where they could, but unfortunately, a couple too many wide sweeping plays going the opposite way.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kaos, Los Ratones are quite damn good at League of Legends. To break down that game, we are going to be chucking it back to the analyst desk with a couple of lovely people and Archrum, who was mean to me earlier.
Classic.
On behalf of all Portuguese individuals, I would like to apologize. I didn't know that shirt was really well done. I know he's laughing right now, and we love your son. Middlecott is a dandy dude. I mean, what can we say about this guy? We talked about it previously. It was to be expected. They needed to do something extremely fresh, something outside of the box. Bringing in the Kai'Sa to that bot lane versus the Jhin and versus the Braum. Like, they really like to play from front to back, and it's really complicated to get there. And you're always in danger. Tell me, Trouble. I see this. Storm is brewing.
It's just actually kind of hard to get like priority specifically towards the bot lane when you are on blue side. That's why I really like super strong picks like potentially the Jhin, the Misfortune. A lot of people have been picking on blue side. Varus, who can go either on hit or poke depending on what your composition is, who you playing versus. But locking in something like the Kai'Sa after you've seen the composition that is so anti-Kai'Sa, it literally makes your life miserable in team fights, in skirmishes, on a side lane. Like, how do you play around Sun Soldiers, Viold, Galliard? And it just looked so tough.
I love this so much. Yeah, that's great analytical breakdown, Trouble. What happens when you're 20,000 gold down at 20 minutes, bro? It doesn't matter.
Wait, did they hit 20k?
I mean, it was close to it. I don't think they quite hit it.
It was really close.
But I mean, this is it. Like, we can sit here and we can try and analyze all that stuff. Look, Archer, you said they got to try something outside of the box. Yeah, okay. A box of ice cream outside of that box and put in the sun. That was their performance, right? It just melted. It was gone. No bueno. Right from the start, it was tragic gameplay. Unfortunately for Kaos, like, yeah, okay, this is when I was transitioning into a positive thing to say about Kaos.
Yeah.
There wasn't really... That's where I paused, because I didn't... Yeah, I drew a blank. It was a warm-up game for them, and unfortunately, just not quite what they were expecting and hoping. But I mean, it's Los Ratones, right? It's a tough team to play against.
Yeah, I felt like a lot of the fundamentals were kind of not there for Kaos, especially very early on. And I know that it's a completely different team than the one we saw in the winter. They're still warming up. They're still getting to know each other, see how they want to play the game and all that. But particular bits where, like, for example, Zoran did not flash in the mid lane, just died to Nemesis 1 versus 1. Then, if I'm not wrong, Maokai walked down to Krugs, so his Krugs are gone, kept walking, ends up dying. I feel like these are the sort of things that you sort of build up as you go, and I feel like Kaos are still in this sort of quote-unquote developmental stage, if you will. And Los Ratones, like, unfortunately for Kaos, eat those kind of teams for breakfast.
Yes, they're in the developmental stage. The Rats are just in the mental stage. They are just insane. Like, they're gross. And that clip that you saw, that ace that you witnessed, was 16 minutes into the game. Okay, and I don't know if we have the other clip, but there is another close ace that happened 90
2 minutes
seconds
afterwards.
later,
Yeah.
which, you know, it wasn't an ace, but there were 4 members of Kaos dying here. It's just, yeah, I mean, when you're 16, pre-20 minute gameplay and you've almost been aced twice, it's so difficult to do anything from that point. Like, the gold diff was insane. I think Los Ratones could really just coast after that point. And, you know, Kaos was still trying to contest some things and whatnot, but it just really wasn't happening. And Reckless goes another game without dying. There's that. Unfortunately, though, for Crowny, he dropped, I think, 3 deaths that game. So his KDA is going to be a little bit screwed from that.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually want to say we talked about a little bit the KDA of Crowny and Reckless down the bot lane. We counted him as a duo, right? And they had something like 93 KDA. Well, I'm revoking Crowny's license from that KDA lower third because I think he died twice in this particular game, and ain't nobody dying in this team other than Baus, okay? Because this is actually calculated. So I'm revoking Crowny's access to that lower third, and from now on, we're only going to be counting Recklesses.
Yeah, it wasn't 20k. That's, what was that, 18?
18, I think,
18
yeah.
and a half. 18 and a half.
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
So close.
Almost.
You're still looking for that 20,000 gold lead, but only with 24 minutes. I mean, you don't have enough time to build that. You don't have enough gold.
Have another chance later.
Oh, you know what? Let's start with someone from LR to talk about that chance later on. And it's the one. It's the only. It's the Messi of League. It's Mouse. Welcome back to the show. Long time no see you. How are you
Hello.
doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you?
Really well. That was such a fast game. Oh, so that was 24 minutes. Okay, you aced the enemy team at 16 minutes. I talked with your teammates before, and everybody is looking like, hey, the team is getting stronger. Even though we just win it all, we're still getting stronger. How do you feel individually?
Yeah, I feel like I feel alright. I don't know. I don't know if other people have this, but I think today I played a solo queue game and I went like 2-13 and I lost the game. So now I'm like that one game, like solo queue just throws me off. I'm like, maybe I'm not that good at the game, you know. But then there are days where I like pop off in solo queue and then I'm like, oh wait, I'm the GOAT, you know. So if the team is feeling like they're feeling good, then I mean I'm always feeling good, right? But today I lost my solo queue, so I could be feeling better, but I'm doing all right.
Okay, I want to go now specifically towards you, okay, individually, because we know how the team is playing and all that. But hey, boss, I saw you playing Renekton. You know, Renekton is popping off, and you kind of had to learn the skills as you join in on that specific game. So how are you feeling with that champion right now? I know it's early on, but yeah, Renekton.
Yeah, I mean it's my champion pool is probably my biggest weakness right now. So I'm kinda looking to expand my pool a little bit at least. Renekton, I'm not sure if that's really for me, you know. The champion champion just gets kited later on, you know. I don't like getting kited.
Okay. I have another one because I know someone just joined the team. Boss, you now have a new coach as well, Odoamne, and I want to know your feelings towards how things have been working out with him, and have you learned how to play Cannon after what happened, the incident of the Howling Abyss, the 1v1, you know what I'm talking about.
When I go 1v1, like
Yeah, you got the 1v1 versus coach, you know.
yeah. Odoamne, shout
It's
out
a
to him.
first.
He's been a big help to the team. He's helped me out a lot. I think me and Odoamne, we look at the game very differently from each other. So he wants me to like, oh, Baus, you know, how about helping your team? And that's not really for me, right? I don't really do that. I don't like helping my team. So we kind of we don't agree with how to play the game that much. But he's still like, I can see his point of view and he can see my point of view, and then we kind of have a nice middle ground that we meet on. So he's been an amazing help, and he helped me individually a lot to improve. So shout out to him.
Nice. Hey, Trouble has a question for you. I don't know if you can hear Trouble. She's going to join in. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
There she is.
There we go. Paus, you said something on your first question. You said you lost the game in solo queue and you felt terrible. And this has been a case in general when people compete in different levels, different tournaments, different games, where if individually they don't do well, they suddenly feel like they're trash at the game. How do you get out of this state of mind when you have an official on the same day? What helps you?
What helps me? I mean, usually for me to untilt, what I do is I like to, and this goes out to every player who plays League of Legends. They should all do this. If you ever have a bad game and you're feeling, man, this game sucks, I don't want to play this. Whether it's you playing bad or your team playing bad, now you just hate the League of Legends, right? We've all been there. What you want to do then is you just want to take a moment for yourself, breathe in, breathe out, take 5 or 10. If you don't even want to do 10, just take 5 minutes to just breathe, and then you're gonna, the 90% of the aggression that you had is just gonna be gone by then. That's all you gotta do. Just take 5 minutes away from the computer, even on the computer, just on YouTube or something, and you're fine. So that's what I do.
That is solid. That's solid advice, Mouse. That's really
That is how
solid,
to
by the way.
untilt.
That's really good. Hey, Mouse, you still have one game throughout the day. You know you're playing against. They made this team. They're really good. People are thinking this could be it. This could be a challenge for LR. Any statements before you go to that game?
Statement. Yeah, they probably great. No match against us though. I'm predicting.
Yeah.
I'm predicting a 18k goal lead, and we're gonna end by 19 minutes.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That was not, that's fair. Mouse, thank you so much for another interview. Always it's always a pleasure to have you with us on the interviews. And I'll see you soon. Best of luck for the second game.
Yeah,
of the
thanks
day.
for having me, and goodbye, guys.
Always. See you.
Bye. Good luck later for the 90-minute
18
game.
minutes. I don't even know. I was like, hey, they look good. We might have a good one. Nah, straight up wireless. He's craving wireless. Okay. With this in mind, this is the wrap up for the first game. We now have to jump into the other one, which is going to be Verdant versus Venom Crest, the team that is going to be facing LR later on. So to talk about that and even more, we're going to do a little pause because we know you need to go have some tea or water or something like that. So I'll see you soon. There you go.
Arozzi skapades av gamers för andra gamers. Vi har en känsla för vad kunden vill ha. Gamers har vuxit upp och vill ha en modernare stil. Våra bästsäljare är Arena Desk och våra olika modeller av gamingstolar. De har fått pris inom ergonomi och hållbarhet. With no time to lose, it is Verdant versus Venom Crest right now. This is an important one. Verdant so far didn't lose a single one. Venom Crest needs this win so they can have a good seeding, so they are not in danger.
this in mind, this team of Verdant has surprised us with only 4 scrims so far, and this roster is kind of good.
Well, you're saying that because I got a Portuguese player? Is that why you're
No,
saying
I
that,
didn't
or-
even say. I'm not duckling, okay? I'm not duckling. I just see, like, this is a really good roster. I like this. I actually really like this roster.
Of course, I'm freaking muted. There's so much experience, particularly in the mid lane for Suncox. He's renamed 3 times as well. He was Crest last time. We saw him in the NLC as well. And fun fact, when he was there, Noodle was there as well. And he's the guy who flashes behind Baron Pit, level 2, to invade. So I can't wait to see an actual game where I see Noodle flash the pit. Please let them be on red side this time around.
Let's go for violence. But another individual we need to highlight, well, Venom Crest jumping instantly. It is the one at the bottom. This is an interesting one. Kobe.
Another name
What can
that
we
yeah, we're very familiar with him as well, right? Just like Suncox, very well experienced, and yeah, he's been good so far. He's been good in, 2-0 our Verdant so far in the NLC, off to a cracking start, and his individual stats as well are very, very impressive. As you can see, oh that's painful, just 1 away from 1000 on the average DPM, but still good enough for first place in the NLC there. He's got a solo kill as well, which is quite impressive for an ADC. So I do think, though, this game is going to be the first real test for both these teams, because Verdant, even though they're 2-0, they've only played versus 0-2 teams, and Venom Crest played versus an 0-2 team and Los Ratones. So it's kind of hard to really gauge whereabouts these 2 teams are. So I think this head-to-head is going to be big implications for the rest of the season stage.
And I'm particularly very excited about bot lane. Shiganari versus Kobe. Obstinatus versus Wendell. I feel like Kobe has had such a great career in the bot lane in general. He'd always been like this wonder child that was promised, and then he left you and went to an A and came back. And now he's sitting top of the leaderboard, full stop. Not for 80 carries, for the entirety of NLC, where it comes to damage per minute, having 1 loss as well in his book. So let's see right here. Whoa, the Naafiri being locked in instantly right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I like it. So I
LPL
think
style.
He's a strong Noodle's good with aggressive junglers. He's good with carry junglers. We saw him in Pantheon last week as well. Like I think this suits his playstyle. Obviously, Naafiri is super strong right now. Like really, really strong as a champion with her mini rework. So I love this for Verdant. Really, really big fan. And if you've left it open, it means you have to have an answer, right? So from Venom Crest side, probably going to be that Maokai in the jungle. Obviously, you can flex it, but most likely that's going to be in the jungle. Don't want to be fighting the Naafiri, right? Not going to be going one-on-one against that. Much more of a supportive and utility-focused jungler.
Keep in mind, I did get to peek a little bit of what Venom Crest were doing during the week. They've been scrimming versus others NLC teams. So for those of you who have been paying attention towards these scrims that the teams have been scrimming, they play a different sort of League of Legends, by the way. They were testing some things and they're extremely chaotic. Let's see if Verdant is capable of handling that. Also, bringing in the Fidi first in, like... I'm just curious.
When it comes to Venom Crest as well, we'll have Gooby in the jungle. This guy used to be an AD carry, and he played everything as an AD carry role, and then he played competitively as support for a tournament, and now he's playing in the jungle. So it's like 3 roles of experience and so much champion pool. Like his champion pool is insane, even as back as an AD carry. Now, I'm not particularly a huge fan of the double AD mid top lane. However, Verdant is the type of team that will leave their top lane sort of hanging kind of deal and play for the bot side of the map. And what you need to make sure you have, especially when you're locking in Naafiri, is lanes of priority. She's a heavy farming jungler. She likes priority lanes because she likes to fist fight and skirmish as well. So giving her that, Victor, pretty good one right here, because you can actually force waves with the champion.
I'm super interested to see what's going in top. Yeah, because this is now very, very curious, right, for the rest of the draft. Because, you've got Maokai in the jungle. Nita is most likely going to be piloting the Tristana. He did it last week as well. Tristana, I think, is better in the mid lane anyway. It is still flexible into bot side. But the thing is, if you do lock this Tristana mid, you have 0 AP now, right? Like none. So you'd have to then put Kobe on a mage, which, well, you don't have to, but that would then, yeah. I don't think you want to do that either, basically. So I think this is going to be interesting here for Venom Crest. If they want to put Kobe on the Tristana and go for a mage mid would make a bit more sense. But I do think that Nita, you know, much prefers the AD mids, but there aren't very many like AP tops left, and obviously with now taken, like it was not an option with Gwen and Rumble Band.
I actually don't really mind if they go full AD here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see any particularly like good champions that can build armor on the side of Verdant. They're particularly squishy. Nafiri wants to play more of a fighter style, and an assassin. And Bessa doesn't necessarily really build a lot of armor, and if she does, it's not necessarily prioritized early. So I feel like the tankiest member for the set of Verdant is most likely going to be their support. And right here, we have some of the tankiest supports being taken away, with the fourth one, of course, in mind being the Alistar. If that gets taken away, for example, that Venom Crest right here, then Verdant's going to have to resort with something like a Rakan if they want that engage/disengage, which means that the entire team will be perfectly squishy for potentially more AD damage coming through.
It's a good point of view, because if you do that, Alistar is removed, Rel can go into the hands of Venom Crest, or the other way, so Rel is banned, you can take the Alistar right now, you pair up with more engage, disengage, and then what do you bring as Verdant? If you want that armor stacking champion, you lost.
Malphite support, bruh. That's where it's at. Press R, build armor,
Rammus.
done. Yeah, I mean, even if you're not stacking armor, like Ninja Tabby is like giga value here, because they're not just armor, it's auto attackers, right? Mini knives, Warren's boomerang at you with auto attacks, Tristana's auto attacking you, Ez is auto attacking you, the Q even counts as an auto attack for Ninja Tabby. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out here, and whether it is, I mean, yeah, I don't know how tanky can Verdant be in that bot side.
I feel like the Ezreal pick right here is so freaking genius, because right here Venom Crest are threatening an Ezreal Karma lane, which means that if the Alistar gets locked in for Verdant right here, they are screwed. So I would say a Rakan is a much better choice. You still get hella poked and pushed underneath your tower, especially if the Karma gets locked in by Wendell right here, but at least you have the choice of being a lot more slippery when it comes to those fights, and actually not suffering as much as something like an Alistar would, which again, it's a very great choice to pick Ezreal, because you want Verdant to be squishy. Again, the no armor thing, going full AD with the Ezreal and the Gnar and the Tristana. I feel like Venom Crest have drafted very, very cleverly so far.
It's risky.
Now you can even pick the Alistar. Now you don't even need to go Karma, you can just pick the Alistar.
Let's see. Okay. No, Glass. I mean that's fair. You don't have any magic damage for yourself. Take it over and make Kaiser's passive work for you. Yeah, I mean, you're like, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious what my issues with Venom Crest draft lie, but Trouble is not wrong. Like, you're not tanky on the side of Verdant, right? You're not going to have many armor stackers. There's not that immovable object that's built like 5 armor items that you just can't get through. You know, obviously you get more value out of items like Ninja Tabby, but that's not going to lose you the game by itself. So yeah, I think we've got a pretty standard kind of just like grouping up carries and stuff like that. Bit of a frontline engaging stuff from Venom Crest, and all eyes on Neferi for me, I would say, for Noodle, because that is a superstar champion and can do some superstar things.
The first challenge for both teams as it stands. This is day 2, and this is their last chance as well of seeding stage to get that good seeding before we move on into playoffs. Yeah, you have 2 days and then you go straight into playoffs. When you win, you move on. If you lose, promoted to viewer. With that in mind, let's promote it into casters with Jamada in the most lovely shirt I've ever seen in my life.
I love this. He's so sincere.
Continued bullying.
He's so sincere. He's just a lovely chap. But yes, Jamalda, game 2 of the day. Anticipating this one to be a little bit closer than the first time we hit Summoner's Rift this evening.
Yeah, this is kind of the expected second, third place, you know, decider match almost, right? Our group A here does feel not so much like top heavy per se, but people are expecting Los Ratones, Verdant, Venom Crest, 1, 2, 3, right? And of course, if you're Venom Crest, you're already 1-1. You did play against Los Ratones, you just barely missed out. Get the win here, equal out on Verdant, you're 2-1, you get the head. That feels really good. You still got one more game later on to play against the Rich Gang, who have definitely struggled so far, though course, pretty tough weekend, or week rather, last week, opening up against Los Ratones and Verdant. So both of the current lossless teams here in, in the group.
I think Verdant have sort of benefited from the opposite of that, having to play against Kaos and Rich Gang. So we heard from Shigenari and Senkux about the issues that they've had scrimming, but you'd have to assume that they've done more than 4 by this point. So as the team levels up in terms of their synergy and level of play, the quality of the opposition is improving as well. And I'm really interested to see how far this Verdant roster is able to go, because there are some pretty decent-sized names in here, and if they can get the win versus Venom Crest, then their matchup later against Los Ratones becomes all the more exciting.
Absolutely. It's I don't want to be like post unprofessional, you know, first day back and all. It does feel like a fraud check for Verdant, right? Like, you know.
No, I like that. I like that.
You get a very successful first week, but your opponents are the perceived weakest in the group. This is your first real test of might. See how Venom Crest also do. So it's still very weird seeing Gooby's name attached to any jungle camp. It will take some time to get used to that. Gosh, how many years did he spend playing AD? I feel like I've covered him quite a few times over the EMEA Masters, or of course here now the jungle role.
I'm gonna go with quite a few. Games on ADC, years on ADC, and I think we as viewers need to get used to it. I think that Gooby himself also needs to get a little bit used to this role, because whilst there have been good performances from Venom Crest, I think a common thread in their games last week was that Gooby was not lost in the early game, but a little bit less effective than he could have been. And then once we started to get into the team fights, his wide champion pool and the fact that he can play pretty much anything did start to come to fore, and he started doing a little bit better. So early pathing, I think, is absolutely the name of the game for this guy. Let's see how much he's improved from last week.
See that. Donatus forced the flash back. Really solid trade there between Wendell and Kobe. Good pressure, and mind you, Noodle's path to the top side, so there is no jungle cover here. Gooby will see if there's a play to be made on this side of the map once he comes off of his full clear. Should be done in just a moment's time. Lane 9 is going to take a reset. Good trades early on from Senkux, and definitely be expected. Sometimes I feel like Victor doesn't quite get the credit he deserves for his laning phase and some of the like one-to-one direct trades he can have. Of course, he's not the best laner in the mid lane by any means, but certainly does do a pretty good job of it from time to time. Gooby not going to find anything though. Kobe. Let's sidestep that. Wendell, I guess, by that W.
Obviously, that's just showing off the very fun mobility that Khan has, and I do think that Gooby was spotted going down, so
yeah,
aware of that one. Another player that we've really been liking on this roster is Tayron.
Yeah.
If we look at Verdant and think these are all really experienced ERL players, Tayron is emphatically not that. Senkux, though, one of those veterans, potentially aggressed onto, but just pops down Gravity Field, and not much more coming out from Venom Crest.
Yeah. Gooby's actually had to pay a tax here on that gank on the bottom side, because whilst we was looking at this potential play from Senkux, Noodle snuck into his Raptor camp and stole that one away, because Gooby started on those Raptors. Beginning of the game, they spawn up first, so he's lost that camp. He's actually just completely abandoning his top side completely. He wants to try and get Noodle's chicken camp, but the problem is Opsonaris is here, Noodle's here, with a reset pickaxe. Very, very problematic.
You can't really force this, Gooby. Spent a long time wandering around and not really accomplished all that much. Obstinata's going to go back, and yeah, again, these are sort of the issues that we were alluding to with Gooby, where it doesn't feel like he's necessarily where he should be on the map at a given time for the first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really, really big tempo loss too for Gooby. Look at how hard it was going to be. Naya. There goes the flash. Good roam from Rakan here for Verdant. Let's see if they can look to repeat a play in the next couple of minutes' time. Noodle's pathing towards the top side. He's foregone those Krugs down there. Doesn't mean he'll be on time for grubs as soon as they spawn. As observers zooming in, because we're getting dog first dog action is going to be my best guess. But once grubs down, Verdant, I mean, they should have pretty good setup here for those grubs. It's just about whether or not Venom Crest are going to be able to try and get some kind of play somewhere on the map, whether it's the Dragon, or it's a gank on the bottom side, Rakan flashless. Or even if they can blow Senkox's flash, but you look at the way the lane state is right now, it's kind of difficult to make that one happen. So everything looks pretty good here for Verdant early on. Should be able to secure those grubs, and by the looks of Ubi now, it will certainly be traded out for the Dragon, but I feel like Verdant happy to take this. You know, you take away the grubs from a Tristana.
Yeah.
Where you're likely to be outscaled on the side lane later on if we do enter that kind of lane assignment setup. We'll be okay with this trade for the time being.
And also with the amount of pressure that's been going down in the bottom lane in favour of Venom Crest, the Dragon feels like a little bit more of a formality, something that they need to pick up. I think generally we are seeing that Verdant team are making better moves around top side, but Venom Crest, I mean, it's the double range with the Ezreal versus the Kai'Sa. She has to always cede that priority, because if you step up, you just get poked down way too low.
Hope to said in that. Maybe he wasn't wanting to, but the crossover does mean he gets to defend his camp's Noodle. And poor Gooby, actually falling a fair behind this. Skullcrab will help him catch up, but he is still 3 camps down. And then, of course, there's the camps on the bottom side to consider that Noodle's about to pick up. Red and a Crux on the top side, and that's about it. So this Neferi could end up being quite scary here. She could almost be level 7, actually. I beg your pardon, actually. By the time she does Red and Raptors, and it's going to be almost on parity with the solo laners in this game.
Yeah, and that's a scary thought in my mind, because one of the saving graces of Neferi Jungle is that she gets access to fewer resources than if she were in lane. And the fact that Noodle's been able to clear so efficiently and build this significant lead over his opponent means that when he does start getting into these fights, he's just going to be so much stronger. Still, not too much action, no kills going down as we press the 8-minute mark, but Verdant slowly building up gold leads pretty much everywhere.
This reset is going to be pretty nasty too. I think Noodle's reset since he did basically his first clear plus those Raptors, so he is going to go back with basically everything but the combined cost for what I imagine will be an Eclipse first. Throws up a thumbs up. I wonder if he just knows he's on vision. And he's got the blue buff there as well, man. He is going to be swimming in gold. Ruby will eventually kind of catch back up in XP, just because of the way the elasticity of XP works from the jungle, but still, you're going to be down a significant amount of gold, and he's the only AP champion on the team, so he's kind of, you know, pseudo-forced here to go towards this Leandri's itemization first, rather, which is not a cheap item compared to some of the other lower economy builds here, as Wendell's going to get his base stock. It's a little bit bad, but worst thing in the world to happen.
With Gooby in the area as well, there's no real potential.
Oh, speaking of Gooby being in the area,
yeah.
Do you know what that means? It means he's not here for the chicken camps. I don't think Gooby's gotten a single Raptor camp since his first one. I think Noodle's gotten all of them, off the top of my head. So he's having a really good time, and now he's making a play on Naya.
Ooh, Nightmare is going to get hit by the slow. The Chaos Storm dropped down. And not only has Noodle been able to accelerate in terms of his individual farm, his individual power, he's gotten into the lanes, made something happen, which is more than can be said for Gooby, unfortunately. And now Wendell checking into the Fury. Noodle decides better of it than to engage and back away.
Yeah, if Noodle didn't have that Eclipse on first buy before, I guess the whole Shiganari don't do it.
Don't walk with the wave. Don't walk with the wave.
No, the wave isn't good either, mate. Oh, this is problematic. Maybe even if they pincer him, maybe he's alright.
I mean, he's got Obstinate him. Yeah. Ooh, don't go with that bush, guys. Don't go in the bush. There goes the True Shot Mirage.
Oh, Naya's on the way now, actually.
Yeah, Venom Crest just a little bit too far. They've been able to catch out Obstinatus, and the Rakan is going to go down. Just going to be that single kill, though, as Venom Crest even up the score at the top of your screens.
You know what? All things considered, I'd almost consider that a Verdant win. I'm not even trying to be negative Nancy here. You realize
one of them died, mate.
Well, one of them died, but Gooby and Wendell both blew their flashes for that at the cost of just ornaments. So whilst Noodle now walks up to the top side because he knows he can take these grubs for free. I don't mind that at all, as a matter of fact. And now, even worse, look, I would call that a good death. And on top of all of this now, if Noodle wants to stay efficient and Verdant can keep the lane stable, he can just clear top to bot. He's got his whole jungle to clear into. So, you know, it's a good pick if you're looking at the kill score. For the state of the game, I don't know how much it actually does when they didn't actually end up getting Shiganari's flash.
It's a morale boost.
Yes, exactly. They feel quite happy about it. That's about it for the time being.
And I can't help but feel like potential missed opportunities for Venom Crest already in this game. Yes, only 10 minutes in. Yeah, the gold lead is not ridiculous, but we were speaking last game about how a Tristana Maokai mid-jungle combination allows you to be a bit more proactive. And we saw how much pressure Kobe and Wendell were putting down on the bot lane, and that's turned into what? A couple of power plates, that first dragon, but now Verdant have equalized that score as well. It doesn't feel like Venom Crest have got as much as they should have done.
No, not so far. But I think a lot of that is actually just in thanks to Noodle and his very efficient jungle clearing. Anytime Venom Crest have maybe looked to take something, feels like at the bare minimum the jungle cross map has been there. The rest of Verdant have just been very, very stable across the map. CS leads of, 10 to almost 15. Just about every roll. At the very least, always a wave. The Tayron. That's an alright trade there, but Doxy will equalize some of that health back out with the Mega Knot. Clear out the wave and then look to step away. So I think really major going on, one-to-one in these lanes, and Verdant with those 6 grubs will feel quite happy, and it feels more like a denial from Venom Crest, because now even if Venom Crest could look to try and cross up onto a tower, it's not going to be anywhere near as efficient as if perhaps Verdant looked to as trying to maybe strip away one more plate.
Trap being set here. Oh, Noodle immuning away from the Renato. It's not going to matter for his health bar though, as Kobe's able to pick up the kill. Obstinatus trying to dash away, successful in that endeavor. Only a single kill falling down in the mid lane in favor of Venom Crest as the True Shot Barrage doesn't find its mark.
Yeah, you can only immune so many things at the save time there. Noodle does end up dropping. Don't recall if he had about, honestly, he was so far ahead, individually, he might have just barely had a small bounty.
Like one of those, celebrations.
One of those, yeah, like he had 100 gold on his head, something like that. But still, very good pick, and it does deny Venom Crest the opportunity to use those 6 grubs on that mid wave. So, see Venom Crest still very much capable of being proactive in looking for those plays. And it's what we spoke about, right? The Maokai, the slow rolling engage. And in this case, getting Wendell involved. Another, I suppose, slow rolling engage via the Renal on it. Hints it in. It was like episode 4 from Star Wars in the trash room.
I mean, I'm not casting with a hat gun. Where are these Star Wars references coming from? Niter, ignited, dead. I think the Verdant might be looking to pick up first brick down here. We're speaking about those Void Grubs as a denial, but definitely augmented their pushing power and helped them extend that gold lead ever so slightly. Not been an explosive game, but Verdant just felt a little bit more switched on, a little bit cleaner.
Just the finer details so far. It's been the difference, really. Again, those cross maps, the kind of quicker answers than Venom Crest, and they see the opposite number make a plate. And I feel like Verdant are just super happy with this game state again. Noodle in particular, we'll keep speaking about him just because Neferi's pretty broken.
Yeah.
Even past the hot fix changes. And Noodle is almost effectively past those nerfs now at this point in the game. A lot of them target towards the... There was another function of the hotfix change, but I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. The cooldown on the E was the main one. I think it might have actually been damage. That's about it, so... Pretty much back to Broken Passion Theory.
Well, I'm all right with that. Like,
yeah?
if we're going to take a little bit of power away, but if you get fed, you can have it back. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate still. With the amount of gold for the time being that they do have in their back pocket, you hope that with a double AD comp, you'll be able to get some work done. Another member I do want to highlight is actually Senkox, because he's up pretty much 30 CS and he's going the rower build.
I mean,
yeah, he's going to feel pretty accelerated.
Talk about farm numbers generally on the mid lane and bot lane for Verdant at the moment?
Yeah.
Both rocking at least 10, approaching 11. It's been a very efficient game from them so far. We're still yet to have a properly big team fight where everything lands from Venom Crest. If it all lands on everybody, then things will still go well despite this gold deficit. Mid lane is probably not the best place to force a fight like that. I think that the objectives are going to be a little bit more interesting. Taeron caught out on the side here, but so much mobility coming out from the Ambessa, trying to lock her down. There comes the flash. And Venom Crest cannot get the kill. The opposing top laner.
Yeah, you get the flash out, the Ambessa does feel good. There's a possibility of turnaround there, and it's one thing you always have to be careful about looking for a pick onto any of these members. There's so many snap engage options, and if you aren't really ice-laying a member out and pretty much one-shotting them, if Ambessa gets her hands on any of these key targets, and that's a knock-up onto Wendell.
Oh, Obstinate going to be pulled back. It was a look to engage from Verdant, but Venom Crest deny it.
Yeah, it looked like it could all kick off, and that's,
hold on,
that's what I'm worried about.
Doxy's going in, building up his Megavar. It's not quite going to come out in time. Taeron actually going to get caught out and will be slain this time around. Kill number 3 for Venom Crest, kill number 3 for Kobe. They are going to be able to pick up this dragon as well, but look at the top lane. Shigenari and Senkox trying to take down this tower. And Noodle looking for an engage. 2v4. Yeah, this champ's broken. She's not quite that broken, mate. Another kill for Kobe. A fumble from Verdant. But they're still able to get that top lane tower. They're still able to find something.
Yeah, they still find that top tier 2. A lot of gold, and it goes between the carries as well. That's the important thing. Venom Crest will get their hands on that third dragon of the game. Second for them. Yeah, Noodle just a little bit too over-eager to try and find something out of losing their top lane and knowing that they didn't get the objective, but they're already winning. The flat gold trade, right? By getting that top tier 2, getting it onto their carry members. Senkox is going to finish the Leandries because of that, and I want to say Shigenari picked up that second item on that reset. So now is the point where I kind of look at Verdant and I say, pick a fight off, right? Try and find a fight around some of these core members that you have so much of your gold on, and see if Venom Crest can really answer it. Because I feel like there's so many, long-ranged engage tools between the Rakata. There you go.
It's something like this, Jamar. It's something exactly like what's appearing on the screen. Gooby able to get away, and Obstinance is actually going to be the one going down. Wendell not able to keep himself alive, and Doxy TP's into a fight that has already ended 1-for-1.
Yeah, very, very quick fight. Gooby limped away on 1 HP. If he goes down, it's a 2-for-1, but 1-for-1. Venom Crest happy to just about get away with most of their lives there. But that's what I'm saying for Verdant, right? And I think they're definitely in the right state of mind. Those are the kind of plays you need to be making. Just a little bit unfortunate not to find more from that, but keep your eyes on Obstinatus, on Tyron. These are the two I'm really looking at to kick things off. Push in the side waves, look to rotate into where you want to be to make that play, whether it's towards the bottom side because there's Atacon is here, or because of the tier 2, or just the mid on the bottom side, or just the mid lane, just because it's the mid lane, right? Take control of the middle of the map. You tend to be able to rotate anywhere else afterwards. See what gold you can strip away from the map at the back of the play.
Yeah, Verdant set up on the bot side around the Atacon post 20 minutes. Ubi and Co making their way down. Knighty was out pushing that top wave, so it's going to take him a long time to get down here without teleport, but Verdant have peeled away from the Atacon for now.
Yes. Okay. Surprised they don't want to take that. I guess they're worried about losing their mid-tier 1. And they have ceded control, but again, the ability to snap engage is very, very high. So there is a lot of disengage.
Yeah, Obstinatus is currently experiencing that,
Yeah.
really not enjoying it all that much. It's another kill for Kobe. And whilst Verdant have built early leads, it does feel like when everybody's on the same screen, Venom Crest have just been able to find a little bit more.
Yeah, now there is a point that I have failed to expand on about my engage points for Verdant, and it is that if you do it in front of them, they are playing Renata Maokai. So it is a little bit tricky. You have to kind of approach at multiple angles or out of fog of war. Full frontal engages like that, pretty difficult. And that is a pretty strong case study of just how hard that is. Venom Crest doing a good job of just staving off Verdant's very rudimentary engages. They get themselves the tier 1 as the reward, stabilize out a little bit. And Kobe is now making his way towards his third item. Knight is also extremely close to that Infinity Edge as well. And when Knight is there, 2 item Tristana, 2.5, almost 3 item Ezreal. Team fights will start to look pretty damn good. Right, they'll be very much online. And speaking of being online, Senkux, that World of Ages most fully stacked to be level 15 once that takes over. And away from that level 16 mark for fully maxed out Chaos Storm, the ultimate. Which, I'm not sure if you saw the other day. I want to say it was in the LPL. There was a massive one. Cleaned up 5 people. It was huge. Not often you get to see Chaos Storms get that big. Wonder if we'll get one of those in this game.
I'd hope so. Fairly even as it stands, so the opportunity for stacking definitely there. Venom Crest moving in towards Verdant. Obstinatus able to get the knock up. Duxie not quite going to go mega as the Atakan is falling down very, very low, and Verdant have been able to pick this one up without Venom Crest getting a look in. Dragon has also just spawned. Duxie going back to base, but does have that teleport, but he's already burnt his mega. He's going to be mini for a very long time.
Yeah, Doxie's in mini. There's a wave on the bottom side. This is awkward. 6 scrubs as well. Tyron's going to get through a pretty massive chunk, maybe almost half that tower, but it's going to be a little bit apprehensive about sticking around for too long. That Dragon's gone down and out. Verdant kind of have a window of time to sort of just throw anything at the wall. See what sticks with this G8. Looks like their eyes are set on this bottom side tier 2. One of the last bastions of a lot of gold to just strip away. With 6 scrubs and a slightly faster rotation, plus the Niter being in that top side, we'll secure that one quite easily. We'll see if they can answer, at the very least, that top side tier 1. And if Niter does, you'll certainly have that Infinity Edge. But there's the teleport.
Yep. Sorry, mate. No tower for you. Here comes Senkux, and because he's playing Victor, he's going to be able to clear this wave just like that. Venom Crest continuing to have issues really asserting themselves on the map, and generally those rotations have been a bit smoother, have been a bit quicker from Verdant. Although I will say, for a team that is one of only 3 that is currently undefeated in the NLC, that on paper at least would like to be contesting with a team like Los Ratones, I feel like there's been a little bit less bite in their gameplay than I would have liked. It's not quite been as decisive as it could be.
Yeah, especially after the early game. Would have hoped that they'd find a little bit more, but hey, the meta at the moment is a weird one. Usually is the mid game where things are truly made and broken, unless you fall into a very, very deep hole, like we saw in game number 1. I do lean to agree with you here. Verdant's voracious buff is going to be running out pretty shortly, so that window to kind of make a play, that free life, is falling out of the game here, Gooby.
It might have gifted it to them, but no, instead just takes...
Will they look to take Baron?
Reasonable amount of... Oh no! Oh, Tayron, what on earth are you doing?
Wow.
You're getting some
of
youth out of it. Yeah, no, great, mate. You've done
it was about to fall off, you know,
yeah.
like he 3-4 saves, you know, you just gotta.
But it's 50 gold over Jamada.
Sometimes you just have to go. Do you remember that old? It's a very old clip of the Alistar support where he's like, "I have to go." And he just says it like that on repeat until he goes in and loses. That's what that felt like.
I think Noodle, Shiganari, Obstinato might need to go as Wendell gets caught out. is going to get that buff on himself, but he falls down before it can be procced. But again, ends up being a 1-for-1, and I'm not going to lie.
Oh, man.
Jungle for support is a trade that's going to favor Venom Crest. Kobe can just keep going forward with the Mystic shots. Verdant on the run back into their own jungle, and we're talking about the mid game being where this game is going to be made and broken. If Verdant keep playing like that, I think everything's going to be smashed on the floor and there are going to be tears on their side.
Yeah, very soon. And Kobe's at that 3-item mark, so very happy to take up the mantle of looking for these fights at any opportunity. And whilst I like the fact that Verdant kind of adjusted their general idea around looking for the fight, you know, from a place of fog of war, unfortunately, again, the disengage and the amount of dishback damage whilst kiting back from Venom Crest, just a little bit too powerful. And Noodle not quite tanky enough to survive some of that poke back, because it's now kind of about the Baron, I suppose. So that next dragon spawns in a minute's time, so we'll see where the attention really goes between these two teams. Who wants what? A lot of poke damage coming out from the Maokai now. That Leandri's, and he really has Blue Smite, which not usually what you do when you go
He's new
Leandri's
to the role.
Maokai, but hey, you know,
He's learning. He's learning.
Yeah.
He's getting
yeah,
there.
yeah. It's a learning curve.
To be fair to him, whilst the early game we spoke about the issues, at this point in time, with the way this game is going, I'd much prefer to have this Maokai.
Yeah, it's... Well, I don't know, man. The Furies are pretty...
We've not been seeing it, though.
Okay,
that's
from
the
what we've
issue,
seen...
Jamada.
Yeah, from what we've seen, you're happy with a Maokai over a Fury. That's for certain, but... Again, all it really takes is one really silly fight. You know, one fight that makes you go, oh yeah, this is why this champion's, like, pretty much pick man in most circumstances around the world. As with the Mega Narbar, Venom Crest feeling themselves on this Baron, but remember, Verdant are here.
In the area. Yubi actually looking for a proactive engage here. Could be a little bit risky. Yeah, Venom Crest haven't really been able to capitalize on that. That is a massive engage tool off the board. And Doxy is going to be falling off the board as well. It's a silly fight, Jamada. It's a potentially very silly fight. As Verdant have been able to take a couple of health bars off Summoner's Rift. Wendell is going to be staying up there, but Venom Crest, what do they want to do with this? They need to stop this push from Verdant, and Obstinatus is just trying to interrupt them, trying to buy time for this mid lane tower to go down and for the dragon to be focused as well.
I like this. Push the tier 2 in, get the dragon. Yes, they could try their hand at Baron, but Kobe is so strong. The safer play is just kind of this route here. And then they can take control of the mid tier 2 off the back of that kind of area. Catch the waves up really high, force Venom Crest to face check into you. That's when you can really activate the comp, right? You can force Venom Crest into fog. These multiple angles of engage. I mean, that fight from Venom Crest was just a little bit too much, right? And Doxy, once that Mega bar timed out, I mean, Verdant just pounced so quickly.
Is looking much more favourable for the team on the blue side at the moment. Couple of wobbles here and there. But they are the team at the moment who'll be feeling like they should be winning this game. Shigenari up to 4 items now on the Kai'Sa. He's kept up his farming spree very nicely. Doxy in that mini form. Potential aggression. Gooby using the ultimate for disengage this time around. Shutting down what Verdant wanted to do.
Yeah, Noodle used his to Doxy again. I mean, the Mini-Gnar is a pretty squishy target, has to be said. Only really when that Mega gets involved, you get all of the bonus tanky
Everything.
stats. Yeah, well, everything really, isn't it? Yeah. So here you go.
Ooh, Obstinatus trying for the knock up there as he is going to be able to find Wendo. In
There it
comes
is.
the Ambassador from the side. Venom Crest trying to disengage. No more follow-up available.
Look at the tier 2 on the bottom
Verdant.
side, though. We'll get that cross map in. Naya will get that tier 2, and he's going to keep pushing, actually, so someone has to go and answer him. It's going to be the Ambessa. Tyron does have TP, but this tower might just be dead already. There's the explosive charge. Yeah, it's gone. So Verdant are going to lose 2 towers for that play. They have to kind of just rush this Baron down. Ruby is in the area, but Noxy might be caught now. They could turn, look for him. Nope.
Oh, they're peeling away. It's
awkward.
resetting. Oh, it's awkward. It's a messy play. It's a little bit unclear what should be going on. Ubi and Kobe getting forced away, but those Mystic shots really hurt. Verdant, they look uncertain about this Baron. They don't look like they want to commit to it. It starts resetting again, and they back away, and Venom Crest just look Verdant directly in the eye, and they have not blinked. Big win on the map for them as Verdant get scant anything.
Really good sequence for Venom Crest. Really, really good sequence. Just holding their breath. Lasting a little bit longer than Verdant. I mean, at this point, you're starting to wonder if we're going to end up at that Dragon Soul, where the next big fight really kicks off. 4th item now for Kobe to match Shiganari on the opposite side. Also, the Lord Doms has come in for Naita. A lot of armor is starting to be picked up by the frontliners, or the pseudo-frontliners, right? The bruisers of Verdant. So LDR is going to help mitigate some of the tank stats being picked up by those members looking to find their way onto the back line. Iron has a pretty big angle here on this bottom wave. He's shoved it all the way out from base. No one from Venom Crest is there to answer. And everyone's actually started up this Baron. So there's the TP. That's what Venom Crest wanted, I feel like. But now they're kind of on the opposite side of the map. They don't really want to be here. And I think Venom Crest or Verdant could very happily just chaperone them to the top side and look for a fight if they want. Or push up this mid lane. They've got plenty of options.
Yubi has to check, but he's really not enjoying that. It's nice and slow from Verdant. They're not overcommitting.
But they're also not making a big decision either. That's the other thing. They are keeping Venom Crest here. Yes, it's awkward. But now they're looking for the decision.
Engage. Here comes Noodle. Kobe not quite going to get caught, but in goes Shiganari. Beats the Ezreal for DPS every single day of the week. Here comes Naita jumping on top of Senkux, but he goes golden. Bought a load of time for himself as Noodle is going to be falling on the other side. Very, very messy fight. Verdant in the middle. Venom Crest trying to collapse Ultinatus with a double knockup, and in goes Tayron to clean up the enemy jungler. Naita jumping on top of Senguts, and he's able to take him down as well. Wendell falls too. Oh, this is very, very messy. It's very, very weird, and I'm not sure who's happy with it, Jamada.
I don't know either. I mean, it's a 2 for 3 in favor of Verdant, but given they just had Venom Crest by the scruff of their neck in terms of where the positioning was potentially leading to, it took so long for Verdant to really make their minds up about what they wanted to actually get out of that play. They could have pushed up that mid lane, opened up the base, maybe even gotten an inhib through Senkux, or even if they just sent someone else alongside him to delay the recalls, but we end up with no Baron, no base break, and now this Soul being up and available in Naita.
Oh, just jumped onto by Shiganari.
That chunk might just be enough. I mean, there's a lot of lifesteal actually. Bloodthirst was picked up.
Oh, but Verdant got position on this. Oh, that is a big ult onto Shiganari. Doxy going to be getting in the prayer things, but Gooby is nowhere to be seen. Chemtech Soul secured for Verdant, but Venom Crest still looking for a fight afterwards. Tayron dashing away as Naita is going all in onto Senkux. The Ambassador returns to the fight. As Naita backs out of that situation, the Victor, pretty significant amount of damage at this stage, but he is on the wrong side of the rift.
He will die. The question is when, and who gets the kill? Quickly, yes.
Will he die?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I took geography at school. This feels like a very cut-off situation. No real way out.
Yep.
All maps lead to nowhere.
All maps lead
good
to
side
nowhere.
Step.
He's not dying. He's not dying. He's not dying, Jamada. He's not dying. And the rest of it, like, they're not coming to help him. Like, okay,
Naita died. Hold on. Naita.
Bro, Senkux is just, like, surviving for, like, 10 million years.
Can't say that was particularly good for our UK organization here, Venom Crest. Now that now they're pinned up against the top lane alcove.
Not a good place to be. Gooby going to throw down the Nature's Grasp, but Obstinatus and Noodle should just be able to get out of this one without too many issues.
This is a wacky game.
It's a wacky game. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be the first to call it a wacky game, but it is getting a bit wacky.
It is getting a bit wacky. It's very tense, right? And I can, because we haven't really spoken much about, we haven't done our P's and Q's, right? Our commentator obligations. This is a pretty high stakes game. Okay, well, forget the stakes for a second. Baron is at 3k health.
Gooby has a chance, but he's not going to get it. And Verdant get out with the purple buff on their backs. And for those high stakes you're about to talk to us about, Jamada, pretty significant.
Pretty significant, yeah. I mean, again, it has to be reiterated. Verdant have picked up the games that they've needed to pick up against the weaker teams, right? In Rich Gang and in Chaos, they need this win to kind of feel secured in the fact that it should give them that second place in the group at the floor, right? They will still have Los Ratones to play later on tonight. Whereas for Venom Crest, you know, kind of a mishmash last week. They played up against Los Ratones, weren't quite able to cross the line, and they've already beat Chaos, so they've got, you know, one hard game, one easy game, air quotes, in their schedule both weeks. Winning here would go a long way in likely getting them closer to that second place. As Baron now in the pockets of Verdant, marching up towards the base, trying to find ways where they can. But again, it always feels like Naya is on a side lane at a time that just feels a touch awkward for Verdant and what they're trying to do. He'll crack through that tier 2 on that top side, but I mean, Verdant have cracked through the base significantly quicker than he has in response.
And there is always that question of like how much is the Tristana able to help you, but if he's not there, then are a bit more free to get started throwing their health bars around. And for this Baron, a couple of inhib towers, a couple of inhibs is a pretty strong return, and they might be looking for an even better investment as this poke coming down long range from Shigenari and the lasers from Senkirks have done some decent damage to the health bars of Venom Crest, and Verdant aren't going anywhere.
No, they want to try and look to get the Nexus towers, or a tower bare minimum. Minute left on the Baron. Roxy's building up the Mega Nut. Keep your eyes on Kobe. Both summoner spells. He's going to be the big hitter for Venom Crest. Same thing for Doxy. Mars there. Wendell's on a bit of a flank.
This could be big. This could be big. He's going to throw down the... Oh,
couldn't get it.
No.
You have to do something funky like R-Flash, you know?
Yeah.
Change the angle, catch Verdant off guard, get a couple of flashes. Like when you're playing Renata, I mean, I don't know how high you really value Renata Flash, to be completely honest with you. I feel like if you get a couple, I mean, it's always the golden, you know, the golden rule is usually as support, you get a carries flash for your flash. It's almost universally worth it. Wasn't able to make anything happen there. Baron Siege ends. It's only a 2,000 Baron power play, but it's a mid lane inhib and a bottom lane inhib. Elder spawns in a minute and 15 seconds, so... Look, I don't want to say it, but I think this might end up being hedged on an Elder Dragon fight. Despite, I suppose, the text of this game throughout a majority of it.
I think the one thing we do know is that in terms of getting lanes in a decent state before that point, in terms of having first position on that Elder, that is going to be Verdant's. And Venom Crest, it's their job to walk in, it's their job to find an angle, but I love what Verdant are doing at the moment, just posted up in this bottom side jungle, denying as much vision as possible, forcing Venom Crest to walk as far as they must to get anywhere close to the dragon.
Well, it was going to be... It just felt like someone was going to do something weird. I don't know what else to say. And they just stare at each other. Very, very close. Step away. Elder's up. 5 seconds. Walk back towards it. Venom Crest have cleared out the useful super minions for the time being. They can walk in. Doxy's in Mega right now.
This is just going down too quick though, no? Yeah. Like, Venom Crest just can't get in. Verdant have done an excellent job at securing this Elder Dragon, and there's no flip in sight here. Verdant now, with the power of this buff at their backs, Nexus Towers have to be what they are looking for as we tick over 40 minutes in this game.
The game, right? Like, it has to be the game.
And then the stuff beyond that, Shigenari just jumps in. There goes Obstinatus! Tayron into the back line. The disengage from Venom Crest is worth nothing anymore as a Chaos Storm ravages their fountain and their base falls apart. Kobe doing everything that he can to try and save this game, but it will not be enough. Verdant continue their undefeated run through the seeding stage.
3-0. One more game left to play. That's the big dogs, the big rats, I suppose, of the group that they have left. It will turn into the decider for seed number 1 in our group A. So looking forward to that match, almost certainly. But Venom Crest on the opposite end, gonna feel a little bit better. They still got that one final game against Rich Gang to play out. They win that, it should pretty much keep them in 3rd place secured, given the rest of the group. In fact, I think that is, I don't like doing maths on air, but I think that is pretty much just factual. So our group almost set.
No one asked you. No one asked you to do that, Jamado.
No.
You did that whole thought yourself.
You're welcome.
Verdant continue undefeated, shaky at points, but they get it over the line. Analyst desk, what do you think of that game?
It's a game show! I don't know, I just heard it, I followed through. I'm just going with, you know? I just was cued into it. But no, another team with O's in terms of losses. They paired up versus Los Ratones. That is going to be the clash after on the 4th game of the day. But to break it down, this one, it was not without some flaws. I love the way Middlecard brought it up because they had a go button. You brought this up, Trouble. They have a go button, but when the button is used, they have nothing else. What do?
Actually, I found Venom Crest draft so freaking clever, especially when I threw the Ezreal on R4. It was so scary because if you pick Alistar, you get Karma, you're pinned in lane. And I felt like for Verdant, they felt like they had the strongest champions when it came to pressing ultimates all at the same time. And that was indeed the case. Once they were able to press that ult and stick to one person, they killed that one. But after that, the chase kind of begun because everyone on Venom Crest was so slippery with their champs that once you've expended all the tools, they just couldn't catch up again. That's why it just dragged out so long. Verdant were just trying to find their timers, basically, to pick up their fights.
Yeah, I still not 100% sold because I just... Yeah, I think for Venom Crest, like, it was hard for them to impose their will on Verdant in this game. But the thing is, it was kind of tough from the other side as well, like you were saying, Trouble. Like, they're so slippery by themselves that when Verdant got a lead, it was hard for them to actually do anything significant with it. For me, a big problem was obviously the way the team fights went out, but like there was never really any good Mega Gnar plays in this game as well. Like I feel like you were really reliant on something like that to lock down Verdant to make some big plays. I don't think we saw any good Gnars out of that Doxy play, and that was unfortunate for them. I mean, yeah, it was just not quite it really at the end of the day. And all your eggs in the Kobe basket. Even a Knight's Vow came through on the Maokai Gooby there, picking that up. It was, yeah, clear plan for them, but just a tricky one. But all in all, if I'm watching this game, I think there were good parts of both teams, but also bad parts of both teams. It doesn't really inspire a huge amount of confidence moving forward, especially in the context of Verdant now going up against Los Ratones as a 3-0 team.
I feel like Verdant found a way where they can actually play this particular game without necessarily having to stomp their opponents, right? They had the correct buttons, but if you look over on the right side, they took almost every single dragon, they took Elder, they took all Void Grubs, they took the Herald, they took the Atakan, they took Baron, they took Feats of Strength. I just feel like they played the game slow, and it makes sense, right? You have Naafiri, you have Kai'Sa, you've got Victor. These champions thrive in the mid to late game when you can get that pick. They were waiting for Eclipse to come through for both Naafiri and the Ambessa to then try to make plays, to then try to make picks. I think sort of practicing restraint and taking it by the book and slowing it down can be particularly useful, especially if you're going for more of a scaling pick coming up to that Los Ratones game. I feel like it's an EU special where you're like, hey, whoever gets the more scaling picks and gets to the late game wins. And this could be a Verdant sort of strategy where they're like, hey, if we get strong lanes, we scale into late, we take it textbook, go for every single objective, set up for it, and engage our opponents on the correct waves, maybe this is the way to build Los Ratones. I found this game particularly extremely textbook by Verdant.
Yeah, I agree. I was looking into Nafid. I was like, why are you not being more aggressive? Oh, you're taking control of the entire map slowly. Sneaky. But another individual that is sneaky, I haven't been able to talk with him for a long, long time. He's here. Danskman. Hey! It has been such a long time, boss. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Man, I've missed you. And look at you. You're the coach now. You're the coach. You're the boss right now.
I'm the coach. Yeah. I'm definitely the coach.
It says that. I saw it on the champion selling. I'm like, he's the coach? Okay. So tell me more about this project. I want to know more about Verdant, because
tell you about the project. So we basically, I thought I had like basically a lineup. Then I had one player left, 4 days left with roster luck. Yeah, then I mean, I guess it worked out, right? Like we're doing pretty well.
So far, so good. So far,
so
good.
We know the big challenge is in a few hours, right?
Yeah, that is the big test. Like, what do you have to tell me about that one before we go into the other parts of the team? What do you think is going to happen versus LR? Because we have to be honest, LR is in a really, really tough level to fight against right now. But this team shows promise. What is the main objective versus them?
If you want like the prediction here, we are going to go really even until 17, 20 minutes. And then maybe good, maybe bad, you know?
Hey, that's honest. I like that. This is honest. So if I look into this team, and if you had to present me this team, if you had to explain who this team is, how would you present this roster right now from Verdant, from your point of view?
How I would present it?
Yeah,
I think it's, I don't know, like how do I present it? We have like Mr. Tyron coming in. We didn't even trial him. Like we ran out of options top lane. Then a jungler, the jungler Maxi said like we had this guy in, but we decided to go with Satsi. He's really good. I reached out to him, said, "Do you want to play NLC?" And he's like, "Any tryouts?" Said, "Nope. Here's the contract if you want to play." Turned out great. We had four games, and he dropped double penta, 20 kills, one game. I guess. I mean, a bit chaotic. That's how I'm gonna describe the team.
Full honesty. Last one for you is when we talked with the team, we were hit with hey, we got 4 scrims before we started doing officials. It's looking good. From previous week until now, do we have more scrims within the team? Are we still on 4? Did we double to 8?
I think we lost the last nine scrim games. So we I mean, I think we are like 30 games down now, maybe 20, 25, 30. So we're definitely scrimming now. I will say that the teams we are scrimming, it's people who play together for, I'm gonna about say the whole year, like for the last 4 or 5 months at least, from like LFL, Prime, LVP. So I guess like the overall gameplay is just better than us right now, because we're still learning and still adapting to each other, right? Everyone's still finding each one of their role on the team. I think we're scaling, just like Guppy, you know, we're scaling like Guppy. If Guppy had like 2 more splits on jungle, it'd be really good.
Well, best of luck for the next ordeal, which is versus Los Ratones. If you do it, that would be such a big.
How come you by the way, in Copenhagen, you're bringing me a souvenir from Portugal, okay? If we qualify.
You want
just a small one. It could be just a tiny small souvenir.
No. Make it to Copenhagen. I'll bring you a big one.
Okay, great. Deal.
It's a deal.
All right.
I'll bring something big from Portugal. It's a deal. We have
All right,
ourselves a deal.
good.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
boss.
so much.
I'll
Have
see
a
you
great
soon,
day.
I hope.
See you. Bye.
Have a lovely one. See ya. It's always a pleasure to talk with him. And at least full honesty. I like that. Full honesty on the team. So far, so good. Sometimes good.
Is that a big
sometimes
thing
not.
you're going to bring in from Portugal yourself? The
Yeah.
massive
Ah,
guns.
come on. You had to spoil it.
It's like, hey, we made it to finals. What you got for me? Me.
There you
No,
go.
I need to think about it. But what I don't need to think about it is the next game. And to talk about Rich Gang versus Kaos, this is their last opportunity to run away from last position within Group A. Watch that. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Rich Gang versus Kaos. On one hand, Rich Gang is going to take their first game today. They still have another opportunity versus Venom Crest later on to wrap up the day. For Kaos, this is it. This is their last opportunity to run away from the last spot on Group A. And we all know how rough that spot is. Because if you lose, well, you go into the lower part of the bracket. And if you lose, it is what it is. I was about to tell you, I was so close, but I had hopes and dreams.
You know what? Our producer is such a lovely person. He's so patient with me. We love you guys up there in the production.
Sounds disappointed.
Yeah.
The sentence never changed the tone. I love it.
He's not mad,
Yeah.
he's just disappointed.
I'm just a little bit like deep in thought, specifically about Rich Gang, because we talked at the top of show about how good they did in Group B, and they were 4-0 in winter And sure, they renewed their entire team, obviously, and they're still in that developmental stage, but there's just so much to be desired. Can't they've not been able to pick up a single victory, and they're playing up against an also struggling team in that particular group. It's not an easy group with Verdant and Los Ratones being so dominant, but they have both given like not a lot of promise, I want to say, and it just hurts to see like very basic mistakes coming from both in the games that we have seen.
Yeah, I think that that Venom Crest game specifically for Kaos was, yeah, it was kind of rough, to be fair. It was kind of rough, and they've, I mean, it's a 0-3 team versus 0-2 team. There is a huge amount to play for, right? That is something that should be highlighted as well. It's like Rich Gang have a lot to prove as a team that was really good in winter and has not found their footing so far. And for Kaos, like, they actually kind of came through out of the seeding stage, right? They did okay when it came to the playoff part of NLC, but coming through in last place would, yeah, just not be it. It would really suck. And this is the matchup that will probably decide who comes third and who comes fourth in their group.
Jumping in, Kaos 0-3. If they lose another one, it's the 0-4. The Teemo.
Who is the Teemo guy on Kaos? Can I just say, who is that? Because it's the second game in a row now someone's banned Teemo versus Kaos.
Even on
I tried to look it up and I didn't see nothing.
It's actually the third time in a row.
Yeah.
Is it the third time
It's
in a
been
row?
perma-banned.
One to hit it. Yeah, it's perma-banned Teemo. Sorry, boss.
Okay.
You're not gonna
So
hit
do we know
Teemo.
who it is then? Is it?
I
Who's the
wanna
Teemo
say,
wondering?
I
That
wanna
is so
say
scary.
Sniller. I wanna say it's Sniller, but I'm not 100%
Is
sure
it?
about that.
It's the Teemo support. Bruv, please tweet at us at NLC. Tell me who's terrorizing solo queue with Teemo so much that he's getting banned in comp. Holy moly.
We bring him to the desk. We bring him to the desk.
Yeah.
And there you go.
That's
So
crazy,
far
dude.
out of the box, but on the other side, they're protecting themselves. The Gwen is open.
I see some scissors. Yeah. Snip, snip. Open. Galio open against that. Rumble, again, a very cool handshake you can play versus the Gwen.
I wouldn't be too surprised. Conan does like his carry tops. He's played Jace so far, which is feels a similar kind of hold, to be honest, as Gwen. They're debating it, and it's not gonna be the Scissor Girl instead. Kind of just a safe blind pick here in the Corki. Bit of a flex here as well between Rhythm and Diverse.
Huh. I wonder right here. I think you definitely, if you want to carry through the top side, I think you definitely take the Gwen right here.
Yeah.
There's very, very little counter picks. I think a lot of the times, particularly in the LPL, they've been playing Rumble, Ignite plus Comet into the Gwen to try and counter that. But of course, the Syndra into the Corki tailors all the time. Like, it was a Zero Corki, it was a Syndra Corki, like Corki and boring control mages against him. Name a more iconic duo at this point.
Hey, Syndra at least has a one shot button. I'll take that.
With Azir, you gotta try.
Yeah, legit. All right.
Oh, wow.
We got. Yeah, okay. I think this is quite. I mean, it's not fearless.
wow, it's
but-
locked.
Yeah, just straight up going for it. Okay. Okay. Rio's always kind of liked this, lane prio type of bot laners. So yeah, but the most important thing, I think, Caitlyn by herself. Garbo. However, she can really flourish in certain matchups, like depending on her support pick. So I think Sniller has to pick his support next tier, get something that can push, get something that can generate that perma pro through bot side.
What scares me right here is that if a Lux or a Karma gets locked in, or Renata together with this Caitlyn, then it's very easy to just slam a Blitzcrank on the side of Rich Gang and sort of break apart the two double immobile sort of squishes down the bot lane. The Orianna locked in, which pretty much solidifies that it is going to be a Corki down the bot lane into that Caitlyn. It's actually pretty good because Corki has a lot of tools to be able to push that lane, and then the Pantheon coming in through that jungle. I love that because there's one thing that I've always been saying about Caitlyn lanes: you cannot lose your flash early, and Pantheon is one of those champions that can really force the flash early and then put pressure on the side lane through his ultimate.
Option for you right now. Do you pick the support to pair it up with a Caitlyn and risk being hit in the jungle department, or you go for the jungle and risk losing that karma or pushing partners? They're going to prio at least the Poppy. You can flex it.
I mean, it's a flex, yeah. It's a three-way flex, to be honest. Jungle, top, and bot lane. You know, it could be the support, it could be the jungler, it could be the top laner. So not showing their hand too much here. We'll see from Rich Gang's bans where they think it's going, because they will most likely ban out, you know, other champions in those roles depending on where they think the Poppy's going to be positioned here. A lot of stuff going over to Conan, so they want to get a nice favorable top lane matchup from Kaos here. And yeah, I think this is quite smart, because you're already going to, you know, secure your bot lane push and your bot lane winning side. You then don't want your top laner to sprint it down because you're playing towards bot side, right? So make it as easy as possible for them through the draft.
The Darius ban right here tells me that Rich Gang are looking towards either a tank on the top side of the map or another type of bruiser that Darius is really good into, because Darius into Syndra, Poppy, Caitlyn actually suffers. How do you ever connect onto these champions through those team fights? It's going to be so difficult. Plus, pair that with another range support right next to Caitlyn, it would be impossible to play the Darius. So it must be for a top lane matchup into value that they didn't want to face that Darius into. And we'll most likely get our answer here, possibly through Chaos, and leave possibly that counter pick towards the bot lane to get that Caitlyn ahead in lane.
Oh,
hey,
it's
one of
Poppy
my
top.
questions answered.
yeah,
I think it
understand
might
that
be.
Darius versus Poppy. You take away the Darius because it's not good for Poppy, but then the Mbessa, that's when I left like, oh, I'm confused. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
you
are
out
right.
of the box.
Yeah. I think, yeah, for Shaco to get this Vi, you know, he's already played it before. He likes his more kind of setup champions anyway. And against Pantheon, it's not too bad either. Ornn, yeah, they're just chilling. Conan's just chilling here. And I think this also makes sense because there's a lot of range on the side of Chaos so far, right? Syndra can stay far away. Caitlyn can stay far away. They're probably going to enable this Caitlyn further. And that Ornn Horn is one of the tools alongside like a Pantheon ulti to really get in on the long range of Chaos here. That would be a sick aggressive pick here as well if Nodu fancies it too.
He did.
This is it. You got that kill setup. Corki Thresh plus an aggressive jungler.
Hear me out. Don't do that. Do not do that. Hear me out. It's never a good Morgana angle. This is a good Morgana angle
Morgana
because it
Caitlyn.
actually gets you away from the initial pull of the hook, and you can distance yourself and pull Thresh further back into the team. And Thresh is a pseudo tank. I do not want to see tank with Caitlyn. You lose lane prio. No, Thresh is a pseudo melee champ. He's not really a melee champ. He's a range. So technically Braum is not even that good into Thresh, because Thresh just has to get a hook, and then Corki will throw the poke on top, and you have instantly just won this type of trade. So I'd like to see that Caitlyn potentially paired up with something like a Renata or even a Lux. They thought it was too scary playing that into a Pantheon Thresh potential duo. But I feel like for Chaos, their out right here is potentially playing around that mid jungle because it looks very, very strong.
Yeah,
The cards on
I
the
agree with
table.
that one.
Tell me.
I'm not sure. Caitlyn plus Braum, not really a fan of that. And I think the Thresh kind of spooked Chaos a little bit, and they thought they had to pick something a little bit tankier as a support. They could just get farmed alongside Pant. So yeah, I think for me, it's still going to be on that bot side. See what fancy, funky things can come up there.
So the bot lane should be the priority for our eyes. But to get the bird's eyes in the rift, we need to toss it to the casters to understand where they're landing on this one. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Archrum. Didn't say anything mean about me that time.
He forgot.
He forgot. Yeah, no,
He
that was
forgot.
it. Yeah, I could sense the malice building in him. He just forgot to channel it somewhere. Game one of the day for Rich Gang. Kind of game one of the day for Chaos as well, after their loss versus Los Ratones earlier on. And we're talking a little bit about seeding implications for our previous game. This is a big one as well. Neither of these teams have won a game yet, so being able to beat your opponent in that dogfight towards the bottom of this group is going to get you out of that lower bracket once we get into playoffs. Gives you an additional life, essentially, to make your run to Copenhagen. Rich Gang and Chaos onto the Rift.
I'm glad you said it. You didn't quite, pull the punch a little bit. I won't. If you lose this game, chances are you're going in the lower bracket, and it's 100% confirmed if you're Chaos. So, Chaos 100% need to win this game to avoid that. Rich Gang, at the very least, have another opportunity to try and win a game. Though, I guess head-to-head rules, doing maths on broadcast again. I need to
Why
stop.
are we doing that? Why are we doing that?
I don't know. Anyways, you know, drafts on our screen. My comment and analysis is quite simple. If you have snacks, get them. Ideally a Kit Kat. Sponsored, all the rest of it. Because I think we're in for a long one. No matter how you slice this. Unless some real funky things go on. See, Raya and Snilla, alongside Shakal, are maybe looking for a late invade with this Braum. And there were some ums and ahs, particularly from Trouble, on how she felt about the support matchup. But one thing Braum is great at, obviously getting invades going. Now, I wonder if, you can see the pings. Renewal did see that Peacemaker go through the wall. He's going to be level 2. I don't think he's gonna. Is he gonna check?
Ooh. Well, they're seeing the bot lane go down. Yeah, he is.
No!
Okay, well, he's going to find
wins
it
this.
onto Shackle, and Vi has to get on out of there. So, technically a camp lead, but a Vi without a flash in the early game is going to be much less impactful when it comes to those ganks.
Well, Shakal is chunked. Renewal knows this. Mid lane matchup is maybe touch and go at worst. There's going to be a bit of prior for Zoran, but you can see that wave is actually quite... even cheekier. He's just going to wrap around.
This is just rude. This is just rude. Zoran has nowhere to go. Easy as you like. First blood for Rich Gang.
It's the gank you least... You know, you're just thinking, yeah, Pantheon is going to go into the top side. He's just going to take the camp. No problem. Just wraps around. Just... It's object permanence at its finest. Oh, man. And do you know what the insult to injury? He's teleported back, he's been chunked. Diverse is just going to take a reset and probably not even TP. He doesn't need to. And Renewal didn't even go to steal the jungle camps afterwards either. It's a bit miserable. Zoran is chunked out to half. Maybe he stops Diverse's reset again. I think he's going to. Even walks in to the scat of the week that time.
Is he just
Surely
going
not again. Can't see him that time.
Yeah, that means he doesn't exist, right? This is incredibly important cognitive development occurring live on the NLC broadcast.
Yeah, there is. Shakal is checking the Raptors. Mate, they're gone.
We know that.
Oh, man. All right. Deep breath.
Reset. Calm down.
Yeah. Can't get too wacky. Oh, I said the W word again. 3.5 minutes into the game. Hunting for more camps. At least the Krugs are there. This is very problematic.
Nice knock up there from Conan. Vayu is going to get locked down. Has that steadfast presence, but saves the flash. Recognizes he is just brown bread. Odu actually flashing in. Going to be able to pull back Snilla under tower. Like the attempt there from the Rich Gang support, but it does leave them low on HP. A little bit less in terms of summoner spells. Shackle is on a Warden. Members of Rich Gang are starting to rotate over.
Don't reset there. He's going to hook you. He's going to do something. Oh, well, there's also that.
Yeah, Shackle just goes over the wall. Hook goes wide from Nodu.
Fancy feet. Yeah, okay. Honestly, I thought that was going to go a lot worse for someone.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to put a name on it. Either way, both teams walk out. No harm, no foul. No one blew a summoner spell. It was very crucial that Raya flashed that hook from the Flay.
Yes.
For some shenanigans almost went on, because he actually had tower aggro at the back of that Flay. Now, speaking of not having flash.
Ooh.
Oh, they spotted him.
Yeah. That cannon minion doing God's work, providing the vision to spy out Renewal. Of course, when you've got the Thresh, that Lantern hook combo can get these ganks started from so far away. If we're looking at those junglers, Renewal's definitely had the better run of things in these early stages. I would trade my own red buff any day for getting a couple of kills before the enemy jungler's really been able to contribute.
Yep, absolutely. And frankly, I think it could have been far worse for Kaos and Shakal. If Renewal decided to just walk into the top side, nothing could have really stopped it, right? The top wave was pretty much 50-50. Top laners don't want to move that early on. Shakal was already chunked from that level 1/2, so think they should be a little bit happy as we're actually seeing a lane swap. I don't see this often. Haven't seen this all today. So I'm definitely seeing in Tier 1 play a lot more, especially out in the East. The LCK and the LPL. Send your bot lane up to the top side, get prio, help secure grubs. Also kind of get yourself out of a bad matchup if you feel like you're in one, and kind of tell by the item discrepancy in CS. And Rich Gang not particularly happy with how that bottom lane was going. It does mean that as the dust kind of settles, Rhea and Stiller will have a lot more freedom. Rhea's lead will probably continue to extend itself, though Conan on the Ornn, you don't really need that much economy. You just need the XP, right, to scale into the game. Stay pretty relevant on the Ornn, whereas now Vayu going to eat a lot of pain, and they should be able to get some plates on the opposite side.
Conan, like, he recognizes he can't go backwards, but going forward was not particularly fun for him. Yeah, this has definitely been initiated by Rich Gang to try and get themselves like something, because Rhythm was falling so far behind on CS, someone that's done very well in Tier 2 of this region, but the transition into the NLC, the higher level of play, hasn't really gone that well for him so far.
Yeah, not so far. Shakala's going to steal away that. He's getting a little bit of delayed gratification of the game. One. No, I'm thinking about last game. Never mind. I don't know where my head's at. I'm just thinking about camps getting stolen so many times today in the jungle matchups. There's does have level 6 diverse.
Oh, I love that insta Q into the flash, into the ult, dead mid laner. Kaos getting on the board there, very well executed.
Yeah, really well done. There's not really much you can do about that as diverse. Flash is not going to get you anywhere. Maybe you squeeze out Zoiran's flash at the most, right? That's about it. So just holds on to it for perhaps a rainier day. And that one, you can see Rhea is complete freedom, right? Ornn can only wave clear so much. But on the top side, it's about, of course, Rhythm getting a little bit more freedom and leaving room to, at the very least, kind of exist, right? Again, the Ornn will be able to do Ornn things later on into this game. If Corki continue to get pushed and kind of pushed around, no guarantee Corki would have the same level of relevancy.
I think you've got a very difficult time just accessing the fights as well. It's not about raining down ultimates from 50,000 yards away that do 30% of someone's health bar every single time they even breathe near them. You've got to be getting into the action, you've got to be getting involved, and try and do that versus a Syndra, Vi, and that Poppy as well. Overstepping is a very dangerous thing to do for really any member of Rich Gang in this game.
Yeah, it really is. I do feel like the way that the champions play on Kaos is going to feel kind of alright in comparison to Rich Gang, right? The general kind of one-to-one interactions over their heads too, right? You think about Ornn being able to be blocked by Braum. There's enough range tools, right, out of the Kaos lineup that even Orianna might feel a little bit hard-pressed to find some good shockwaves from time to time. As speaking of trying to find good plays, you see Rich Gang trying to eye up a play down here. Flash play. No. What happened? He was already left, so we'll be seeing a play for the time being. Dragon is still a minute and a half away, so for the time being, both these teams just going to farm it out. And again, I think that kind of, if it benefits anyone, I will say it benefits Rich Gang a little bit. I think there's a little bit more innate scaling in the overall composition. But again, I feel like Kaos, I'm always going to be one that favors, you know, a little bit more agency in the mid game, right? Specifically, kind of looking past 14 to 20, 25 minutes. That's where you make your bread and butter. If the game is in an even state, I feel like Vi, Syndra, Caitlyn, these are champions that you make those very strong and aggressive plays with around the map where you can. We'll see if Kaos are able to execute on that though, as they were trying to spot out renewal somewhere. Couldn't quite find him as
We are.
he's down there making this play.
Flash play from Renewal, but he's not been able to get on top of Rhea. Still, it will be the prize as he flashes away under the tower, but he's not able to get on out of their third kill of the game for Rich Gang. Means that they claim the first of those feats as Warriors. Caedrel is going to trade away those grubs that Rich Gang took earlier on.
Yeah, definitely will. 3 for 3 will be the prize by the end of it. We haven't spoken about feats today at all, you know.
Good.
It's kind of just this. I agree. You know what? Whilst this game is probably going to remain quiet-ish, where do you land on feats? Usually this will be a play-by-play question to an analyst, but now that we've had almost, I'd say a third of a year, right? We're in April. Or I guess technically a quarter, right? Only 3 months apart. Anyway, semantics. How do you feel? Because to me, I just don't feel like the roots are where I feel like the balance team wanted them to be. But they're not weak, they're not strong, they're just kind of
Yeah.
You know, like they're situationally good, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. I do think it's a bit of an interesting paradigm where you get rewarded later into the game for having good performances in early, which I quite like. Diverse, I think you are brown bread, mate. Yep. Zoirin with a solo kill onto his enemy laner. He was getting bored of the discussion about feats as well.
Yeah, I guess he was. Easy solo kill. Diverse not having the best time of it early on. Andy lost his flash too, so he's going to be very, very vulnerable to a Shakal gank. Once Zoirin has that ultimate back up. Solid play. Andy's probably going to get a play off the back of this. And on top of all of that, it secures them the second dragon of the game. That stacking will continue. Excellent stuff from Zoirin.
Yeah, this game is definitely rhyming with last, where nothing crazy happening in the early stages, but one team just gradually building up more and more of these advantages. I do feel like Kaos, if you look at the scoreboard, if you look at what's going on in terms of gold, things are feeling just that little bit better for them. And if we're talking about this as the team with the composition that is going to have more agency between that 14-25 minute mark, we are right on schedule for them to start doing something.
Yeah, this is about the time. And with Syndra getting further ahead too. So much damage is going to be up on offer. I mean, Diverse got chunked out.
Yeah.
Dead again.
Ripperino.
This one even gets donated over to Zoirin. Good bro.
Ripperino.
Yeah. Not the best. But at the very least, you know, to be an optimist here for Rich Gang.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen in bot lane. Rhea's taken very, very low. Pepper with damage. The Flay comes through. And Renewal picks up the kill. Okay, okay. Both teams starting to throw hands a little bit more.
Yeah. Not bad. The gold difference isn't that big between the two teams, but weirdly, the state of the game feels maybe worse than it actually looks for Rich Gang right now. Especially as the mid lane tier 1 is, what is that, 700 HP? Probably a little bit less. Not fantastic, especially playing against the Caitlyn too. You have to remember, as a blue buff was stolen over by Shakal, given over to Zoirin now. He's got no flash. He could just do what he did earlier.
He could just do exactly what he did earlier.
And there's no recourse. He's not going to do it. Perhaps worried about Renewal hovering around this area of the map. And for good reason. He is here on the control ward, so won't make the play. But yeah, it feels worse than it is. Especially playing against Caitlyn, mid-tier 1 almost dead already. Caitlyn is one of the best champions in the game and like pushing tempo in the mid-game. And catching the waves up high and then rotating, right? Especially because she's got the ace in the hole, that semi-global ultimate. That's just point and click, extra raw damage for a side lane play, right? Like, it is just really ridiculous.
Ooh, Nodu attempting the flash hook in mid lane. Zoirin able to get on out of there. Rhythm tagged up. There goes that ace in the hole. I think Rhythm will be forced to give up this bot lane tower. He's managed to stay relevant in terms of the CS. The differential hasn't increased since we last looked at bot lane, but Rare being able to take away that first tower. Zoirin probably going to get this one in a couple of pushes time.
A cannon wave.
Yeah,
I think.
it's starting to slip away from Rich Gang.
it's not looking too great. Vayu's even proxying up here. I think Nodu's gonna try to interrupt this. It is a cannon wave too. This might have been a little bit more than Vayu was worth to pay the price for.
Yeah, it does feel like there's only one person in the NLC that is allowed to proxy like this, and sorry, Kaos, you lost to him earlier in the day. Now looking for something in the mid lane. Diverse getting caught out. In comes Shackle with the ult, claiming the kill as well. Reduce stuns him for a shutdown, and we're starting to see a bit more. Now the Pantheon goes down. Kill for kill for kill in trade, but it's Kaos that come out on top.
2 for 1, and I'll tell you this, it's a damn good thing Vayu A didn't die in that top play, and B didn't hit that Poppy ult, because they were able to kill Renewal because of it. Didn't knock him to safety. And again, we said, Diverse, no flash, 5 minutes. Shakal almost, you know, like clockwork, before that 5 minutes is up, is able to find that kill. And it does result in that tier 1 going down too, so now Rhea's going to be able to sit in the mid lane. Eventually, though, for the time being, they've slotted him into the top side just because of the way that the play fell. And Monchakal, I suppose, cleared the Wolf Cannon. Will probably make his way over to the Herald, though the Dragon spawns in 45 seconds, so Kaos, the world is kind of their oyster for the next couple of minutes. For the next 45 seconds, they need to make their mind up, and it seems like they will prioritize that Dragon. However, because they've made that decision late, Rich Gang, they've got the priority around there. They've got all the vision, so it could be a bit awkward walking into Fog of War.
Yeah, Zoran going to be swapping up towards the top side. It doesn't seem entirely clear what Kaos want to do at the moment, although the Syndra having the TP means that she could join a fight around that dragon if one were to break out.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea. Alright, teleport on the weak side of that, though Zoran is your strong member, so you would definitely prefer Poppy to be up there. And we'll see how just how it shakes out, to be frank. It does mean you'll get priority into Conan, and then maybe you can just walk down.
I think Kaos
definitely not the ideal lane assignments, but yeah, as you're about to say, Kaos are about to slip in and
yeah, they've just walked in. I think Rich Gang having to respond to that wave in the mid lane. What losing your mid lane tower does to you. And this would be sole point here for Kaos if they can pick it up. Rich Gang thinking about contesting. Diverse a little bit far though, as Nodu is going to find the hook, getting a decent chunk off onto Sniller as they provide a bit of disengage. Conan is going to be joining this. Rhea having to flash away, and actually Sniller goes down almost immediately. Bayu getting the ultimate off, and Shackle goes back onto the dragon to secure that for his team, but Bayu looks like he's going to be falling down as well. So Kaos able to get the objective, able to get that top lane tower as well. Overall feeling pretty fine about the trade, despite losing a couple of bodies.
It's again, it's a very awkward team fight. Rhea, you are dead. Very dead. 6-1 and 2 Renewal, that feels like that's crept up. Like, I feel like we've seen him make a bunch of plays. I guess he's been the beneficiary of every kill. He's pretty much. He's at 100% kill participation, so if Rich Gang have done something, it's been through him. Let's see what happened up on the top side.
Is this
the weak interrupt
a cancelled TP? Yep.
Yeah, I did think I saw a TP start to come down, and I was a bit curious why there wasn't an extra body for Rich Gang, and that's exactly why. Verse is gonna punk out this bottom side tier 1. Has the hover of Nodu too. Should be able to pick this one up and get a little bit of extra gold in his back pocket. And whilst, again, we've spoken in quite a lot of detail about how Kaos have had a pretty decent game state so far, gold is still kind of being pressed, you know, both ways, right? It's only really this massive gold lead between the mid laners that's really doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, as the total gold is, I mean, at this point in the game, 500 gold is practically nothing.
I suppose it's that question, do you favour the incremental advantages or one guy that just presses a button and kills you? Conan, potentially in danger, is going to get that lantern away, but you can see that Rich Gang are having to play a little bit further back when Zoran's around. 2 items on the Syndra, rapidly approaching his third. Very nice game from him.
Very good. Very, very good indeed. Looking like he's going to be going towards that Void Staff. Kaos should pick this Herald up. They're very, very small chance Rich Gang are contesting this one. I think for very good reason. Though they are starting to get to a point where, you know, the Muramana's almost there for rhythm. Diverse did go towards the row up, going into Leandri's second. So, in terms of damage, might be a little bit lackluster compared to some of the more burstier builds, but of course we'll be able to, you know, tank through some extra damage. I'm not going to say all of it. I have a feeling that unless we're seeing a Zhonya's third at that point, where, you know, I don't know how much damage we're really going to get out of the Ori here. As speaking of mid laners, Renewal.
Yeah, flash over, and he's able to get the stun down. In comes the call of the Forge Gods. Rich Gang really want to get this kill, and I think Renewal is going to grab it. Shut down for him. This Pantheon continues to grow in power. As Kaos looking to respond with a push in the mid lane, trying to take down this tier 2 as Vey was pushing in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the mini-map. Renewal has ultimate, so if they over-push this, maybe look for a play, but the rotations aren't coming in that way. A lot more just trying to cover what Kaos are trying to cross-map for. Tier 2 does go down in the end. Shakal is going to get a lot of those grubs. And probably should queue backwards.
Yes, there we are. That direction.
Alright. Oh! So, you got 90 seconds till the Ocean Soul Swords up for Kaos. That's a big deal. I'm not sure how much of the Void Staff chunk is Zoran going to get out of that base. It looks like the answer is nothing. None. It's just going to stay on the Blighted Jewel. But Deadman's Play is picked up. Top lane.
Leandri's for Diverse.
Yeah, Ironspike's coming in. I can't say I feel super confident in Rich Gang's ability to outright win a 5v5 right now. I don't know, something it just feels like they need more time. But we haven't seen them fight at item parry on Spike, right? Even Conan is about to pick up
Diverse. Oh no, he walks directly in between a Poppy and a wall. And that is death every single time. Renewal going into the backline. He's a bit on his own though, and Kaos are just able to chunk him down. The Pantheon is surviving for absolutely ages, but it's not enough. Vayu fends off the rest of Rich Gang from helping out their jungler. And now Shackle just having a little bit of fun with Conan. Not going to be able to take him down, but all that early dragon stacking for Kaos is about to pay dividends. Enemy jungler dead for the next 20 seconds as Ocean Drake Soul is hitting the rift.
Yeah, Kaos should be able to pick this one up for free, and I'm not sure if I can request it, but I would love to know if we could get like maybe a pick replay of what happened to Conan there. Like, it felt like he got basically just jumped on completely by Shakal, like off screen. Didn't get to cast his ultimate. Nothing. Because I feel like if his ultimate was there, maybe Rich Gang could have found a little bit more, especially Renewal in the backline. I mean, he drew 3 summoner spells out of Snilla and out of Ray by himself. But nothing could come together there for Rich Gang. I mean, to be fair, it was effectively a 4 versus 5. Diverse did get picked off very, very early on. But yeah, Ocean Soul. That's it. Done and dusted for Kaos, and now they can turn their attention to the top side of the map where that Atakan has sat waiting to be slain, and the Baron spawns in less than 30 seconds time.
Void Staff completed for Zoran as well. When we're talking about these big objective fights, it's so important to be on your spikes, and pretty damn close to level 16 too. This Syndra is, I want to say approaching, maybe she's already there at a point where it is so difficult to fight her in any context, and I think Nodu is going to experience that right now. Sit kill for the Syndra, bounty acquired, Rhythm having to run for his life, and Kaos kind of just doing what they want in the enemy jungle at the moment.
They are. Backs are against the wall. Reminder of the stakes here. Kaos lose this game, they go into the lower bracket. No Guardian Angel. A win here. Again, I'm not going to do the maths on air. Maybe. Not going to do it, but it should all but secure 4th place seeding at the very least. As here we go. Atakan's going to be picked up. This is Gracious, actually, which is not a surprise considering how quiet the first 14 minutes of the game was. total kills, so GAs will be picked up. And they can actually just start the Baron. It's right there.
Yeah.
They know that. All of Rich Gang just rotated over
Rich
to...
Gang, guys, like, we can't be doing that.
Alright, no, they're not gonna do it. Had a change of heart.
Yeah, again, it's Zoran's in the mid lane. You're not going to fight without him, and I think Rich Gang might just be able to kill... No!
No.
No.
Now they're really not going to fight about him, I guess. But...
Oh, man. Orianna Shockwave,
this is a game.
Pantheon ults, and he just goes, actually, do you know what? I know you've killed me, but I don't feel like it being dead.
And what if you had to do it again, but this time I have Flash?
Yeah.
And the rest of my team.
That would feel horrific. Kaos starting up the Baron. That Ocean Dragon is going to be so helpful for keeping them sustained. Wall of traps set up by Raya. Make it more difficult for Rich Gang to walk in. They want to be fighting in chokes. They want these Ornalt to go down. They want this Orianna Shockwave to go down. But so difficult when the enemy team have got this buff at their backs. Conan going to be focused in the front line, and his team just can't help him out at all. Survived for a fair while, but Rich Gang not able to offer anything. As now Kaos can just go, well, we've killed one of you, head straight back to Baron.
Yep, easy pick, and it's the frontliner too, with the big engage on it. Baron should be all but secured. Shockwave is coming. All right, let me pitch you a sale real quick. 4-man Shockwave, would be fine.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that's going to happen, Jamada, because Shackle's just gone straight into the back line. He's going again on to diverse 2-man Shockwave. Half as good as it should have been, and twice as bad as it's going to feel for Rich Gang.
Hey, I mean, the prediction wasn't far off, right? Like I didn't claim that there was.
We need to be working on the metrics like that you're operating under.
It was a high ground, low ground situation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then TPing back in as Rich Gang haven't given up contesting this Baron, but unfortunately for them, Kaos are just that little bit stronger. Rhythm taken down for the first time this game by the Poppy, and Kaos, I wonder what they're going to do. They're just going to go to the Baron pit again.
Yep, that they are. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know? Head back over here. Akon has one off. Does it matter? Nah, not really. Should just be big purple worm buff secured, and it will bleed over to the Elder. Now, how funny would it be if I don't want to say and accidentally will it into existence, but you guys know that. We've been here before.
Oh, no, Jamada, like, you tried to tease this out last game, and what happened is Verdant did an incredibly clean setup around the Elder Dragon, denied any vision from coming in.
Alright, but that was Venom Crest's fault.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like your ability to will stuff into existence is not really there today.
No, but they weren't listening to the commentary, so they, you know. It wasn't. Oh no, I can't say that.
I feel like that's a competitive integrity breach if they're listening to the commentary, Jamada.
Yeah, no, it would be. That it would. You're not wrong. Maybe it's a good thing they're not, actually.
Anyway,
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds until the other. This Baron is going to be really nice for Kaos to give them a little bit of that lane priority. No inhibitors taken, so not getting that for free, but doing a similar thing to what we saw from Verdant, just posting up in the enemy jungle going, you have to walk through here at some point, and that's going to be quite painful.
Yep, it will be indeed. I like this from Rich Gang. Try to catch this wave up high. You know, Kaos have kind of veered off towards the spawn side. Yes, you're going to lose the tier 2. Yes, big deal. The Elder's the
Oh, they might just get Shackle, actually, and Rich Gang in an outnumbered situation may be able to find it. Wonderful interrupt from Vayu. Buys time for Shackle. There goes the Shockwave. The fight finally goes down. 2 kills for Rich Gang, but all this time Kaos are pushing in that bottom lane.
They don't know what to do.
They're still
they
staying.
Could just stay. They're pushing.
They're going for the push. No. They're going for the push. Rhythm fighting up against Vayu here. Zorin and Rhea. A lot of damage, but not much HP between them. They're just going for it. Wait, Rich Gang got onto the Elder as well. Diverse and Conan have to stop the push. Diverse getting bumper-clatted by Zorin. And Conan will be able to take out the Syndra, you have to imagine, but Raya is just hitting onto the Nexus. Kaos by name. Kaos by nature finally get a win in the NLC seeding stage.
1 and 3 will avoid the last place in Group A. We're gonna talk about that. You know what I'm talking about. Well,
Yeah.
hey, Chaos aren't gonna leave the group. They're not gonna leave the group winless. They will find one win here, Rich Gang.
Yeah.
They've got one more game left, and it's against Venom Crest. So my hopes aren't particularly high, but hey, you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
Desk. What did we just watch?
Chaos. Chaos. I mean,
Love
there's so
that.
much to break down, but at the end, it goes down to decisions. I think it all goes down to decisions. I really like the way Pantheon was playing, like giving priority instantly towards the mid lane, bypassing. He was getting a lot of shit downs, but it's not enough. And the Caitlyn was not taking as many plates as we were talking about. I don't know. Okay, I need help. How do we phrase this from beginning? Okay, Fox.
Let's. Okay, so Renewal did great to set his team up for sure. You know, he sacrificed a lot of his jungle, his pathing, his farm to get his team plays, right? He was like 70 CS down at some point outside of the lane phase, but he had like 10 kill participation up against Shackles 2. You know, so that was the game plan there from Pantheon. Didn't work out too well. On the other side, Chaos mid lane. Zoro was sick. The Syndra was really good. Played really well and was a great backbone for the success of Chaos. And yeah, Caitlyn, you know what? I'll just let Trouble talk about that because I'm not convinced. And I feel like she might be more eloquent than I am on that topic.
No, trust me, I'm with you on that one. I'm like, I don't like Rob with Caitlyn either. However, I think they sort of restrained themselves on the pairings with Caitlyn because they didn't R4 her. They R3'd the Caitlyn, and then the Karma got banned away, right? So technically, your strongest pairing is out of the pool. So they opted to go with like a quote-unquote more of a counterpick towards Pantheon diving in. Also, the Brom had exhaust as well. Talking about Pantheon, I just want to say for Renewal, man, did he try! He was ulting mid, he was ulting bot, he was setting up bot lane, he was setting up top lane, he was trying to invade, he was setting up vision. Suddenly he looks mid lane, 4.3k down. What do? When Zorian is actually smurfing so hard on his mid laner, it's just so difficult to play the pairing. And even though Diverse had a couple of good ultimates, when you're down so much gold and you're building Rod of Ages, so you're going more of a tanky build instead of pure damage to try and salvage the situation, it means that your damage is pretty much non-existent on Orianna. Mosquito build for Orianna, there you go.
There was a point when he got a shockwave on 2 carries and you think this is it, and you see the elf bars go like, like, what's your reaction? Pantheon is like, oh boy, so I have a lot to do. And all those pairings, all that gameplay was not enough to bring them the win they needed. And this allows Chaos to get the W they need, because this might save them. We still have to see what happens later on. And we got some replays with the sound a little bit better what happened during this game.
Yeah, press flash breath. That's
Flash! I was thinking the same thing, just flash!
it's a good little.
Oh, this isn't fair, by the way. Look at the lantern. Okay, what are you doing?
Observers.
Yeah. Oh, mate. It's trash. I think that actually sums up Renewal's game very, very well. You know, he gets himself into a pickle because, yeah, it wasn't happening in mid.
Hey, I have the perfect song.
Efforts.
I have the perfect song for Renewal. He tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Because he got exhausted and he got put wards on top of the lantern that was his way out. What can you do, man? Like, honestly, again, these two teams are in a super developmental stage, and this was the game that they both had to mandatorily win. And the fact that we saw both teams sort of like step up and actually fist fight, and we saw like different champions coming through as well, a little bit more comfort for them too. it was a good showing for them. Was it enough? Have they actually persuaded us? I don't think so, but it's a great start.
Yeah, this lands him a little bit closer. I do believe we might have, this is the last replay before we talk with someone from Kaos. And kind of highlights all we had. It was chaotic. I think that the end game was the most thrilling thing about this one, because you're fighting for an Elder Dragon while your base is being deleted by a Caedrel.
Yeah. This was a weird one. This was a really I'm just not really sure what to say about this one. I think Rich Gang got a little bit too high on their own supply. They managed to get a good team fight and were feeling hypey about it. But this is a very peculiar base defense. There's not a lot going on. Ornn's got no cooldowns. There's Baron as well. It's actually quite tough to defend that unless you go for the champions, but unfortunately it just wasn't working out. And yeah, I feel like a potential Elder for Nexus trade probably not valuable in that one.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, he was smurfing it up, wasn't he? Zorain was absolutely insane in that game, and a well-deserved win. Kind of dragged his team kicking and screaming across the finish line.
Hey, you know what he did? He lost to Nemesis earlier on, fair enough. Nemesis is probably he's the best laner. He's like up there with the LEC mid laners for sure. However, instead of taking that loss as a bad thing, he drew energy from Nemesis and he channeled his own Syndra with a little bit of a Nemesis inspiration in there. 30k, he absolutely dominated it. I think Zorin was single-handedly the reason that this Pantheon didn't end up turning the game around.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing with Pantheon when you have that mobility and kiting potential. But also, let's talk with the one who prepared this champion select. It is Kohlberg. Hey, boss, how are you doing? Pleasure to talk to you. You got this W, which is so important and pivotal for your team. Were you worried at the beginning of the game? Because when I saw the Caitlyn R3, I was kind of concerned.
I mean, when Pant was 2-0 really early in the game, I was a bit worried, but I felt like we had the superior draft in this one, so I didn't see us losing it.
Okay. So tell me, how important is this win towards the team right now? I know it was not the easiest group, not the easiest path as well. So for this team, what do you think it brought to them?
I think this win is pivotal for us. Beating Rich Gang means we are not going to go down as the last seed in our group, which means we are playing in the upper bracket and we get at least one best of 3 before we either win or we play best of 5s. So it's nice to have a win on the board, and I think it's really important to get that feeling of winning starting now.
It's also good to highlight this team, because this team is still building up, is still getting it's still fueling up to what it's supposed to be. So can you tell me a little bit about how they play, how they interact, how the scrims are going? Let me get to know Kaos a little bit better.
I think this year we have a team consisting of 5 players who are having a lot of fun together. So we're having fun in scrims, we're having fun when we're winning, we're having fun when we're losing, So I think we're going to do a lot of limit testing in our scrims. We're going to do some limit testing in official, maybe a little bit less than we did in week 1, because I felt like we maybe trolled away a few games in the first round. Our draft was pretty experimental, I would say. So we're going to do a little bit less of that, and then I think we can match teams like Verdant and Venom Crest as well.
And what about you now, going towards you? How is it going to that position right now? Because, you know your way around the rift, and now you're the one telling people what to do and also how to pick and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, as a coach, I'm just trying to make people talk, because I'm not an active player anymore, and I'm not super into the meta. So right now I'm just making people talk, and we will get a main coach in after a while.
Oh, okay. Just making sure everything clicks together, and
Already from playoffs, we should have a coach in place for the officials.
Okay. It's good to know. But hey, you got the dough. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Yeah. Congratulations towards that one. Pleasure to talk to you, and I'll see you soon, I hope. Let's see if you get to the top of the bracket, on the upper part of the bracket. Thank you so much for this one.
Let's hope so. Thank you.
See you soon. And there you go. Honesty, and they're looking for that coach, and maybe they'll have the coach sports playoffs, because as it stands, at the last game of the day, if Venom Crest loses versus Rich Gang, I believe we have a 3-way tie. Chaos.
Whoa.
That means absolute cinema. Talking about that, the banger is right after a quick break. It's going to be Los Ratones versus Verdant. Don't you go anywhere. I'll see you soon. This is it! The one who wins the match will decide first place and then towards second place. Los Ratones, winning everything during the winter, winning the Masters, and now so far undefeated with a KD on the bot lane of 96 when Foxtrot was born. Meanwhile, Verdant, they're showing up as well. New team around the block, new roster around the block. What can they do versus the Titan? This is not David versus Goliath. I really think that we use that too much. David had a shot. He took him down with a stone. I think this is different. This is different. We need to find a new thing for Los Ratones.
First of all, you forgot Fox's birthday. It was 93 KDA.
Okay,
Okay.
that's so sweet, Tom, 'cause that's true.
I was trying to make you look younger, you know.
But this is indeed the match we've been looking for a specific reason as well. We have been looking for that one team that will rival Los Ratones. Last year, we thought it was going to be Roddy. Wasn't the case. Then we thought it was going to be Nord. Also wasn't the case. Bulldog Esports stepped up. Wasn't quite there to take Los Ratones down, and we still have to find that one team that will go toe-to-toe with them. Verdant have been extremely dominant in the way they've played their games, that particular sheet shows you that in anything that Los Ratones is number one, Verdant is right behind them in number two.
Ooh, they're so close between those two, and a lot of identical stats as well. Yeah, these two teams have both had a quality week one. Obviously, we saw Verdant and the Rats already play, and they're both taking those games here today, their first games of the day. So they're both 3-0 teams at this point. And I think it is, when you look at the stats, it's kind of hard to really draw differences between them, right? And so I think this is going to be some kind of Goliath matchup where, yes, if we do see a team challenge Los Ratones, this will be their hardest match so far here. In spring, I will just remind you, however, Baus predicted that it would be a 19-minute win with a 20,000 gold lead. So
yes,
he doesn't believe it's going to be close, but it should be a little closer than his estimations.
And if you go from top to bottom and we put these two AD carries face to face, because I know there's a lot of angles towards this match and we can hype it as much as we want, but Shiganari versus Crowny. I mean, Crowny has been spectacular. I know you revoked his KDA.
He died twice. Oh wait.
I'm sorry. I tried to defend you, Crowny, sorry.
He's not the KDA king anymore, even though that looks incredible. That's from week 1.
What is that
46
KDA?
KDA versus 32. I feel like what is really exciting between these two players is that they play extremely lane-dominant lanes. The Jhin on one side from Crowny and the Varus from the other side from Shiganari. I think this is why it's going to be exciting, because Los Ratones play super aggro primarily through that bot lane. They love having the pressure, but it's the same when you look on the other side from Verdant. And earlier on, they showed a little bit more of a reserved version, I want to say, of how Verdant usually plays. And I'm thinking that this might have been practice for how they want to play versus Los Ratones. We also talked to their coach, if I'm not wrong, and he said, we're going to be even until 80 minutes. That, to me, shows a more slow-paced game in his mind.
Can you slow the pace versus Los Ratones? You know, every single mistake you do, they take an arm, they take a leg, and now they're taking the blue side as well. 3-0, 3-0 for both teams. Whoever stands on the top of this one stands at the top of the group. It means you're the first seed on Group A. So far, Rumble, Titan loves that champion, and Baus hates it, so easy going.
Yeah, pretty no-brainers to take that one away there from Tayron. And the Scion in return. It's the retaliatory tariff for top lane ban. that's the slam down there for Rumble and Scion. And Maokai is also a bit of an unsurprising ban, because if you remember from EMEA Masters when Los Ratones won it all, Maokai was a pretty common ban for Los Ratones. I do not really like playing versus this, so getting rid of that one, put Noodle on something else.
Ooh, could it be a vibey one right here from Los Ratones? On blue side, they've done it multiple times, where if you look like a good angle from Baus, which it does usually, and he just takes it top lane, goes full glass cannon, Infinity Edge, Vi. However, that was a triple ban towards Baus, and I feel like they have done it a lot of the times where it's a triple ban towards Baus, they B1 the Vi, and they play with that in mind as a quote-unquote flex, but we all know where it's really going.
But question, if you pick something like that, you leave the Gwen available, and Velia likes to play the Gwen. This is not a Baus champion. So, this is interesting.
Fun fact.
Sorry,
fun fact. Noodle was the Gwen player back in 2022 in the NLC. He was playing Gwen, Hecarim, and Xin Zhao. So that's actually really, really interesting to see that the Gwen has been taken away in this particular meta.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so is the Ambassador in response? I've got a sneaky suspicion that Verdant might even think this is a top lane Gwen, right? That they're actually picking Ambassador into this. But I'm not convinced. I don't think this is a Bausy style champion, to be honest. And you guys have highlighted, Velia can play it. So yeah, I would expect that more towards the jungle side. The Xin, on the other hand, though, so as Gwen is a champion, can skirmish once she's got her first item, right? But before that point, she's kind of crappy in the jungle, and a champion like Xin comes fresh out the womb as a Giga Chad jungler, right? So this is like a really nice...
He was born like this.
He was born like it, right? And that's the one. So yeah, it's like, that's it. I think it's a great response into a champion.
So it's Gwen jungle and Vi top. Look, Los Ratones.
Or Gwen top and Vi jungle, you never know. They might listen. They might actually wake up one day and actually choose to play meta, and this will shock the world. Okay.
Yeah.
Now looking at the mid lane, as Azir is the one that jumps straight in mind.
And the Jhin.
Or Jhin potentially into the Varus. This has been the two picks that we literally highlighted between the two players, and I feel like for Crowder, this is his fourth Jhin in a row. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So
that's a magic number for Jim.
Pick the Varus and then go for the Azir. Just ban the Azir, and Los Ratones get confused. Is this it? Is this it? You take the Azir from Nemesis? Nah, champion pool is massive, so let's see what they land on. I was not expecting this, but at least it's a go button. It's a go button. Jhin, careful.
Actually, Sivir is picked a lot into Vi, but what a lot of people forget about Vi is that when Vi ults, she can smite the shield off of Sivir, and then the knock-up follows up from Sivir. So it's not really a counter to Vi if Vi has smite up, which she should, if she chooses to gank for a Sivir. Or towards a Sivir rather. So I'm actually very interested because there's a lot of push on Sivir, so there's one. And I feel like maybe through that they might try to get the counterpick on R5 for Obstinatus into Reckless to try and get lane control through that.
If Vi is jungle. If
this is the thing. I think if having like shoving lanes and strong lane pro is very good into Gwen, because Gwen doesn't really like ganking that much. So if that's a read, then I think that certainly could work. And then you're sort of forcing Reckless into something with a bit more range. Like maybe he does slam in like the Lulu or maybe the Bard or something, because he doesn't like playing melee. He doesn't like getting shoved in and doesn't like playing melee champions into ranged matchups. He finds it pretty unplayable. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see Sivir paired with something that can shove really hard. I know you've been harping on a Karma a lot here, Trouble, as well. Like we've seen like a Sivir Karma matchup pairing be really powerful with that like empowered mantra with the ultimate as well from Sivir. Like crazy things can happen there. So see what direction Verdant decide to go here in that bot lane.
Need that AP, but they're going to save it. Okay, tell me, Trouble.
Actually, I'm very surprised that they banned both of Senkax's champions that make a lot of sense together with the Zins. That would make them a really powerful mid jungle duo. But what's really more surprising is that they actually prioritizing the counter pick for Senkax right here. And we've talked a lot about how much experience Senkax is bringing into this roster. He has like a 10+ year competitive experience. And I feel like giving him the counter pick into Nemesis, stabilizing the mid lane is going to be the alpha and the omega of this particular game. So I really like the chances right here from Verdant to give that R5 to Senkax. Little caveat right here, Senkax does play Akali, and if potentially some sort of control mates comes through, like an Orianna from Nemesis that could be exploited by something like an Akali, we could potentially see that counter pick coming through.
Like that. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
We've got some pretty, aggressive agency-filled lanes as well from with an Ambassador and maybe something aggressive mid. Okay, well, that's something. Ryze is a pretty unpopular champion in the meta right now, and something that, definitely can get punished by the likes of the Xin. Relatively short range and doesn't have his own escapes aside from rooting people, popping his speed, and then the phase rush as well if he opts into that one.
Wow.
Okay.
I love
Okay.
that. I love that. Just OG point and click CC to flash
Hell yeah.
forward. Like you see how short range in general the Los Ratones composition is. Even Ryze and Jhin, they're pretty short range, even though Jhin likes to play from super far back. But the other 4 members are pretty low range. So I do like the Ani coming through right here from Senkax.
Yeah,
I like that too. I actually quite like
this.
it. It's surprising. Not a common pick, but like you say, low range, great setup, dogpile in with the Tibbers and the stun. Yeah, solid pick.
I agree. The range of Annie is perfect for the range of Los Ratones. And also keep in mind that Tibbers might be extremely fast with Sivir. That's going to be a dangerous bit, by the way.
And with the shield, right? Before we throw it to casters, I want to have everyone's eyes on Noodle. This guy on Zinzal has flashed from red to Baron Pit to blue buff invade, and this is the one time that we see Verdant on red side. So I want to ask our casters and our viewers to just keep an eye to see if that 2022 madness is going to follow through 3 years later.
We always talked about Velia could be the one to be explored by the enemy team. Can Noodle do it? Can Verdant do it? Is this it? It's time to toss it to the casters, the most lovely individuals on the face of the earth. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Archer. I'm still suspicious of intentions. I don't know what's going on. But this is the big question, though, right? Los Ratones 3-0 coming into this game. Verdant 3-0 coming into this game. The last game that either of these teams will play in the seeding stage. We have to favour Los Ratones. We have to think that they are going to get it done. But Verdant have really come together over the past couple of weeks and are looking like a pretty decent opponent.
Yeah. today. Opening game of the day, very, very solid stuff. Noodle had a very excellent early game on the Neferi. Champion was escaping my mind for a second. But all in all, I think Verdant running a very similar-ish theme composition, skirmishing jungler, and a lot of team fighting tools. Some snap engage, and the Los Ratones, nothing really feels too out of place. A Velia game on this Gwen. Be interesting to see how the Gwen performs in the jungle. We've been seeing it a lot around the world, but predominantly landing in the top lane. Of course, with Kaos being in the top lane, the Vi is always a champion. You have to always wonder if it's going to end up in his hands when this Los Ratones drafting it. And in this game, it has engaged, though, from the top in the support role, and Reckless on the Rakan, which is about on brand for Reckless so far in his champion pool. Typically about as engagey as he gets.
Of course, sitting there with the W start, able to get a lot of priority onto this lane early on and going for decently aggressive trade actually here onto Crowny. Both AD carries falling relatively low, but don't have the priority in terms of the wave at the moment.
Yeah, early shove. Not too surprised, and Nostlas does a very good job landing that crash down. Both these junglers are actually popping away from the bottom lane, so despite the very volatile start of that 2v2, I don't see junglers making their way down there anytime soon, unless Noodle does a complete 180, which I'm not necessarily expecting. As, yeah, Velia is also just going to continue on this full clear, so actually very curious about how quickly this Gwen is going to clear the jungle. Actually, the early buffs to the E cooldown is what really helps power Gwen through this clear. Gwen has always had a relatively... Is he going to go in? He has. I think... I'm going to assume Tayron didn't have rotations, and of course he's also level 2, so...
Yeah. Not got everything that he'd necessarily want to have in this situation, and I will say, even though that top lane was being shoved, it felt like Tayron was getting decent end of trades. Bot lane has gone very well for Verdant, with Crowny already being forced back. The early game here for Verdant giving us positive signs for how this game is going to turn out.
Yeah, so far, early on, it's not too bad. Noodle is finishing up that clear. Pretty big difference in clear speed between the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. Not many surprises, I would suspect. See if Velia's going to be able to get that double Skull Crab. He doesn't have Prio in the mid lane, so he might have to pull Senkox back, as actually, this might be an okay-ish time. Talk about that, because Senkox is on Annie.
Yeah.
It's not something we see super often. Merwin did actually pick it up in the LEC in the top lane the other day. I can't remember if he won. I just know he picked it, and it felt very on brand for Merwin.
Yeah, well, it does just feel very Merwin.
I will get confirmation for you in a moment's time, but either way, he's got the first strike, so that would indicate to me that he's going to go towards a slightly more bursty build, though there is always the opportunity that he does something a little bit more utility-focused. We'll just have to wait and see. As the desk was highlighting, it's a relatively short-range composition, so this can have a lot of value. Both junglers here eyeing up what's going down on the bottom side.
Obstinato's not going to be rooted up there, as Noodle has gone aggressive onto Velia. Reckless doesn't have that grand entrance cooldown at the moment, so decides against going aggressive onto the enemy jungler. Both teams just sort of chilling out in the bottom lane. Tayron here with a level advantage might actually be thinking about going in onto the Baus here. He has to flash away, but the Ambess is just that little bit better. The rookie in the top lane for Verdant, taking down last split's rookie of the split.
Look, I made the joke in game 1. I'll make the joke here. At least the feat isn't first blood anymore, right? But it is... Oh, hello. A little bit of a heavy trade. Potentially, though, the heal will try and equalize some of that out. I mentioned, because Obstina's actually dropped the Ignite there.
Yeah.
But Tyron, giving it 2 Baus there. As, oh my goodness me. Flash isn't quite able to find that pullback auto. And now Nemesis is
here it
actually
comes, the round warp. Obstinatus walking back up towards the mid lane. Shigenari fighting up against Crowny.
Oh. Everyone's going to walk away. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it happens like that, and...
there we are.
Yeah.
There we
now,
are.
the problem here is Noodle can just stop this, and this won't really be a big time waste for Noodle either.
Oh, he's already used the Q. He's going to get a turret shot as well.
Level 6.
He's ticked over to level 6, but the skirmishing power of the Xin Zhao is absolutely immense. This is what the champion needs to do. Mouse gets that knock up, and it's going to be another kill. And I think the crucial thing for me is that that was kind of just where Noodle was naturally pathing. It's not like Verdant had to send too many resources in order to secure that kill.
Yeah, opening through mid as well. Obstinatus. The grubs are up on the top side. Veli up. You get one grub, he did. Could get the second, he'd maybe tick over to level 6, but the collapse coming in from Tyron, and then of course that Obstinatus roam. Still secure 2 grubs, so no whole objective going over for a feat. 2-1 for Verdant on the grubs, and that dragon is still up and available on the bottom side of the map, where it has to be said Verdant have had a bigger slice of the pie when it comes to the priority.
Yeah. I will say, as it stands, Vals's prediction of 18k gold lead by 19 minutes is not looking particularly realistic. Los Ratones aren't going to be able to pick up this dragon as resets were coming through from members of Verdant, so still trading across the map, but very much both teams in an even position.
Very much so. The dragon will go down now. Just doing his best to get a little bit of poke in. How far do they want to go? You can see Nemesis is actually rotated over too.
Yeah,
he's going to force
really
Noodle
good
off of this blue buff. Again, the imminent threat of other members of Verdant collapsing always very real. I think what Los Ratones would love is actually for Crowny to hit level 6, because then he can offer up a lot of damage from a little bit further away without having to commit too much. I don't think they're going to be able to hit it off this bottom wave here. Velia's still trying to be a bit of a nuisance over here. They did hit level 6, and so did Reckless, so this skirmish just got a whole lot more frightening. We'll give over this blue buff, no doubt. Taking this fight, I feel like it would be a death wish for the game state.
Verdant look like they're thinking about it. Senkux does have the Tibbers, and he misses the stun onto Nemesis. It's not going to cost him too much now, but missed opportunity as Ultimate invested from the Baus, but Tayron just seems to have a little bit more in the tank. Doesn't dodge away from the Q, gets the grass proc. Very low mana here on the Vi. He's turning around. One more hit would do it. And the Baus gets a solo kill in reply to his opposite number.
Critically, Tayron missed the Q2 in the first rotation after he got ulted by Baus there, so doesn't get the execution. Baus finds a solo kill revenge back onto Tayron. That top lane is very, very volatile. It's old Vi versus new Vi.
Oh, Noodle.
Now that I thought about Noodle.
Noodle. It's on the wind becomes lightning. Easy as you like.
Very easy
Noodle's
to pick
done
up.
a pretty good job of cleaning up the mess that is slowly becoming of this top lane.
Yeah. Positive trades here from Senkux as well. Nemesis probably looking for a reset very soon. But yeah, it just occurred to me, Middlecore. I said it out loud as she was making the point about Noodle. It's old Vi. Well, you know, Vi.
Yeah.
It's not versus new one. The skill shot ultimate with... When you think about it, their kits are pretty identical. You know, just in slightly different ways. Like, all the mobility is baked into Vi's. All the mobility is baked into the passive for Ambessa. They both have a shield. They both have like a air quotes skill shot damage ability. And then their ultimate is almost the same. It's just one skill shot, one's playing clip. I just, you know, very ident. Anyway, we're gonna drop that. Just gonna leave it there.
I feel like you've uncovered a potential conspiracy.
It's just seeing them play against each other, you know?
Ooh! Ooh!
Okay.
Okay,
No
let's take stock. Yeah, and no flash either.
Yeah.
Shigenari escaping, just burning the barrier. So, yeah, not sure what happened there, but...
Oh, no, we know. Definitely
Don't use the W word, man.
Grubs are up in 10 seconds, 5 seconds even. Los Ratones would definitely like at the very least pick up 2 after losing 2 out of the first match.
Verdant needs to be very careful. Noodly actually going in for an aggressive maneuver. I'm not sure if that's the right play. Senkux does have that stun in pocket. And the threat of a load of damage, a load of AoE dropping on top of you is definitely something that Los Ratones need to respect as they're flashing defensively. And I'm going to be honest with you, Jamada, Los Ratones have not been pressured like this at any point in the split so far.
No, they haven't. I also really want to point out Senkux has been very apprehensive about flashing forward. As I said,
as he does it immediately to get on top of Valia, and it's not worked out. Potentially a little bit too reckless as the Los Ratones support is able to get on over the wall. Valse is here as well. 4v5, and Verdant still hanging around thinking about contesting, but I think you just got to run away from this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn around. I mean, the entire mid-seat just didn't flash forward. And then that's what we get. I have to feel Senkux is maybe in his head a little bit about pulling the trigger for so long. But Los Ratones, the result is they pick up those grubs. All 3 weren't able to find their target. Velia able to just stick it through all of the damages.
Went to clear the way, but Verdant were waiting for him, playing on the tendencies of the Los Ratones top laner. Not quite able to catch him out. I have to wonder though, how much does that mistake from Senkux actually mean? Los Ratones have got a 500 gold lead. Is that too much for Verdant to come back into this game as they're converging on the top lane?
Yeah, they're going to pick up a few plays, but Velia's in a very good angle, off vision.
Oh, lovely dodge from the Baus. Still focused down under the tower, but here comes that Gwen, and Shigenari has been snipped to pieces.
It's a horror.
Noodle looks like he's going to get victimized as well here. Obstinata's probably going to fall down too. Verdant, you had 12 minutes of going toe-to-toe with Los Ratones, but your fun is well and truly over.
That's the kind of play that really makes you think we might be in a bit of trouble for the next 10 minutes or so. Ah, man. It's just overforced. I feel like Verdant really wanted to try and get something back after losing out on those grubs, the mid-sequence where they didn't really quite find anything. Noodle had to blow his flash. And that's kind of the result, and Los Ratones were in the right place at the right time. They weren't looking to make play anywhere else. Dragon was, I want to say, just about up and available. But they weren't pathing down there. They're up on the top side already. And now as the dust settles on the map state, it just feels like what we're going to end up seeing is Crowley matches the shove from Shigenari for an extended period of time, and Nemesis on this rise is going to have side lane pressure. Could almost always be looking to rotate in first. The only way that Verdant can really break it is if they find a pocket of fog, use Senkux's ultimate, which he's used here, to try and poke out Baus a little bit in order to find a big pick and find a play. They're going to have to try and overload numbers into a side lane, but without tempo, that's very difficult to do. You're going to have to sacrifice something in order to achieve that goal. So far, again, Verdant have just been very apprehensive about pulling the trigger as a unit.
If we think about those rotations, we say that Verdant need to be there faster. Nemesis has got a realm warp. This Rise can be pretty much anywhere that he wants to be as Verdant look to mount the defense of this bot lane, and Tayron actually gets a very decent chunk onto the Rise, but you've got to watch Obstinatus, who's able to get on out of there. Noodle tanking up a little bit, opts to go back in onto Value and really not enjoying that decision and the consequences of it. Tayron rooted down now. Los Ratones are here. And Verdant are finding it very, very difficult to keep up.
That they are. That they are. Baus even winning out on this topside trade. Will he play one more wave? Will he commit the cardinal sin? He won't. He'll reset and play on the bottom side. If the top side play was, you know, maybe the penultimate nail, this play, I'm gonna say quite final. But they just placed the nail in the slot, you know. It's getting ready to get slammed down. As again, Verdant just, I'm not gonna say caught asleep at the wheel, but not really expecting Los Ratones to have that many numbers there in that kind of fashion. It's the only thing I can really say. They were not quite sat in the bot side with their ducks in a row. They're punished for it.
That gold lead now up to 4,000. I don't think we're quite going to get another 14,000 in the next 3.5 minutes. But for Los Ratones, they will be anticipating a dead red Nexus at the end of this game, and I think a lot of people watching will see that as the most likely outcome as well. Verdant have still got this shotgun nature of their composition. The Sivir is going to offer them ways to get in. The Rel, the Xin Zhao, the Annie, all of these are champions that can jump on top of you. Find the right scenario, but what the Los Ratones have been so good at is understanding what's going on the map, where they can stand, where's a little bit too risky. And that's going to make those engage opportunities so few and far between.
Yeah. Fog of War is going to be their best friend. It'll be a very limited resource, but they're going to have to use it very well. My major concern is to draw our minds back to the Venom Crest match earlier on tonight. That Verdant weren't particularly clinical for a lot of that game either. You know, it did feel like Venom Crest were just ever so slightly weaker. Baus, Tayron, is this just a fight to the death?
I think it might be. Really nice unstoppable there from Tayron, but he's still definitely on the losing end of this trade. Noodle is going to look to make it a little bit more unfair. Flash away from the Baus. No. Surely he's just dead here. That wall's coming up. Oh my word, every single time.
Without fail.
Without fail?
Without fail, it feels like.
He don't miss.
No, he does. Look, I'm not...
He doesn't miss very often.
Oh,
and he hits pretty damn hard.
That's a pretty good example of not missing. By Tayron. Noodle's not going to be... We've played these games before.
You've seen this story before. Oh, he's not that way, mate. That's your base.
Oh no.
Oh no. No, 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 no.
He's out.
He's out.
I think Reckless backstepped there for just a second whilst we had the fog turned on to Verdant's POV. My best guess anyway. 5,000 gold. Difference between Los Ratones and Verdant. And the items as well. Very representative of that. Sometimes you can have these kind of pseudo gold leads where there is definitely a gold lead, but
oh, very nice movement there from the Sivir. They're able to lock down Reckless, but of course he's playing Rakan, so he can just run on out of there. And meanwhile, Zenkugs dies off screen. Noodle dies on it. It's Los Ratones. Doesn't matter whether we can see what they are doing. We know it's going to be good. And Obstinatus is feeling very, very bad right now.
You know, what was it? 18 at 19? They might hit 8. I think he might have hit a 1 by accident. For a little bit of time here. Tier 2. Alright. Hey, hold on a second.
Just starting to get a little bit brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, my words. No.
It's a solid drift.
It's, oh, no! No!
Oh, no.
That man has got a green driver's license, and I know that for a fact.
He's got P on the bumper. Recently passed. That's what he's got. There you go. Just over 10,000 gold. Dragon as well, Abby. Ladies and gentlemen, this game might be over. Reckless. Splash down.
They caught out, but no. He's absolutely fine. Los Ratones reset the fight. Nemesis looking to get some people out of there.
Oh no.
Great escape, and Baus is left all on his lonesome. Trying to pick up one onto Shiganari. Dashes away with the Q. Obstinatus doesn't hit him with the stun. No! No! Los Ratones want stiffer competition. Verdant haven't really been able to tussle with them. It's on Ruddy Sack now. It's on Nord to get it all together. Baus is finally going to go down. But I'm not sure how much that's going to change the outcome of this game.
It's feeling like we might be waiting till playoffs. And deep in it at that. This game has been an absolute slaughter. Nothing more, nothing less. And it just feels like a lot of Verdant's issues this game have been relatively self-created. You know, it's been at their design. this isn't to take away from Los Ratones by any means. It feels like they've just kind of done what they've needed to do in many instances. Been where they need to be, playing for an objective. They just end up punishing Verdant for overzealous mistakes time and time again. I mean, hey, game like that, playing against your direct compare in the seeding stage of a group, happy to accept it, right? Arms wide open. As, again, mentioned earlier, Verdant, they need to use Fog of War. That is going to be their best friend. They are attempting to use Fog of War. Reckless.
He was on Fnatic for a little bit. I think he understands how this works.
Yeah. All his hard work, though. One vision plant. Hard life support. Very, very hard life. Still got a ward down in the top side, at least, so... We'll have...
The important thing is space.
Yeah. You know, another former Fnatic player. I can tell you a thing or two about space. Support role.
Los Ratones get the Atakan. Even more power, as if they needed it. I think Verdant, they had the start of something at the beginning of this game. Los Ratones are going to look to finish it. Death like that from Baus, completely unnecessary. Doesn't need to be doing that, but again, for Los Ratones, there's still 10k gold to the goods. How much does that change the outcome of this game? Probably not by much.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Still, pick as a pick. Feels good. You know, I liked what you said earlier. It's a morale kill. You know, it's like, guys, we killed the demon. He's died 5 times, and you press tab. You look at the rest of the team, and no one's died at all.
And I think to say something for Verdant, right? Because it was early on in this game. This is a very new roster.
Yeah,
got a load of players that haven't played much before. Like we heard about the 4 scrims before their 2-0 week last time out, and whilst this is a demoralizing situation, I feel like this team is only going to be getting better. They're only going to be improving. Those mid-game issues with understanding what they need to do, definitely something that they're going to be working on to resolve. Catch in the jungle, Obstinates just cannot do anything. And Nemesis with an aggressive Realm Warp into the back line.
Oh.
Double kill for the Rise. Tayron on the run. Senkuts getting on out of there, but Los Ratones, they've just got so much mobility. Triple kill for the Rise. And Nemesis is hunting for that Penta. Senkuts flashing on top of him. Velia saving his mid laner's life. No, will end up falling down in the end. Los Ratones, they can just do whatever they want. Baus is pushing in the bot lane. Velia's pushing in the mid lane. And Verdant, with only Shiganari alive, racing towards that top lane tower, there is nothing they can do to stop this.
Absolute stomp. Absolute stomp. You know it. And, you know, to squeeze out some what feel like obituary words for Verdant for this game, it's important to remember, we are thinking this team will still ramp up and probably finish top 4. But right now, I think it's very clear who stands alone at the top as Baus. Is it another death for the sake of it? Is. And is going to step away. Or is he?
I don't think he is. Noodle's going to be able to take him down. Gold lead shrunk to only 12,000 in Los Ratones' favor.
Let me get a goal for that. Go in for that.
Yeah. If this is a football match, you'd need a hell of a halftime team talk.
That indeed. That indeed.
Got Baron, 15 seconds. Chemtech Soul, just over 40. Verdant have no business being anywhere on the map apart from their own base, but you can see, even still, they're trying to set up something. Obstinates and Noodle hiding out in the enemy jungle, anticipating a maneuver towards this Baron, but none of the rats are there at the moment.
Who's pathing to the top side? You know what? Screw all the setup, Observer. Let's look at the top lane real quick. Let's see what's going on up there. No. Yeah. Oh no, he's wrong.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Bausy, how do you get on out of this one? Q dash away. Noodle following. Flash over the wall. Baus. He's just different gravy, man.
It's just funnier when he does it. I don't know what else to say. It just, you know, his name tag above his head, just ×2 on the funny meter. By default. Uh-oh. There's a 3-level difference. Senkup's will pick up that wave on the top side, I assume. Nope, stepping away. Doesn't want anything to do with it.
There could be someone there.
Yeah.
Los Ratones.
You know what? I've
Should be
seen
able to
Noodle
pick
win
this
these.
up.
I've seen,
Yeah, he doesn't have. Oh, stop DPS. Wait for the mark to fall away. Verdant jungler without flash. Oh, this is just cruel. They can just sit on this for as long as they like. Verdant have to make a move at some point. Baron on 3k.
Get in there,
Noodle
lads.
can get over the wall, but he doesn't even get a chance.
Bloody hell.
And now Los Ratones, Brownie raining down with the bullets. A little bit too far from Verdant to find and engage. They've got a nice stacked wave. A couple of waves stacking in the top lane. The Baron buff, they're going to be able to empower. They're going to be able to push forwards. And Verdant still have all those super minions to deal with. Obstinatus gets caught out in the jungle and he is just dead. Nothing more to be said though. He's going to pop over the wall and cut through Noodle like butter. Another kill going down. Verdant attempting the defense in their base, but it will not happen. Only one team will stay undefeated in this group, and of course, it's Los Ratones.
And to boot, else has to pad the death stats just a bit more at the very end. Not much to break down here. Clean, decisive punishments of Verdant's over-eager movements on the map. A few times to completely break this game open. And yeah, Verdant will end this group 3-1. They will secure that second place seed moving into playoffs next week. And first place seed here for Los Ratones, finishing 4th in Group B. Looks like a real scary predicament to be in.
Yes.
As if today was anything to go by, Los Ratones will simply be stripping away your Guardian Angel going into that first round of Robin next week.
Yeah, we've got our top 2 seeds from this group sorted out. A lot more action to come though with one more game. Let's go to the analysts. Let's see how we feel about Los Ratones going undefeated in seeding stage once more.
They can't keep getting away with this. They
Yes,
just
they can.
demolish. Yeah, they can and they will. Their macro is just on another level. It's on another level. It's ridiculous. And to begin this game, let's break it from the bottom, like from the beginning. I think there was an angle. I think it was well done from Verdant at the beginning of the game. And everything was being smooth sailing until it wasn't. It just storms.
But this is usually the case with Los Ratones, right? Because you're so good in macro, all you need to take is one skirmish, one fight, one invade. I feel like Verdant did really well in terms of lane priority. They had 3 lanes of full priority, and Noodle actually was able to abuse that in the early game and grab a couple of kills for himself early on, which then they managed to snowball. But this is the problem. If you keep pushing the pressure and you keep trying to kill over and over again, particularly around bows, Los Ratones will just insta-punish.
Yeah, a few good like solo plays happened. It felt like the dam just broke after a point, didn't it? Like Baus got a solo kill top side, and then as we started going on, Baus solo killed Senkux, Nemesis solo killed, the Ambassador in the side lane as well. There was just, yeah, once it started falling apart, it really started falling apart. And it was, yeah, like, so you highlighted it, Georgia, like this is just, you can't 3-man dive Baus and take him down to 50% HP and then die. He can't. I mean, it's not great. It's not a great recipe for success. But he's such an expert at outplaying these situations. He draws so much attention to himself, and he knows exactly what to do when that attention comes towards him.
Yeah, and particularly I wanted to, like, obviously you can't see it anymore, but I wanted to draw your attention on the map when this play happened, because instantly when you see Baus under pressure, instantly you see the bot lane, Crowny and Reckless move from mid lane, they push out the wave, they move from mid lane all the way up, and then you've got also Avelia wrapping around on the Gwen. So again, these sort of micro movements on the map and how snappy and quick they are, if you keep sitting at one place for too long, Los Ratones will absolutely punish you. However, However, they are not flawless. So we do have a clip for you guys to see where Los Ratones could be exploited. If we can play that one, thank you very much, production. Now this is a big problem. I don't know
Oh no.
who gave this man permission to drive this thing, but it's not a good one. Okay,
Hey, let
okay.
it go.
I guess
He hits it.
production took it from Tale as Old as Time, and they took us all the way back to 1930s. But here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. He's actually aiming for bot lane tier 2.
They got robbed. He got robbed.
Some people will say Riot in caps lock in the chat. I see you, I hear you. However, license revoked.
Dude, look at those damage numbers, man. This was not... Of course we highlighted bot lane, Crowny versus Chicken Army. Look at that, man. They might as well not have been in the game. It was all about the rest of the map, wasn't it? And Velia especially on that Gwen. That damage is disgusting.
Not
and
only
for
the
a
damage.
Rise as well to be that high before
Yeah.
30 minutes. So, yeah, just... I mean, they're just so... Even when we highlight the big threats of Los Ratones, we talk about Crowny. Like, they're just... Every single one of them is a threat. You know, every single one we could highlight and talk about and bring up how great they are and how the other team needs to solve it. And it's just like, dude, you can't solve all of them at the same time. It's so difficult to do.
It's a constant climb, and the diamond gets polished every single day. And, well, they got another one to do it. And this one has a lot of experience, so for the first time, joining in Odoamne into the interview. Welcome.
Hello.
Pleasure to meet
Hello.
you, boss. How are you feeling?
Great. Was a little bit nervous with the boys, but you know, official day comes and then they show up. So it's just another Los Ratones special.
You got the Gwen as well. You got the Gwen open for you. Do you think that was a mistake giving Gwen to Velia? No, enemy team, not you.
Well, to be honest, probably enemy team scouted and said that this guy can't really play Gwen because he's not really practicing. Because, you know, if you look at the Solokyo account, I think he's playing Zaya and stuff like that in the jungle. So he has different priorities. But you know how it is. When my man is so good and so diverse in his champion pool in the jungle, he can whip out the Gwen first time and play it like that.
Boss, tell me something. You joined this project. You joined this roster filled with familiar faces. What were your first thoughts as soon as you joined in? Like, guide me through the first day where you had to work in the job, where you had to clock in and work with them. At the end of the day, what were your thoughts?
Well, I thought that, you know, it's quite easy to start a job when you have the GOAT in the mid lane, you have a literal world champion on support, you have Messi in the top lane, you have Freak Master himself, ADC, and in jungle you have Velia. You know, I mean, sometimes you need to have dead weight somewhere, and it's in. I pulled the short stick in the jungle department, but that's fine.
No.
But you know, it makes my job a lot easier. You know, and as a bonus, I think on the first day when I was here, I think the hardest thing I had to do was try to explain to boss that when you're so good at the game and you go scaling runes on every single champion you play, you don't even buy potion, you don't even buy Doran's items. Imagine how good he would be if he would just buy Doran's items and go laning phase runes so that he can scale and be the GOAT like he is. But he said to me that he doesn't need that, you know. So I'm like, I guess it's gonna be a bumpy ride for the rest of the split with the boys.
That's what I want to go to. I had a conversation with him, and he was talking about different point of views, and it's interesting to get those different point of views and find like meet in the middle. How has it been to work in those different point of views? Because you have to adapt into a new play style as well.
It's been an interesting experience so far, especially with the bunch that I have right now, because I can channel a lot of my previous experiences and also a lot of the difficulties I had when I was communicating with my coaches back in LEC. I felt like sometimes I would be having coaches that weren't really understanding me, and even though they tried their best, now that I'm on the other side, I feel like I get to channel a lot of that experience to the guys I'm working with, and especially with Bousy, right? Because he doesn't really like my points of view, but I feel like he's applying them, you know, like sneaky in the background. Because my goal the first day I came in, I said to everyone, I said to the chat, I said to the stream, I said to Baus that I don't want him to stop going 0-10, right? I want him to go 0-10, but I want him to go 0-10 better, you know? So that's why I'm here, is to make him better at going 0-10 and not make him into this boring meta slave pro player, because that's not what Baus is. Baus is the Messi of League, and he needs to stay that way. I just need to teach him how to do a little, you know, like another football trick.
You are the goat, by the way. You are the goat on the PR training. Like, you're the goat. Tell me one last question from me, and I'll let you talk about this specific situation. I think it needs to be highlighted to show everyone who you are, by the way, because most individuals get debated to the 1v1 with Baus and get deleted. Everyone has been punished. He teased you on the cannon. You taught him a lesson. Now in front of all the internet, after defeating Baus on his, you know, dark realm, the shadow realm, what do you have to say?
Well, to be honest, I felt like when I beat him first time with Cannon, the trust has been broken between us, and I felt like our relationship got damaged in a very bad way. And then we had to do a best of 3 where he defeated me and I let him win. So now the whole world and himself, the most important himself, now he's very happy, and I feel like our relationship is a lot better because we saw him today. He moved to mid lane, right? He didn't push side lane so much. So I feel like ever since I let him beat me, now he respects me more.
Love it. Trouble has a final question for you, and we'll let you go. Final one from Trouble. Tell us, Trouble.
Hello, Odo. I saw a coaching session that you had with Reckless, I think a couple of days ago. And he was basically trying to explain to you that he wanted to find timers where he can be more aggressive. And you explained to him that it feels like he, quote unquote, falls in love with one of his teammates throughout every single game. And he will only follow that one player, whether it's Crowny or Nemesis. And you try to find ways for him to enable Velia a lot more in the jungle, so Velia can play a lot more aggressive. Do you think that has worked in these 2 games that we saw today?
I think the boys have the typical, sleepy scrim game. So I feel like in scrims it's not really happening a lot, but on stage everyone's ego kind of comes out and they're a lot more locked in. I felt like himself, he really locked in a lot more in communication. I thought he was a lot more active and a lot more proactive. So I'm really, really happy with what all of them they have been doing, because compared to scrims now on stage, they've been doing a lot of the things that we've been working on, that we've been trying to apply. And it's a level of proactivity and control that I haven't really seen from them until now. So I couldn't be happier with the boys for their performances today.
And we can't wait to see a lot more. I'm going to let you go, Odo. Thank you so much for the interview and best of luck in playoffs. Congratulations on a flawless seeding stage. And we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Goodbye.
Bye.
Good one.
Wow.
Good to know the new member. That was
Almost
good.
Arshram. Almost Arshram for a second.
Wait.
All right. Well, we're going to go on to a very quick break. But before we go to break, since he's muted, we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
Arozzi skapades av gamers för andra gamers. Vi har en känsla för vad kunden vill ha. Gamers har vuxit upp och vill ha en modernare stil. Våra bästsäljare är Arena Desk och våra olika modeller av gamingstolar. De har fått pris inom ergonomi och hållbarhet.
This is it. Last game of the day, and from Group A as well. Venom Crest takes on versus Rich Gang. This is important. If Venom Crest wins, everything gets seated up, no tiebreakers. But if Rich Gang wins this one, we have a three-way tie that is going to be disputed during Friday, and we'll announce it at the end of the stream. But for now, we need to focus on this one. It's a rough one, but it has to be done. And Venom Crest so far, I mean, Kobe has been playing so well. Gooby, you know what he's capable of doing. The rest of the team is there, so the results are not happening. Why?
Okay. I feel like a lot of the times it's more than especially AD carry performance. I think it's so difficult to carry from AD carry position right now, and even though Kobe has been putting in the numbers consistently, I feel like the rest of the team hasn't quite clicked together in more of a macro level. I feel like we keep beating that over and over again, but it is what it is. For Venom Crest in particular, I want you to look at their drafts. They play in a very particular style. Facilitating jungle, strong AD mid, fighting top lane, and hard shoving bot. They play for really, really strong lanes. And I feel like if they can manage to master this particular playstyle, they will be unstoppable.
Yeah, they tried a little bit in their game versus Verdant, right, with somewhat similar, you know, AD mid and stuff like that, but didn't quite work out. It's worth noting, though, that Venom Crest so far have only dropped games to, up until our last game, the undefeated teams in this group, right? So Los Ratones and Verdant, they're the only two teams that they'd lost up against. And here against Rich Gang, this is a team that has been hella struggling, I think is fair to say. 0-3. And the spirit in which these games have been going, it's been quite difficult for Rich Gang here. A complete 180 from what we saw from them in winter. I will say though, some bright spots. Renewal was really solid in the jungle. I think Rhythm Nodu as well were solid down bot side, and yeah, there's things to play around and things to work towards, and Venom Crest will still have to respect Rich Gang coming into this one.
Fans on, and obviously Renewal is looking at the Pantheon as, should I? Is it? If I get the lead, or do I need something else? PTSD. Meanwhile, Venom Crest.
I'm actually excited to watch Renewal again. I feel like he showed a lot of good qualities in terms of his clear, his ganking, pathing, his timers, like all that stuff. So I feel like if Diverse manages to go at least even with Nitro in lane, we could see a Renewal that's a little bit more unlocked on the map to make plays. The Rumble being locked in here, usually the pick into it is like a Jace or potentially a Galio, but we'll see what Conan chooses to go with.
Yeah, I want to see as well the aggressive jungler, as you mentioned. But I kind of feel like Gooby isn't the style of jungler who would punish Renewal for his hard gank style as well, right? So Renewal will sacrifice his farm and play more for ganks, and previously we see him fall behind in farm because of that. But I'm not sure Gooby, being that role swapped ADC, necessarily has the kind of playstyle to punish. He's been much more facilitatory in his role, and he's going up against Renewal in the Fury. So that is kind of spooky in and of itself, to be fair. We thought the Pantheon was going to be scary. Well, you can carry a lot harder on the Fury.
There's a lot of dashes, there's a lot of movement coming in from Rich Gang. It's not going to be easy to land an equalizer. And also, if you want to land those shots, it's not the easiest task, but it's Kobe.
Ooh, I see a lot of range in general, because usually when you think of Rumble, you think of he's a melee champion, flamethrower and all that, but his ultimate, he can play from super far away. And Kobe's Ezreal is one of his best champions as well. However, again, things like the Jhin and the Misfortune are open up and available for Rich Gang. And I wonder, with Exante in front of them as well, like things like the Jhin, the Misfortune, like so good when they have frontline like that.
Okay, this Poppy now being locked in, probably going to go into Gooby's hands here. It would either be him or Wendell, but I think it's pretty fair to assume that's going to be that Gooby pick. And so far we're creating this team comp that wants to play with Kobe, do some beautiful Kobe things, and I think that's smart because he has been, in my opinion, by far their best player, most consistent player especially. and you know, the name itself, he is their most storied player too. It's nice that we're getting some more kind of tertiary, secondary threats come through as well, the likes of the Rumble. But yeah, I think he's got to be a guy, and on this Ezreal, certainly he can do that.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm a little bit confused that the Orianna got locked in right here. I feel like it's more for Diverse to feel comfortable on a pick, but I would have rather seen like a more aggro AD carry to potentially sort of push Kobe and a tower. And I wonder if Venom Crest right here are gonna try to not necessarily target the AD carries, but potentially target a pool, especially at support. That could be problematic. Now, seeing the Braum, that kind of screams to me that they're not going to go for any sort of Karma Ezreal shenanigans, because Braum really does suffer into the Karma. So they're most likely looking for something like an Alistar or Rel, something to engage so he can set up for that Rumble.
I think engage is super important here, especially if we assume. I wouldn't even mind like big dive at this point, slamming that Yone in mid side, you know, and then just take something that wants to jump in as well. Red carpet, Yone, jump in, boom, you know, and like I think that's so solid for Venom Crest and what they've been able to achieve as a team. I think it's why having these like AP tops really valuable for Venom Crest, because it does enable this flexibility in the mid lane for Knight to play these AD champions and not feel too punished for it. And all he's played so far is AD champions, right? You did mention it, Trouble. Like that's where Venom Crest have had success, but it's literally all that Knight's done. 2 games of Tristana and a Yone game. See if he defaults into one of those again.
Second severe of the day, but you need some time to get to that position.
Yeah.
Where she becomes feared. Do you have it? Because you know Kobe is going to be stacking as well, farming as well, and getting dangerous. That 3-item Ezreal is a menace.
I feel like what's really going good for Rich Gang right here is that Sivir has infinite priority through that bot lane, and again, Naafiri really does thrive with priority lanes. I'm waiting to see what the matchup in the mid lane is going to be, because Orianna does suffer, especially at level 3 into that Yone, and he does become dangerous. He does have kill pressure, and neither is a Yone player, and he's gonna lock it in. So I'm a little bit scared, seeing as how the diverse lanes have been going through week 1 and now week 2, so I'm a little bit worried about that mid lane matchup.
Yes, I mean, I did say I wanted to see it, and I think, you know, you just have that crash down comp where everyone dogpiles in and it's horrifying. I don't want to see this Lulu here. Okay, so my issues with Lulu at this point, Lulu Sivir, okay, cool, right? You've got your enchanter to set up the Lulu and to set up the Sivir. It can pair well with the Fear as well, right? That's fine. But how bloody squishy are Rich Gang right here? How squishy is that team? Who's gonna hit the SQ and be cool with it? Kasante, okay, that's fine. One person, like, you don't have your good engage. The disengage kind of sucks as well. Like, sure, you got the polymorph to deal with Yone when he jumps forward, but mate, oh man, you're just gonna get torched. There's such a high damage comp from Venom Crest. I'm scared for Rich Gang. I'm really, really scared. It's Sivir or bust for this one at 40 minutes.
Yeah. And also Rel is really happy here because he has 2 targets that like to shield, and he can break shield, so...
Yes! Oh my god, it just gets worse.
Venom Crest are looking good on this draft, and if they win, they get themselves a good seed, or else it's gonna be a 3-way tie to wrap up the week played on Friday. If not, we'll just move on and let you know by the end of the show how things are looking. But let's toss it to the casters so they can guide us through into the game itself. We love you very much, Mare Minocott. Was this on?
The whole day is very suspect. Like, after it was, he did it once or twice, and then
it was twice, and then he's overcompensating. I can't really believe it, like, with my chest. But we are here, last game of the evening. We've tied up 2 of our spots in this group. We've got 3 more that are going to be determined, as the desk was talking about. Look at these drafts. I feel like Venom Crest likely going to be favoured, but Rich Gang, this is where you've got to put it all on the line. You really don't want to be falling into that lower bracket right from the get-go of the playoffs.
It's not a fun place to be, right? It's just the end of the day. Even if, you know, you end up rolling a okay opponent in the bottom like half, like from the teams that get knocked down, you would still prefer to just end up in the top, you know, half, even if you effectively end up losing the very first series in round 1 in the upper bracket. You'd still rather be there, Venom Crest. I see them have a slightly better performance than earlier on today, because of course, we're talking about playoffs first. Venom Crest lose this game, we've got a hilarious string of tiebreakers.
Yes.
Coming your way on Friday, if that does end up occurring. So, talking about Guardian Angel, I suppose in some ways Rich Gang are technically playing 4-1 via some tiebreaker matches around then.
With how that game against Verdant earlier went for Venom Crest, they were never the team in the lead, they were never the team firmly in control, but managed to put up one hell of a performance, stretch it all out to 40 minutes plus. To come from a situation like that to now having to reassert your control over the middle of the pack in this group. Definitely could present a little bit of an issue for them. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Renewal kicking it off at the red buff. Gooby doing the same.
Yep, both junglers red buff. I think one thing that is a bit important to mention is Gooby, yet again, is playing against Neferi. I'm hoping, for Gooby's sake, after how it unfolded earlier, we don't see any, we don't see him be too busy on the map. Because if he does it in a particular way, that enables Renewal to farm up. Whilst I will say, the Neferi performance earlier didn't end up being too impressive, right? Like, the efficiency early on was kind of the most impressive part about Noodle's Neferi game, as unfortunately, we haven't had one all day, actually. So no, we had one in game one.
Yeah, we had one in game one.
It was pretty brief.
We were due one. Has to happen. We did just get a little bit of a shot at the bot lane. Lots of discussions on the desk about the efficacy of the Lulu, at least for the very early stage. We are still going to have that double ranged into ranged and melee. So push being secured there. As expected by Rich Gang. We are out of that pause. Nice and quick.
Yep. To see that one resolved with efficiency. Yeah. As we will see the spot out.
Gooby getting a Raptor camp.
Ah! I don't believe it. Oh, hold on. No. Pan back to the mid lane. I need full. Yeah.
Averse knew that this was going to happen, and Gooby doesn't really have a good angle to get a charge there, so first gank not getting too much, as in the bottom lane, Cover and Wendell have been separated somewhat. Rhythm doing a decent bit of damage, but very low on mana for the Sivir, who is quite gated by that resource in the early stages.
Yeah, needs used to need a bunch of mana items, right, to even survive. His Essence Reaver Rust used to be what it was back then. I haven't seen that item be meta in a very long time. When I think about it, though, whenever Essence Reaver is strong, I don't have positive, positive associating memories of itemization from certain champs. So maybe it's a good thing. It is a good thing that it's not strong at the bit as. Speaking of strong, Caedrel and Rumble. I haven't seen that match up to date. Rumble, of course, tends to win out in the very early stages, and then Caedrel, once he starts to get a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Item?
Magic, yes, I am.
Level?
Look, long day. We're in game 5. I'm hungry. I've only eaten once today. So the cognitive functions might not all be there for this 5th and final game. You've had your fair warning, as Gooby has been spotted on a ward, and what did I say earlier? Being too busy.
Yeah. I mean, Conan's busy getting burnt right now, but I think Gooby might be getting burnt, as there's nowhere that he can really... Oh, no. Too busy, and I think Doxy might be in a little bit of pressure here. Dodges away from that knockup, and he absolutely needed to!
Oh,
the scrap shield is just enough to keep him alive.
Uh-oh.
Renewal on the hunt now for Doxy. Just getting slowed there by the Electro Harpoon. He's going to get pushed away. Rich Gang striking first, and sorry to say, it was a misplay from Gooby that allowed them to.
I don't think I've seen a banana combo on Poppy before. That one was quite something. Crash down, stun. Diverse. Not going to be under any pressure. It's actually Naya. It's going to be alleviated of some. And an important difference here between the mid laners. Naya has not reset. Diverse has. Now both supports will be here to aid their mid laners. And not that I'm just reading off the lower third, but that boss check was actually quite helpful. So make sure you check out Arozzi. And Kit Kat, hey, breaking the
Hey, yo!
At the same time.
We've got useful sponsors.
Yeah.
We've got sponsors that do things that people want. Love that.
Love that. I will say, and I mean, technically Arozzi are paying for a portion of my check today. But ever since I've had this chair's been quite nice. It's getting a personal commendation from me. I feel like there's always a stigma around gaming chairs, aren't there? Right? But this Arozzi one, it's doing its job. It's doing it bloody well. It's the first gaming chair I haven't had a sore back in, which I think says a lot.
Haven't had a sore back in.
Yeah.
Okay, no. It's just
so my back is not sore, and it feels.
Your back
supported.
is not sore. I think it's very important to clarify. Obviously,
Yes,
contracts
of course.
being on the line and all that.
yeah, that's true. It's very, very true. Objectives. Ian taking Gooby's getting the grubs on the top side. This looks pretty secure here for Rich Gang. So much so that Renewal even smited it early just for the damage. Is not worried at all about losing that one. Might even just use the double smite just to get through it quickly, and he does. Gooby hunting for jungle camps. He's going to secure a red buff, though. You know what? I might have said secure a little bit too early. How quickly can Poppy really clear this? You know, those buffs from the other patch ago. Doing a little bit of work. Important thing, Renewal used both his smites on the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, Gooby.
Oh, okay. He's got it. He's got level 6 as well.
Yeah.
So he should be able to get himself
Who
out
else
of
has
there,
level
although
6?
multiple members of Rich Gang are rotating. There goes the all-out. The equalizer is going to get thrown down. Burn a little bit through the health bars of Conan and Renewal.
No.
Second time that Gooby has had to be bailed out by his top laner. It is shaky stuff on the north of Summoner's Rift for Venom Crest.
I can't handle this. I'm too far gone. So much stuff just went a little bit around. Like, Conan didn't immediately ult Gooby into no man's land, into the pit. Sure, it would have taken him away from Renewal, but like, you know, who cares, right? Then everything else that followed, that was a strange turn of events mechanically, is how I'll pose that to everyone at home, who I'm sure, and I hope, is having a good remainder of this evening. Rich Gang, they need to make their way down to the bottom side, because this wave is crashing. Middle cop.
Yeah.
And they're going to do that, actually. They're rotating Diverse over. Can they turn this into something?
Dobby does have that arcane shift, so can just get over the wall, should he need to. Does feel like both teams playing, well, I say both teams. I'd say 9 players in this game playing quite risk-averse as it stands. Gooby breaking the mold a little bit. No real leads emerging kind of anywhere on this map. Slight CS differential in the mid lane, but really not all that much to talk to call home about.
No, not at all. Only 1 kill in almost 10 minutes. I think we could be getting a voracious Atacon. Just some guesstimations on that one. Still, of course, 5 minutes to change that fate. There's Renewal. He's hovering around. He's got a little bit of time. There's no jungle camps up for him. Wendell won't quite find that stun, but I feel like if he didn't commit it, that could have been an
Kobe.
issue.
Down under the tower, has got that barrier on him, but there's just too much damage coming out from the Nefiri.
Not even going to look for the redive. Take the kill, walk out. Kobe's death is good enough. Couldn't find an opportunity to flash. And even if he did, I think his fate was sealed. Good dive. Clean dive. Rich Gang don't lose anything across the map for it.
I think if we do the sort of on paper, look up the Leaguepedias, what have all these players done, Venom Crest would be favoured. There's a lot of storied names on this roster, a lot of players who have been a pretty decent level in the ERLs for quite a while. Rich Gang, much newer, much more fresh. As it stands in this match that could be so pivotal for how these teams end up doing in playoffs, Rich Gang are the ones that have come out of the gates a little bit more favoured. Wendell slowed up here as both teams are looking to contest onto these grubs. Scooby going in, getting the knock-up into Wendell's crash down. Wonderful immune from Renewal. Able to run on Aluret, getting the shields, getting the heals. Venom Crest just can't kill that Neferi.
That was 4 ultimates invested to try and kill Neferi, and 1 well-timed W on a basic ability that gives him invulnerability.
I mean, it's not just ultimates. Look at summoner spells. 2 flashes burnt there, at least, from Venom Crest. They are going to be able to get position over these Grugs, but TP coming out from Conan as Niter is going into the bot lane. Venom Crest are never going to have enough people here to contest this fight. I think they accept that, leave Gooby to his fate as Rich Gang pick up the last of these grubs.
Busy Gooby. Well, hey, 5 out of 1. Not bad, I suppose. We'll see how they can use it. I think especially through Niter on this Yone, be the main beneficiary of that sacrifice, shall we say. I think that's going to be, and this is going to be the place where Venom Crest really have an opportunity to maybe play out the game, is through these side lanes and through Yone and the scaling. I think 5 versus 5 is just going to be... You're playing versus Lulu, Sivir, Orianna, you know, with a front line. I just don't see it happening. I don't see it coming together many times. See how Venom Crest managed to navigate those moments, though. As who knows, maybe they can prove me wrong. Our Dragon is being secured for the time being as well, off screen, or started up rather. By Venom Crest. They could split the Dragons a piece. It would feel really good for the game state. Renewal is there though as always.
Ooh!
That doesn't.
Well, if you're a Rich Gang fan, that's good for the game state. RG looking in, Gooby able to secure it, and now Venom Crest go forward. Shockwave coming out massive from Diverse. As Renewal goes on to Niter into the backline. The 1v1 between the jungler and the mid lane are won by the Yone, but Rhythm runs down Wendell.
What a combo. On the front of that fight. 3-man Shockwave, 2-man knock-up from the Wild Growth. And we've got a replay of this topside 1v1. Is it just 100-0? It is.
He just wins. He just wins.
Yeah. Not much to say about that, but down here, this is where things really get a little bit freaky. Good. Untargetable, then this combo here. Just absolutely magnificent. Orianna Shockwave, and then Renewal takes a trip back to Timbuktu with the Soul Unbound. But you can see, like, the front to back is always going to be very, very solid from Rich Gang. That was a very good example because the Shockwave was very, very efficient at doing its job. That's why I feel like Venom Crest is always going to struggle. They're going to need to just, again, rely on Yone with him to his item spikes. I'm guessing he got warped, off the back of that play, and he does. I like this from Venom Crest. Just try and overload numbers without trying to sacrifice too much into Niter. Oh, he's gone.
Well, might have gone a little bit too far forward. Shockwave comes out. Yep. A toe over the line. That's all you need. And that push in the bottom lane, that pressure has just been completely released as Rich Gang just getting the better end of things so far, and it's starting to build into meaningful advantages. Conan's so far ahead in the top lane. Diverse gets on out of there. Rhythm there with the most overpowered first item that you can get on an AD carry. He is off to the races. It really is all on Niter as it stands to get something out of this game for Venom Crest.
Exactly, and I want to speak about his opposite number for a moment. I know he just almost got caught out, had to flash away, but Diverse has really made up for his earlier game performance on the Orianna again. Back-to-back Orianna games today. Shockwaves have been excellent so far. Realistically, off the back of those Shockwaves, it's Rich Gang finding success, so we want to highlight his opening moments of this game thus far, but it is his direct lane opponent who's got all the onus on him to make some plays. Knight up, like you said, played the Ruin King. I know you were joking about the Essence Reaver, but played the Ruin King probably is the best first item in the game. A long shot, and he's going to have to make good use of it. I'm curious about if they're ever going to try and swap around the lane assignments, Rich Gang. Because I think what they would really love is to actually have Cassante into this Yone. And there you go, they actually have done just that now. Whilst it's kind of okay to have Orianna in the 1v1 matchup if the wave is like closer, right, to clear out the waves, the long extended lane.
Oh, hello.
Shockwave combo.
Going in, ball on his back into the combo. Doxy can't do anything.
Oh, it's a late TP.
Very, very late from Niter as Nodu has been potentially caught out in the river. Gooby getting the knock up, and here comes some more CC. The flash away is not enough, but the wild growth
Really
by
solid.
so much time keeps him alive. And Rich Gang make the play, and they get out intact. And all this time, Conan's going to be able to push down on this bottom lane and potentially look to pick up first tower for the RG squad. Niter needs to be careful though, goes back in with the ultimate as Wendell gets into the play finally. Diverse goes down and Nodu might be soon to follow. A bite back from the fangs of Venom Crest.
Very, very good play.
Get a little bit too close to the fire.
Yeah, very, very good play. Great turnaround. Niter knows Diverse doesn't have flash, so just straight up raw ultimates him. Knows he can't dodge it. Very unfortunate the shutdown doesn't go on to the Yone as well, but the kill, the tower, it's all going into the right place, more or less. See how many items he's able to pick up off that Noon Quiver, so about 875 gold, if I've done the maths right, away from the shield bow. And once he has that, then he's going to be a real problem on the side lane. Uvi and Renewal having a bit of a... well... it's no longer fair.
Well, someone else has gotten involved.
Yep. That's a big win. That's a really big win for Venom Crest. And the kill actually goes over to Kobe too, so he's feeling really good, and he had an excellent Caedrel performance earlier on.
Conan now going to be the one that's caught out. I'm not sure if the Cassante is going to be able to get on out of here. We said that Niter needed to make something happen, and he has well and truly done that. Surely the Cassante isn't able to 1v3. There he goes, shut down for Gooby. The last couple of minutes, Venom Crest have really turned up to this game.
They've just identified that Yone is the way and is the future. And them seeing some success here. And Nyer even actually has the Herald for himself, so he's going to drop this one and pick up the tier 2, almost no doubt. The Dragon is up on the bottom side for Rich Gang. Too secure, but someone has to come and answer this.
Yeah, second Drake for both teams doesn't really mean all that much. Game state now. 4 gold on this Yone, though, will definitely be impactful. I think Venom Crest needed this passage of play in this game. Now going to be looking for the mid lane. No, not
quite. We
no
panned away
passing
before
their
the
driving
crash.
test. Yeah.
Like, you know in those like bait like videos where like something cool's about to happen and it just cuts away at the very last second? That's what that felt like. You know, like the bread falling over or like an axe hitting a tree.
Hey, let's not talk about the bread falling over.
Why not? What's wrong with the bread?
No, there's nothing wrong with the bread, and I feel like you're disparaging it. Renewal going in for an aggressive maneuver onto Kobe. So much damage coming out from the Fury, but not quite enough as now Conan goes under the tower.
Well, here's Cassante.
He's allowed to do that.
Yeah. Okay. No one dies. Well, they did get Kobe summoner spells. That's a very big deal. See how his positioning changes without those summoner spells, and if Rich Gang can punish the lack thereof. What I would love to see is actually Niter get shifted back down towards this bottom side now, where that tier 2 is. You can actually see Doxy's taking a reset. I'd love if Niter just cleared, maybe just even this next wave, give Doxy an opportunity to just like roam mid. Niter just kind of moves down towards the mid lane here for a moment. I think that'd be the best course of action. Give Venom Crest a window to make a play. I don't think Rich Gang will be able to do anything about it. There you go. Roaming over. Rhythm needs to be a little bit careful, but he is playing Sivir.
Eddie getting jumped onto by Gooby. Venom Crest have recovered very well in this game.
Yeah, this
It's
is
not
good.
just Nita who's looking well, the whole team seems to be flowing a little bit better as Rich Gang have faded. I think after the misfortune of last split for Venom Crest, this split needed to be better. It was looking a little bit shaky in this game. But if they are able to secure third place in this group with 2-2 records, have a bit more confidence going into playoffs. This is a group of players that can do great things.
Of
Team
individual
that
talent.
we anticipate to level up. Roster that came to Venom Crest during the offseason said, hey, we all want to play together. We all like each other. We all like the way that we play League of Legends. And you have to feel that once we start getting into those playoff stages, that camaraderie, that companionship between the players on this team is going to serve them very well.
Almost certainly. Almost certainly. I mean, so many of these players have just had very successful domestic careers in the ERLs, and of course there's Kobe, who's got a long CV. So you do expect Venom Crest. Again, you know, the seeding stage here is very unforgiving. Being best of ones. It's really about the playoffs. And again, assuming they can continue to extend this lead, close out, and secure that third place going into playoffs, they just continue to ramp up, right? It's another week of scrims and preparation and just getting used to how each other play. Like you said, everyone here, kind of friends, right? Came to this organization wanting to play with each other. I mean, a recovery like this definitely shows some good mental fortitude and trust in one another.
Absolutely. Renewal looking for Nita here. He's a couple of levels down, but he's really doing a decent job up against Odoamne. Nita looks to turn it, though. Back to the Soul Unbound. Renewal is going to continue the chase, but the rest of Venom Crest pushing in the mid lane, pushing in the top lane. Nita flashing away. I'm not sure if Renewal's got enough in the tank to finish this off, and it was a long chase in an attempt to kill the Venom Crest mid laner. Unsuccessful, and you're losing towers for it too.
Yeah, not the best. If you do find him, though, it's a 381 gold shot down. You get his flash. That's the important part. There is a small caveat, though. He is getting pretty close to Infinity Edge. BF Sword combined, I think he's about 2k gold, right? He's there, so he won't have it for this next dragon, but he's still very, very scary, and even getting that additional crit cloak has pretty much pushed him up to what? I want to say 80-ish% crit chance. So he is going to be hitting like a truck now. I'm not sure Rich Gang can really do anything about it either. Have to be a very big shockwave from Diverse again, like we saw earlier on in the game.
We're still looking for his second item. Coden trying to assert himself. Kobe getting jumped onto into the shockwave combo. They found the Ezreal, but can they actually kill him? He's limping out of there. Arcade Shift just about survives, and Venom Crest turn the play against the Rich Gang. They look for something, they didn't find it, but Gooby is falling very low without Nita in the fight. Venom Crest are lacking significant power in these team fights. But he's off on the other side, getting towers, pressuring for Inhibs. Rich Gang need to respond. Venom Crest, all you need to do is stop the bases.
Yeah, they're going to do just that. I don't know if he can cut through that whole town, though. The next wave's there, so he'll do just that. And hold on a second. Oh, flash away. He's got flash of his own. Flash for flash with Kobe.
Yeah, it's another 1v3 here for Conan.
I reckon he's got this.
I don't think so, unfortunately, mates.
I mean, hey, man. Dodged down a couple of those last-second skill shots. Got the Q3 knockback. One more auto. Never know.
Oh, Diverse, you just cannot be standing there at all. He is dead. He is gone. He is out of here. Nita has really put on a sterling effort in this game to drag his team kicking and screaming at points into relevancy, into ascendancy, into a lead. What we're starting to see as well is the rest of the team follow suit, get themselves into decent positions. Second drink of the game for Venom Crest going to be picked up here. No contest coming out from Rich Gang. Baron hitting the rift just over 10 seconds.
Yeah, and despite how hotly contested a lot of these skirmishes have been, and the kill score being 8 to 9, it is a 4,500 gold lead in favor of Venom Crest. They've just been doing an excellent job of procuring gold, and in particular, Nita has been the big beneficiary of that. He's just picked up an Infinity Edge and an additional component going towards that Death Stance, or maybe G8. Fourth, we'll have to wait and see which one it is. But with that Infinity Edge now, you don't want to be near him. If your name is not Conan, and even if your name is Conan, I don't think you want to be.
Alright,
Actually started, yeah.
TP going to be pulled. That's all Venom Crest wanted.
Job's done for the time being.
Although looking for a little bit more, finding a flank in the jungle. Hugo's invulnerables. Conan pulls the Poppy back over the wall. Conan unstoppables the ultimate, gets the knock up as well. And Rich Gang are not done with this game just yet. Searching, hunting, desperately looking for more members of Venom Crest that they can cut down, but not quite able to find access. Yule though, looking for Doxy. There goes the shockwave into the unstoppable as well. Nita getting the ult back onto 2 into the fray. We're not causing any bodies to drop to the ground. Venom Crest though with that little bit of a re-engage. I feel like they've scared off Rich Gang. They're going to force Renewal to reset. Nodu's going to go back as well, and this is going to buy time for them to reset and start up this Baron again.
One more dance, perhaps. Wendell wants to stop the base here, but Wendell does not know he is on vision. Saw that little shuffle, perhaps. We'll step away. Goodness me. Very, very high tension game this has ended up being. Despite the gold difference. A positive looking-ish fight for Rich Gang, able to dissuade that engage. A couple of things going their way. Nita not quite being in rage. I think the Soul Unbound was on cooldown, and so was the ultimate. That's why it took so long for it to come out. Stepped away for a few moments. Venom Crest had to. But with a Yone this strong, they can go toe-to-toe. It's just that the execution has been a little bit lacking. Inside of Venom Crest, they're going to start this Baron up again, and I mean, they can two-man it. That is just... yeah, they can do that. I'm not sure. Rich Gang...
They do not know.
Nope.
They lack critical information. Doxy going to move over.
Now.
I think they know. I think they know now, but it is way too late. Baron for Venom Crest. Wendell going to be the price they pay. Ubi knocking back too, but Rich Gang still looking to get in. The Steadfast Presence denies that additional engage. And
what to say.
With how strong this Yone is, though.
Yeah.
Baron buff on a side lane. That is going to be pretty scary. Already pings going down onto that bot lane inhibitor. Venom Crest know exactly what they want.
They do. With that Nash, they want to get some stuff done if they can help it. So far ahead in the game now. We've spoken a lot about Nita, but even Kobe, he's at 3 items now too. So is Rhythm. He's got no Infinity Edge in sight right now. I imagine that'll be his 3rd item pickup. Has the DPS mostly in lock. With the anti-heal too.
Wave clear as well.
Always going to be a big deal. Venom Crest do have a very short range composition outside of the Ezreal, so sieging is not going to be their strong suit. They are going to have to either allow Kobe to put that poke in or find a pick.
Oh, nice flash from Doxy getting out of the shockwave. Lays down the equalizer as well to secure his escape. That really is the big go button that Rich Gang have got for themselves. Weren't able to find anything with it. Still, the siege is going to be difficult. So difficult to step up to these towers. Bot lane inhib going down is going to help eventually, but still only normal minions spawning in there for just a little bit. Catch coming out onto Gooby. He has to flash away, and Venom Crest, I think they're just going to be waiting for these cannon minions to do the dirty work against these towers. Rich Gang back away for a moment. Venom Crest look to capitalize. Wendell coming over the wall. Conan dashing around, still going to get hit by the stun. It's slow, it's patient, it's poised from Venom Crest. Rich Gang are slowly bleeding out. Without much reply.
I mean, how can they reply without their Orianna and the Fury combo? It does feel very, very difficult. That is their engage tool, right? That is a part of the drawback of having Lulu, though this is no shade or criticism of Nodu's performance. He's actually had a very, very good game for himself. Oh, there's no Norlis, there's no Leona. He's just providing a lot of utility. It's either Conan goes in, Renewal gets a shockwave on top of him, or you're just counter-engaging on Venom Crest, right? And you are kind of at their mercy in terms of how the fights start. It's all reactive. Sometimes that does feel a bit shady.
Last dance complete for Nita. This Yone is probably not going to get much stronger before the game ends. Unless Rich Gang can pull out something special in this upcoming fight. Wendell just forcing back Conan. Ensuring that this top lane wave is going to be marshalled in without too much trouble. Like this from Nita, applying pressure in the mid lane. You need at least 2 people to answer him. No one can go toe-to-toe with him, and that
maybe 3.
Opens up potential pushes in the top side. Waves not quite synced, so Venom Crest won't be able to get much here. It does just feel like a matter of time for the Rich Gang.
Put a bit of
Before
pressure
Venom
on
Crest
someone.
come down.
Here, drop a soul unbound, see if you can force something out, if you can get a Q2, because Sivir will just do that to the wave. They'll evaporate it, they'll stay a little bit out of sync. Got top wave up there, which is probably about to get deleted. Knight is clearing away this wave now. Rhythm's on the bottom side, but again, there's no pressure. Without Baron, it's going to be very difficult.
You'll be just winding up that ult.
Yep, we'll cancel it. On that. I think they actually brought it even lower. It used to be 30 seconds. I think it's 15 now. Yeah, 15 now on the cancelled element. I can't remember when they did that change, but I remember for a long time playing Poppy in the jungle. It would always feel a little bit bad. You don't get to cast your ult fully. It was a very lengthy cooldown these days. Venom Crest, I mean, likely just going to wait for the Baron to respawn.
That'll help with the wave clear issues that they've been facing. Sivir, Orianna, substantially less effective when those minions are wearing purple.
True. They need the purple cape themselves. I mean, this is all going to be about the shockwave, right? And whether or not it's able to break apart and engage. But I feel like Wendell, underneath all of the hype of what Knight has been getting done, has had a pretty solid game himself. Finding a lot of multi-man gravity wells. Continue to do that.
Might be able to find one here as Rich Gang are pushing it through the mid lane. Just trying to cut these waves, clear them as far away from their base as possible. Reduce the pressure. Fly a little bit towards Baron. Do have 2 TPs here on the side of Venom Crest. Could be some shenanigans as that wave moves into the base. Rhythm not answering it for now. But Rich Gang feels like they need to make a decision and they need to make one fast.
Yep, that they do. One wave's being cleared out by Diverse. He's got Azonias. It's gonna feel nice, that stasis. But this Baron is gone
again.
Yeah.
They're just 2-manning it again, and Rich Gang once more. I mean, I don't think they've even turned out at the house, never mind being late to the party.
Don't invite these guys to a shindig. Might not show up. Well, Baron, 50 seconds on that Hex Dragon. We'll see how important that is or isn't. With the Baron buff now, the wave clear is significantly more difficult. Venom Crest, what can they get done? Oh, maybe a little pick here onto Wendell.
Yeah,
Polymorph
he's into
too.
the polymorph. He can't even cast his ultimates. There goes Nita, and he shuts down Rhythm. Scooby going over the wall onto Conan. Doxy trying to burn them as much as he can. The rest of Rich Gang able to get away. Support for ADC. That Sivir being dead is crucial 45 seconds without your 4-item ADC.
That's the main part of your wave clear component too, so 3 inhibitors is the bare minimum. How much more can they look to strip away? Can they close out the game? That's the big question. Gooby
jumps onto, doesn't quite get the stun onto Conan. The rest of Venom Crest going forward. Naito polymorphed when he goes for the engage. Nodu potentially saving his team's Nexus for now. Renewal getting a bit feisty, looking forward. 3 inhibs dead for Rich Gang. But Venom Crest can't end it just yet.
Not just yet. Hex Soul gonna be required here. There are the gates. And Venom Crest haven't spent their gold. Kobe's a little bit low on mana. He's actually getting ulted.
Oh, Shockwave! Not going to be pulled, though. Rich Gang still have that tool. The Dragon's falling low, but the health bars are low.
Oh, Wendell!
Wendell! Oh, that was magic! Oh, that was exactly what you needed to do! 3 members of Rich Gang wiped out in an instant. And for all the gumption, for all the spite they've shown over this game to deny Venom Crest victory, it will not be enough. 3rd place in the group secured by Venom Crest.
It will end the seeding stage 2-2. They will deny the necessity for tiebreakers. Great stuff, honestly. I mean, Venom Crest, it was a pretty big turnaround. They were actually down like 2k gold at one point until Naya started to come online. And right when we needed him most, we said, like, Wendell was the guy underneath, you know, the bigger, badder team fights. Finds an excellent engage, which basically just finally puts Rich Gang to rest in that last fight.
I'm not going to lie, Jamalda. I feel like your ability to manifest things on the Rift has returned in full force over the course of the games this evening. That was our last game. We're going to talk to the analyst desk in a tick. Jamada, final words from yourself.
Fantastic way to close out Group A. I'm excited to see what happens in Group B tomorrow.
Yeah, Group B and then playoffs. We'll see you in a bit. Archrob, take it away.
Thank you, boss. Group A is done as we speak, and we got everything solved without the necessity of tiebreakers. It was a long one. Venom Crest versus Rich Gang. Rich Gang tried to take it, but at the end, I mean, Nefida was kind of concerning at the beginning, and it was raising some awareness towards that champion and being invulnerable just because, but it was not enough, as we've seen.
It was struggling to really convert the early Nefiri presence into something meaningful, right? And this is the thing for Rich Gang, is I actually think they played a solid game early on, for sure. Their mid game was decent as well. They had some okay team fights. But it just felt like they lacked the killer instinct to close the game out, and Nita specifically for Venom Crest on that side lane was constantly generating that lead, farming those minions, getting that gold, putting that pressure down, and there wasn't really an answer for it at the end of the day.
And I feel like Venom Crest were a little bit more put together as a team in terms of macro. I've said it, and I'll say it every single time I see this champion. Yone becomes a champion when Below the Ranking gets completed. You can abuse him in the early game, push him under tower, try to out-skirmish him. We saw a skirmish early on that Yone literally tickled everyone. He just had berserkers, and that was it. And he was just tickling everyone. But once Below the Ranking became a thing, there was no one that could stand up to him on a side lane. And that became a huge problem, and I think Venom Crest used that very nicely. It would create pocket vision, allow Niter to push a side lane, and then they would take control of the neutral objective on that side, or have him TP into the fight. I feel like they played the waiting game really well, and I will go back to what Foxy was saying at the very beginning, is just a lot of squishiness on the side of Rich Gang, and Yone absolutely loves that.
Yeah, and it was a chaotic team fight every time around, and that allows Yone to thrive as well, no? Because you throw a lot of lights and a lot of chaos, and Yone's like, okay, let me get that good angle to just wrap things up. And talking about wrapping up, this was the last fight of the game, which kind of symbolizes everything we had. That was a beautiful
I
rail
mean,
multi.
the combo is insane. Wendell's rail combo plus the red carpet, and then the Yone follow-up as well. I said it was kind of just like that crash down comp, and that was the perfect example of it. You go forward and everyone else just jumps in as well. Yeah, really hard to navigate that when you're just kind of caught with your pants down a bit, as Rich Gang were.
I mean, Ezreal damage is Ezreal damage. We all know that. But Rumble and Yone, it took them a while to get online, but as soon as they did, and even Nafidi fell a little bit.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good example of we were winning until we're losing for Rich Gang. A little bit of a disappointing start of the split, I want to say, and obviously moving towards playoffs, finishing last place in the seeding stage means that you will only have one life and one best off to play in playoffs. So Rich Gang need to figure this out really quickly on how they want to play the game, because their opponents are not going to be easy. We talked about this particular group not necessarily being the easiest, with Verdant and Los Ratones being quite dominant compared to the rest of the teams. However, moving forward, going from a 4-0 seeding stage in winter to a 0-4 is a really tough 180 degrees.
This chart really just shows you what Trouble was highlighting, like the team play from Venom Crest and the way they moved around the map. Like, look at the objectives for Rich Gang here. Epic Monsters, one singular grubby crap compared to on the other side where we run out of space for the bloody icons. Drakes 2 dragons to 4 and towers 2 to 11, bro. Like, they just couldn't get it going on the map. Like, even though, you know, we played 20 minutes and it was pretty equal, and even when they were losing, they weren't losing by like a massive amount, considering all that gold basically just in that mid lane. Like, you'd think they could maybe do a little bit more, get a little bit of something out of it, but they just don't seem to quite have the positions on the map, the ability to convert those things, and yeah, it was unfortunate for them in this one.
And at the end of the day, we still have to think about this team and realize that if you go into playoffs like this, Venom Crest, they still have to fight versus teams that may not allow them to come back from the earlier state of the game. So we have to start looking into the future right now, and all those big teams are going to be there. Okay, I was just checking some information because we're going to get an interview coming in from Knighted as well to talk and wrap up the group.
The man of the hour.
Which is, yeah, the Yone. It's not my Yone, but it's a Yone. Okay, he is ready for the interview. Bring in the Yone. Hey boss, welcome to the interview. Congratulations, you escaped the Dark Realm. You're no longer in tiebreakers and anything like that, but it was a long one, wasn't it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit exhausting to play versus every wave clear, but we knew that we would eventually end with Nash, so it was fine.
Okay, so with this in mind, you move into playoffs. You have the Guardian Angel, as we say, where you can lose one game and go to the lower part of the bracket. Looking into the team and how you got here, looking into this path, how do you feel looking into playoffs? And is there any team that you feel might be complicated to play against because you're going to be facing Repeat to begin with?
I haven't really watched all the Group B games, to be honest, but my idea is kind of that Los Ratones is the only like really good team, and everyone else is beatable if we play well. So I'm not too worried.
I see that point of view. But as you went through this path, what did you learn the most with this team, with this roster?
What did I learn the most? Sorry.
Yeah, with Venom Crest. What did you learn the most, or what was the hardest part getting into playoffs with the roster for these two seeding stage?
I mean, we didn't really get to practice too much together, so like a lot of our synergy now comes from the actual official games we play, and it's just nice like progressing and getting to play together.
That is rough. We didn't get to talk to you before, so if I have the chance, do let me know a little bit more about yourself. Like, you joined, you're on the NLC, you're showing up as well. The Yone was clean. What would you like to achieve? Like, what is your goal as a player? Most people are like, hey, I want to go to the LEC. Other players like, I just want to see where I go. What's your objective, Knighted?
I mean, personally, I wasn't planning on playing, but my friends gave me like the opportunity to play like NLC just as a like 5 guys that like our good friends can play together, have some fun, you know. So I'm just kind of playing for that reason.
And is there anything building like a little fire of, I want to go a little bit deeper on this. I want to invest a little bit on this. Or are you just a chill guy playing a chill game?
I mean, the idea is just like we're just 5 friends chill playing. It's not that deep, you know. But like, obviously, we want to go to LAN if we can and just have some fun there. Maybe beat Los Ratones later. But we'll see about that.
Just a maybe.
Yeah, it's a maybe. Let's be realistic now.
I like that, Nathan. I mean, you have already, if I'm not mistaken, you played versus a few teams of Group B. I mean, you scrimmed versus a few teams of Group B. If I'm not mistaken, 2 days ago you played versus Ruddy. So do you feel comfortable moving into that point, or is there any team in Group B that you feel like could be a little bit far away? I know Los Ratones are the team, like, yeah, everywhere the team is beatable, but you already have a sense of Group B.
I think we can beat anyone if we play good. We can also lose to anyone if we play bad. Like Ruddy didn't, like they're pretty good, but it's not like they're unbeatable. The only unplayable game we played was versus LR. So
okay,
would be the only team I'm like actually worried about.
That's good to know. That's good to know. Fresh start as you move on into playoffs, Nathan. Thank you so much for this interview. Pleasure to talk to you, and the best of luck. Just have fun. Just enjoy it.
Thank you. See you guys.
I'll see you soon. Just a chill guy playing a chill game. That's all.
Just a chill guy.
Sometimes that's all we need. But what do we have today? What was the menu? Is everybody filled with the menu of today from Group A?
Bro, don't even make food references. I'm so hungry, mate.
I
Just
did
get
it
on with
purpose.
it.
I did it on purpose. LR still undefeated. Verdant showed up today, but versus the Rats it was complicated. And then Kaos got a win versus Rich Gang, who at the end of the day being robbed of their last victory that they needed versus Venom Crest, and there's no tiebreaker. With this in mind, this is the placement, this is the standings. Los Ratones, Verdant, Venom Crest, Kaos, and Rich Gang at the bottom without a single win. They were close, but never on point. And that means they'll head on into the lower part of the bracket. The lower bracket, they have no continues left. This is rough.
Yeah, being on the lower bracket right here means one loss of a series and you're out. So again, gotta go back to the drawing board. I think we heard it from Niter as well. You know that a lot of the teams, again, I cannot stress this enough, are in a developmental stage because a lot of them changed entire rosters. So this is the time to lock in, especially if you're in that lower bracket. Rich Gang is one of them. We will have another team moving into the lower bracket tomorrow from the other group. So those two teams have to sorely lock in super early into the playoffs race.
It's going to be tough for Kaos. They're going to have to play versus the loser of the Rats versus whoever they go up against, right? Or something along those lines. Basically, yeah, a good team that is going to be up against them in the losers bracket. So it's going to be hard for them to find that matchup. And to be honest, when we look at the teams that will be joining Kaos in that losers bracket here from Group B. This is what we got coming up tomorrow, which will determine Group B. I think this is an incredibly hard group to call, specifically towards the bottom side, because Ruddy Sack are 2-0, Bulldog, DMG, and Lightside are 1-1, yeah, and Nord are the loss. They're the winners team, 0-2, right? But Nord on paper is probably the best team in that group, I would argue, right? Yankos was a Charchi, no way, like, yeah. They're a good team. It seems kind of illegal for them to be 0-2, so I don't think it's as clear cut as perhaps Group A is on the final standings.
They have one final shot, and that's tomorrow, and that's where we're gonna pick it up yet again. But before we head on into that wrap up of the show, I want to let you know you can be part of the show. Pick up your phone, not cell phone, just phone, your smartphone, and use the QR code over there so you can pre-sign up, and this will allow you to get in line to buy the tickets, or else you're gonna lose that opportunity. When we went to Nottingham, sold out completely, nobody was allowed in. We had to use Middlecott as a security guard. It wasn't the greatest, but he did his job. Like, with that in mind, you can have the opportunity. Yeah, with Middlecott, yeah.
He threw out a poor Garen. Okay, poor Garen player doesn't like belong in the same sentence, but he threw out a Garen player.
I mean, Garen with Zonya is you're kind of asking for it. But you can be part of this massive show, which is not only the NLC Finals, it's Leagues Disrupt, which allows you to watch NLC Finals and so much more. And if you want to be part of the show, join us in Copenhagen. The only down part is you'll have to deal with Duckling probably. And, you know, it's part.
In full force as well, isn't it?
Denmark.
He's going to have all his,
Yeah. He's on his own turf. Oh, gosh.
That's a toughie.
What do we say? Final words for the day, not Duckling.
I have
Well,
some final words.
I believe that today kind of unfolded how we sort of expected it to, with Los Ratones being the superior overlords here in the NLC and Verdant getting all that close. I feel like, hey, had Verdant not thrown that one team fight where they tried really hard to kill Kaos, they might have had a chance, and they're going to have a lot more going through in playoffs. So it's going to be very exciting. And finals, land finals are only about like, oh my god, like a month and a half away. So very exciting stuff. And the cat, Yumi on
This
podcast.
cat is eating.
Since you guys have been so great and got towards the end of this broadcast, you guys get cat cam. There you go.
Oh.
Are you actually gonna give her the treat?
I did give her the treat. She's had
No,
treat
he's
now.
giving a few. He's giving
Last
a few,
one.
yeah.
Go on, Sky. Last one. Good girl.
Yeah, that's a quadra kill. There you go. Give him one more. Come on, give it a pin. Give it a
One
pin.
more.
Give it a pin. I mean,
This is
he
from
deserves
Archer.
it. Come
Sky.
on.
Penta or nothing.
There you
It's on
go.
nothing.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. That's a mint
It's
to
like,
kill.
it's
Tell
like
me,
Fizzle.
Fox.
Boom, comes up and just takes the treat.
What's the wrap
Sorry.
up for you, boss?
What'd you say?
The wrap up of
Wrap
the day
up
for you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was. I mean, it's clean. It was a clean 4-3-2-1-0 for the teams here, and I just think that
4-0.
I'm. Well, I mean, you know, the results were rounded out in that sense.
Counting.
And yeah, I'm just saying. I think Group B is going to be a different beast, though. So I'm looking forward to seeing that tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll see if we have the tiebreaker day or not. We'll let you know. But in order to do that, you need to join us at the same time as every day. We miss you very much already, and we'll be waiting for you tomorrow, because without you, it's not the same. I love you very much. For you, production, the casters, and the desk involved, you're amazing. I'll see you tomorrow, and until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon. Oh.